Rivalry as unbeaten USC looks to change the luck of the Irish. Will a Pac-10 challenger emerge from a day of conference infighting? Two new kids on the block stand up, traditional Big 8 big boys.
Two Kansas teams in the top 10, unheard of.
The road gets no easier for the Big Ten's top teams, and an unbeaten must show it belongs, while players and agents point fingers about what belongs in the game.
Hell, I see dollar signs in my eyes.
College Game Day gathers in the shadow of the Golden Dome. Under a cold, gray October sky in South Bend, Indiana, another chapter in a glamorous rivalry will unfold today. Who will have the horses inside the house that Rocky built? We are across the street in the Enjoy Center, the birthplace of our College Game Day roadshows. Chris Fowler along with the coach Lee Corso. The pony Craig James, they are revved up for another big game in this great stadium. It is put up or shut up Saturday for three unbeaten teams, a lot to prove, and also in this game because there's been some friendly smack talking on both sides. After last night, we heard a lot of it. We'll talk about that. This game, a big impact on three different Alliance Bowl games. Well, first of all, the Rose Bowl needs USC to win. The Orange Bowl desperately wants Notre Dame at 9-2. The Sugar Bowl wants Notre Dame out of the picture so they can take Tennessee.
Well, Chris, the new alliance is hurting because of a couple of situations. But most of all, two successful programs, Texas A&M and Miami, have not been as good as they have in the past. And the fact, the last 3 years, those two teams combined have been 62-10. Now they're only 5-5. Craig, I don't think there's enough glamour teams left around without those two to fill out the Bowl Alliance.
And who'd have dreamed that A&M and Miami would be as low down as they are right now? I think it's Heisman Day. You go out and you see Eddie George against a weak Purdue defense. He needs to have 200 yards to put himself in the top 2 or 3 guys there in the country for the Heisman race. Number 2, you've got Ward Dunn and Danny Cannell going against a good Georgia Tech defense. Great rush defense. If they can have a good day against them, it elevates those guys. And right here, Keyshawn Johnson, national television, going against a Notre Dame team. If he has a big game, these guys will kill him. And he'll be one of the top guys.
Hey, what about Tommie Frazier?
Hey, the last guy you jumped on was Gino Toretto a few years ago, and you wanted for him.
Yeah, but I picked Lee Beckton last year, too.
Good point.
DB's last night at the pep rally promising they would shut down Keyshawn Johnson. Rivalries come and go, they ignite and they cool down, but always there was Southern California and Notre Dame. 1995 produces a compelling storyline no matter who wins the shillelagh. Do the Trojans finally snap that series winless streak at 12 and march on for a potential national title? Do the Irish conjure another upset to add to the annals, signal their return, and set back John Robinson's rebuilding? SC's best pass rusher, Israel Ifeadi, is back. He got a court injunction yesterday preventing the NCAA and USC from carrying out the final game of his suspension. So the Trojans get back their best pass rusher and their most emotional player. In the locker room, he starts talking Nigerian, and he gets the team fired up, they say. The Irish have traveled thousands of miles to the Midwest, the Northwest, and the Northeast. Now they come back to their house for the first time in a month. Also in the house across the street, Steve Cyphers, our answer to Jacques Cousteau. Steve?
Hey, Chris, guess what? The rain has stopped for now, and they're taking up the tarp, which has been in place since before this weather system arrived. They're telling us, though, to expect showers on and off throughout the day. It is cool, about 42 degrees, but don't expect that to have a chilling effect on USC quarterback Brad Otten. 2 years ago, he started 7 games for Weber State in the Big Sky Conference, playing in places such as Missoula, Montana, Boise, Idaho, and his home field in Ogden, Utah. He passed for more than 2,300 yards and 15 touchdowns. But this is South Bend. The Trojans haven't won here since 1981. In fact, they haven't beaten the Irish in 12 games since 1982, when John Robinson was the USC coach. Lou Holtz was still the head man at Arkansas, and today's freshmen were in kindergarten.
It gets harder and harder each year. 13 is a pretty long streak. I think we got a wake-up call last year, but we just can't come in and say we know the damn we beat 11 times and here comes the 12. I think there's a lot of people around USC that rather us lose all our games and beat Notre Dame and UCLA. But we're approaching this like any other game as far as preparation. But there's an emotional factor when you play back in South Bend. There's an emotional factor that figures into the contest. That figures into the contest.
Injuries figuring into the game include offensive tackle Mike Dowdy of Notre Dame. He'll be replaced by true freshman Mike Rosenthal. However, the Irish do get back Randy Kinder and Robert Farmer in their backfield. Chris?
As for the weather, the Trojans have not played in weather colder than 67 degrees this year and not in rain. Last year, bad weather game did affect the passing game. The Irish very good on the ground against the USC defense, but they have a new guru over there.
And new changes right now. USC has a new defensive coordinator named Keith Burns. He changed from a 4-3 defense to a 5-2. They have 5 defensive linemen down, the only team in the nation that does that. And they have really improved. They went from averaging 22 points against them last year to only 9. And one of the big key reasons is a big tackle named Darrell Russell. He's 6'5", 322 pounds. He can slam dunk a basketball with 2 hands. Now, with this wet field, it definitely helps USC. Everybody thinks it helps the Irish, but let me tell you something. On a wet field, the bigger teams have the advantage. And the size advantage for USC will help them against the Irish today.
You consider, when you go back, that vivid picture we all have in football terminology, the Cowboys and the Packers, when the Cowboys are trying to dig in down there on the goal line, you can't dig in against those big guys that know where they're going. But I think this game really comes down to Notre Dame's offensive mind. They've got to find a way to create opportunities to offset that USC strength of Darrell Russell over there. And I really believe the way they call plays, swing passes, draws like this one here to Mark Edwards, very important that they keep USC off balance, reverses. Every time I watch Notre Dame play and I see a good game offensively, it's because they've been creative with their play calling. They get the fullback involved, the tailback, tight end reverses, whatever it needs to be done, they've got to find a way to get their entire offensive package out there, because there's no way that Notre Dame can stand in there and bang it out with those big round belly and big round headed USC Trojans.
How will weather affect the special teams? That's always a consideration. We'll talk more about that. USC has not been making turnovers this year. When they hit against the Irish, sometimes the brain cramps return. It's a big day in the Big Ten. We're at the midway point of the season. 9 teams have records of 500 or better. They're all still thinking bowl. 6 are ranked in the top 25. Conference, of course, gets 5 bowl slots. Weird year so far. Road teams, 10-3-1. Does that mean that Purdue has a chance at Ohio State? 3 losses by a total of 11 points. The Boilermakers have trouble winning the close games. Shouldn't be a problem today. Ohio State, nobody has held them under 27 points. They scored 40-plus the last 3 years against Purdue. Eddie George can reach 1,000 yards with 114. Terry Glenn can reach 1,000 with 193 receiving. Boilermakers bring the marching band in that was just voted 1995's best. But Brad Nessler should be hearing a lot more of the Buckeyes fight song. Brad?
Chris, we get set for homecoming in Columbus. Purdue Boilermakers, the opponent for Ohio State, unbeaten and 4th ranked. And Ohio State looked on nationally as an offensive powerhouse. But the Buckeyes offense knows that their underappreciated defensive counterparts are part of a 6-0 start.
It's a team game, and for us to go out against Wisconsin and kind of struggle early the way we did, and our defense to constantly get us back the ball, I think they're definitely showing that they're capable.
We're not a bad defense. We're a pretty good defense, and people need to understand that. Somebody asked me the other day, it's kind of disappointing not to have a devastating defense. And I was kind of like, well, I think we're pretty good. I don't know, what you're watching here. I don't understand.
Not a devastating defense like Mike Vrabel's talking about, Gary, and they are not as flashy as they have been in the past.
Well, I think they're pretty good, too, but they're not as good as the 94 defense. 5 players off that defense are playing in the NFL right now. It's not easily replaced talent. But, I think they're a more opportunistic defense this year. Sean Springs, for example, in the Notre Dame game against Derek Mays, makes a big interception when the score of that game was 21-20. And then last week, Ryan Miller had the big interception that really turned this football game around. So, opportunities with that offense, pretty good football team.
Speaking of Sean Springs, maybe their best defensive player won't start today, but he will play. Purdue and the Ohio State Buckeyes after game day. Right now, let's head back to the gang and Chris Fowler.
Thanks, guys. In Iowa City, the least respected unbeaten team, number 18, Iowa tries to show it's legit. The Hawkeyes got an entire calendar year without losing a game, but they're ranked behind 10 other teams that have a blemish on their record. That's whack-like respect. The Hawkeyes' defense, much better than last year when they gave up 61 points to Penn State. Now they're 4th best in points allowed. Very tough in the red zone. But I know, Lee, they haven't played the likes of Paterno's teams.
Speaking of Paterno's, Tote Paterno and Hayden Fry have won 483 games between them. They can coach football. The Iowa Hawkeyes can run the football. They're 6th in the nation on rushing offense. Penn State has a problem stopping the run. But I talked to Hayden Fry this week. The Hawkeyes are hurt, especially tailback Cedric Shaw. He's got a groin injury. I like Penn State to beat the Hawkeyes because they're banged up.
And that groin injury, man, I'm telling you, Shaw will have to deal with that mentally. It's supposed to be a dry field out there, but I'm telling you, he'll have a hard time with that. I think it comes down to Iowa's scoring defense. They've held 4 of their 5 opponents to 1 touchdown. They're number 4 in the country at 12.8 points per game. I think they've got to keep Penn State out of the end zone. Last year, they jumped out on them quick and early. Iowa is not good enough to be able to handle that kind of pressure from Penn State. If they do indeed jump out on them that hard, that quick, that early, they can't come back.
And if Shaw can't go, they have a problem with Taylor. The groin injury is bad anytime. Dry field, wet field, it doesn't matter. Bad period. Northwestern and Wisconsin, they play a meaningful football game once every 33 years. It was 62 when Eric Parsegian's Wildcats were ranked number 1. Went in and got spanked by the Badgers in Madison. Today, Northwestern has the home field, and maybe for a change, the home crowd advantage. Usually, Wisconsin fans buy up all the tickets, and they drown out the folks in purple. Northwestern's quest for respect continues. Unranked Wisconsin is still a road favorite, but alums like Charlton Heston, they're calling Gary Barnett a godsend. Darnell Autry is also a godsend. 8 straight 100-yard game. ESPN2 has that game at 12:30 when we are done here. A lot more coming up from across the street from Notre Dame Stadium. Talk about A&M. They barely beat SMU. Was this a bad call?
Yeah.
James says yes. Runs up with the ponies. And Tommie Frazier, the dark horse Heisman candidate, and the Huskers. They get their first real test today. We'll talk about it ahead.
Hi, I'm Gert Boyle, Chairman, Columbia Sportswear. My son Tim, our president, to demonstrate our interchange system. The liner zips in for maximum warmth. The outer shell is weatherproof. Wear it together or separately. Best of all, it comes in dozens of styles.
I voted against the Columbia interchange system.
Enterprise? Hi, I'm at the repair shop. I need to rent a car.
Enterprise will arrange to pick you up,
This is great.
drive you to our place, and get you on your way. Pick Enterprise. We'll pick you up.
Where will the next great movement in popular music come from?
You know, the charm of that is you never know.
When life calls for deeper answers, enter CompuServe, the online service with deeper content, all for free software.
1970, Elton's very first song went gold. Then Rocket Man went gold. Then 103 of his other songs went gold. And now that he's touring with 38 musicians and a small army of stagehands,
Paying.
Elton's gone gold.
He's a ghost.
Oh, you'll need 371 wake-up books. After all, nothing's got the power of gold.
College Game Day is brought to you by Columbia Sportswear. Outerwear made with a mother's touch.
Welcome back to South Bend. You know, the Big East Conference is guaranteed a slot in the Orange or Sugar. Miami is the team the Orange Bowl at least wants. They're a pair against Notre Dame or Florida, but the Hurricanes already have a conference loss as they face Pitt today. The teams on top of the conference right now at 2-0, West Virginia and Syracuse. Mountaineers and the Orangemen both visit Miami the last couple weeks of the season. How good is Syracuse? Coaches rank them 20th. They're 28th in the AP. Know this, the Orangemen have not scored the last 2 years versus West Virginia. The Mountaineers seem to have a physical advantage. Cantroy Barber is bigger than the Syracuse defensive lineman, some of them.
Not so fast, my friend. This is going to be a good ball game. Syracuse and West Virginia both lost to East Carolina by 3 points. West Virginia has 1 and 3 on the road. Therefore, I'm picking Syracuse to upset them because of the home dome advantage.
Home dome, it was 43-0 there 2 years ago.
So what? It's a new
They
year.
lost to East Carolina.
It's a new year.
All right, my friend, we shall see. Southwest Conference. Baylor hadn't beaten A&M since '85, but the Bears can really smell it. What's up with the Aggies? A last-second circus catch, a controversial call to beat SMU in front of a relieved but peeved Kyle Field crowd. Dylan McLemore returns after missing that game. He has practiced. That helps a lot. He faces a Baylor D that has held every opponent except Mississippi State to a touchdown or less. Points are at a premium here. Longhorns step out of conference again to take on Virginia. Both teams need to bounce back. Last week, John Makovic in that tie, he is really getting popped for not kicking the chip check field goal, pitching the option on 4th down. He could have beaten Oklahoma with that field goal. The positives, defensive end Tony Brackett is back for Texas, and James Brown Brackens' old self. Brown starts at quarterback.
Yeah, but I mean, there are a couple points I'd like to make. Number one, about that Texas defense. They're not a great rush defense, even with Tony Brackens in there. Tiki Barber in Virginia, yeah, they played a lot of games. Coach thinks they're tired. They go to an AstroTurf field. That makes them feel better. Tiki Barber will have an excellent day on the ground. Virginia will beat Texas, and that's not good news for John McAmick and the Longhorns. They needed to win this ball game. Number two, R.C. Slocum. I think it's one of his biggest challenges since he's been at Texas A&M, to get his team back emotionally into football. They are in the tank. To be able to come out and lose, well, almost lose a game like they did at SMU, I think there's something that speaks volumes about where they are mentally right now, because A&M is a talented football team.
A lot more games to talk about as we continue from South Bend. There's a landmark game for the teams from Kansas. The Wildcats going to Lincoln. The Jayhawks going to Norman tonight. And plenty more on the Irish and the Trojans. Ron Collins trying to bounce back from a rough game last week. Plenty more, including the picks ahead.
Subway asked us, Bucky and Riddy, to review their authentic steak and cheese sandwich. We went to the steak and cheese capital of the world, Philadelphia. Hey, this is where they filmed my favorite movie. Like it, huh? This is the real McCoy. Tender, juicy steak with loads of melted cheese, all on fresh baked bread. We have a winner. Subway, what a sandwich.
And now, for a limited time, you can get a 6-inch steak and cheese sandwich for only $2.49. Only at Subway.
Hi, this is Sean Stein with Cage Jewelry in downtown Kearney. Shopping for jewelry has never been more exciting and less expensive than now at Cage Jewelry. Everything in the store is 20 to 60% off. But hurry, these prices and this selection won't last long at Cage Jewelry. The harder you look, the better we look.
There are two ways to advertise. You can try to hit everyone and have your message lost on many deaf ears, or you can pinpoint your audience through cable with maximum exposure. Call Cable West and get the facts about cable advertising.
Of getting ready for a show. Everybody has their own unique little habit and their own little ritual.
Give us the strength to have a good show. Let's have everything go okay out there tonight.
Camera loves me. I love the camera right back.
I've seen everybody handle it different ways.
Time spread. Gotcha.
Ready? Let's go do it.
In the Big 8, it's time to get serious. Would have been a big surprise if Kansas State had not arrived in Lincoln 6-0. It'll be a bigger surprise if they leave town at 7-0. Yes, K-State has played the Huskers tougher than anybody the last 4 years. Yes, they're number one in total defense. Yes, they played them even in the stats last year, but that was without Frazier and Barringer. Quarterback Matt Sherman came in, the former walk-up, and they only threw 11 passes. And Mr. Frazier is back.
Yes, they are a good defense. I'm glad to hear you say that, my friend, because we talk about all those weak opponents that they play out there. They got a good defense, my friends. Watch this ball game today. Kansas State, very good on the front seven. They go out and they know how to play rush defense. There's 6 returning all-conference players from the Big 8 last year. They have a lot of confidence. What I think in this ball game is going to give Tommie Frazier a real chance to throw the football. He's got to throw the ball because of the domination that they have on that front seven. His rolling ability and being able to get rid of the ball is imperative in a game like this. I think that Nebraska's wide receivers are getting better, my friend, at catching the football.
Yeah, but Tommie Frazier is a tailback playing quarterback. He's 6'1", 190, got 4.6 40 speed. He's the best running quarterback in the nation. He averages over 6 yards per carry. Tommie Frazier has accounted for 61 touchdowns, a record at Nebraska. Tommie leads them to a major league victory over Kansas State, and he's still my Heisman candidate.
You're getting ready for the Nebraska fans down the road. Hey, I don't think it'll be a blowout. I think it'll be a lot closer than you think.
No way.
Yeah, if Frazier should get hurt, Barringer's not available, so Matt Sherman will be the backup there. The other Sunflower State team, Kansas, visits Oklahoma tonight on ESPN, renewing the longest uninterrupted rivalry in Division I, 93 years. Last week, Kansas avoided a letdown. Now they look for a landmark. They haven't won against the Sooners in Norman since '75. Good jaw-to-jaw stuff. Oklahoma's not let anybody run on them, but Kansas will try to run right at them. The Sooners, meanwhile, they have to shake off that Texas hangover. You've had a couple of those.
Only when I go out with you, my friend. Hey, that OU rush defense, the front seven there, Cedric Jones is an excellent run defender. But I think the game comes down to Mark Williams, the Kansas quarterback. He's the guy that he looks to the right side of the field or he looks to the left side of the field. He's going to read 1, 2, nobody's there. He takes off and he runs. So the pressure falls on the secondary at OU for them to come up when they see that it's a scramble by Mark Williams and support the scramble. Mark Williams is a good player, but OU at home will beat him.
Not so fast, my friend. Not so fast. Glenn Mason, I talked to him. He changed his whole defensive staff. He has a new defensive coordinator named Mike Hankwitz in there. They like their defense. They got a new middle linebacker named Jason Thorne, who is their leader. Now, Thorne leads a defense that is not allowed but one rushing touchdown all year. I think Kansas upsets Oklahoma, not only with that run-tough defense, but the surprise of you, my friend, long passes.
Watch it. It would be a landmark. Both the Jayhawks and the Wildcats come in as underdogs, but then they've defied odds just to get into the top 10. Schools where basketball and debating have defined success. But the differences in these two rising programs outweigh the common ground, as Susie Culver found out when she headed to the Heartland.
There's a season of change in the Sunflower State.
Two Kansas teams in the top 10, unheard of. Now, all of a sudden, I think there's a lot of people around the country, at least they're looking and saying, what is going on out there?
What's going on is two undefeated teams, the key word being two. In all the excitement, separate identities have been reduced to a single storyline.
The sports reporters, I mean, they love Kansas State, Kansas, the Chiefs, and all that stuff together. And people used to call us the Jayhawks all the time, and, we saw that as a matter we didn't have much respect.
Respect is tough to come by when you share a history of football failure. In the last quarter century, neither school has challenged for the Big 8 title. The Jayhawks are in the top 10 for the first time since the bicentennial, and during a 4-year stretch in the late 80s, they won only 9 games. In the same span, the Wildcats won only 3. K-State is the only major program with 500 losses.
Sports Illustrated articles about how we're the worst team in the nation. So, I mean, there's a lot of bad history here.
My understanding when I got here was they were just a big joke. It was just something that goes on in the fall leading up to the basketball season.
But a dismal past is where the similarities end. Lawrence, home of the Jayhawks, skews hip. Manhattan leans honky-tonk. What do you guys do here in Manhattan for fun?
I got to do our barbecue together. Just get a couple card games, domino games.
In short, Manhattan, combines. Lawrence, cafe latte.
I think we like to do a little more cultural activities.
Their game plans also have distinct personalities. K-State leads the nation in total defense and has a knack for comebacks. KU relies on the 1-2 punch of their running game and is capitalized on turnovers. Geographically, Kansas and Kansas State are separated by 81 miles of I-70. But on a football landscape, past struggles combined with almost parallel paths to success have brought the programs much closer together.
I think that there's a lot of maybe empathy, if that's the right word, between the two programs. Both of those programs, the people involved knew what everybody had to go through to get where we are right now.
Go through or go past. For years, driving into town has meant staring at signs honoring the school's other teams. In Lawrence, it's round ball. In Manhattan, rhetoric.
No, I'm proud of the big team. I look at that every time I come back from home, I just see the Big 8 champions. I'd love to put Big 8 champions up. Seeing this as last year, the Big 8, I think it'll be something that we'll always remember, and everyone else in the Big 8 always remember who was the last Big 8 champion. When you achieve greatness like that, it should be recognized. And we sure haven't achieved any greatness yet in football, and we're trying right now.
And they can take a major step toward that goal tonight. Ron Norman, 7:30 on ESPN, following the scoreboard show. Still ahead on College Game Day from South Bend, we'll hear from Ron Hollis. They need a big game from him today. In fact, we'll have a visit with the average quarterback just ahead.
Stop at Pep Boys now for our premium brake service. Our ASE certified technicians will install Brake Best's lifetime warranty brakes for only $99.99. Get lifetime brakes installed for under $100. Only at Pep Boys. Roll into Pep Boys right now and get a full set of 4 70,000-mile tires for just $169. That's any size, any 4 70,000-mile tires in stock for just $169 at Pep Boys now.
No one gives you more ways to add the impact of color to black and white documents. Xerox Color. A simple way to do good work. At Transamerica, we've helped 1 million people live a better life with consumer loans. And millions more plan for retirement. We've provided the security of life insurance for 15 million lives. And provided millions to finance educations. We also underwrite hopes and dreams. Transamerica. Life insurance, retirement plans, commercial and consumer loans.
Giant Stadium. Soldiers Field. Art, it's sushi. What the hell is that? I've never heard of it before. Something new they're trying to promote. Don't look up.
Welcome back to South Bend. They do know how to tailgate here. That's quite a spread outside, despite the weather. Not worried about the wind and rain. It's really a classic setup for one of those Notre Dame upsets. As Bino Cook says, there are two sides. You never call Wildcats. That's a home underdog. Notre Dame and the Russian Army. Lou Holtz is making this a call to arms, trying to summon up the Irish pride, emotion, mystique, history, the crowd, the weather, and faith. What he also needs is a good game from Irish quarterback Ron Powlus, who has played well at times this year, but is coming off a rough game, 2 nearly critical turnovers against Army, Steve.
Chris, Derek May says not to question that Notre Dame victory last week. Like he said, hey, Army beat Iraq. Well, you're right. Paulus did not play well, and he'll be the first to admit it. Yet earlier this season, he became the first Irish quarterback since John Ewart to pass for at least 200 yards in 4 consecutive games. Now, that doesn't mean he's meeting expectations that people placed on him a year ago. That may never happen. But all Paulus knows is that his team is playing better, and he is too.
This year is more fun. You know, the wins, we have more wins, but we made them hard. You know, my dad, that was much fun. You know, my mom and dad have been dying at the end of these games, but, you know, it has been more fun.
Ron Paulus can say that, even though he's not a leading Heisman Trophy candidate. Even though his Irish aren't contending for a national title, the expectations fans and media might have had when he arrived in '93. He did set a Notre Dame single-season record for touchdown passes last year, and in the middle of his second season, he's currently tied for 3rd in that category on the school's all-time list. But if you're looking for knock-your-socks-off numbers, mega yardage, and countless completions, look elsewhere. In 7 games, Paulus has completed 56.5% of his passes for 1,529 yards.
The numbers in this system, a quarterback just isn't going to have numbers to compare with Danny Cannell or a Florida State quarterback or a Florida quarterback. Is, we just don't do the same thing on offense, and that's not a criticism to our coaches or to them. It's just the way it is, and I chose to be here, and this is the way we're going to do it.
As far as any passing attack in Notre Dame, numbers don't matter because you're dealing with a system that's not based on, passing and catching.
I think Coach Holtz has done some things to make Ron Powlus more comfortable. You've seen us in the shotgun. You've seen us on drop back. We're doing some play fake that suit the personnel right now at Notre Dame.
We throw the ball about 25 times a game. Is he better off to throw it 50 times a game? Maybe so. But is our football team better off if he throws it 50 times a game? No, sir.
Paulus says the key in this system is to be efficient, to avoid the turnovers that he finds much more frustrating than an offense that doesn't feature the pass.
The biggest reason is sometimes, a play will be called or I'll check to a play that is defense, really, and I don't want it to be, and I'm going to try and stick it in somewhere I shouldn't, and I end up going to
try and make a play where there isn't one.
He has a lot of confidence in his ability. He has a very quick release. He knows where to go with the ball. Sometimes the quick release hurts him at times because he thinks as many quarterbacks do that have strong arms, they can throw it through anything.
Or to Derek Mays, with 20 more catches than the team's second leading receiver, fullback Mark Edwards. Mays is not only Paulus's first choice in many patterns, too often he may be the only choice.
So the average fan looks up and says, gosh, he's throwing to Derek and it's in double coverage. Well, maybe he's been told to try to stick the football to Derek Mays.
You look for the Steve Young with the Jay Rice, Jay Rice he's a stud, you know. The Marino Luther played in 2 months, Noah Brooker, played as a stud. I don't know if I'm a stud, but, you know, that's the idea of the whole thing.
Ron would like to have 3-4-3 guys on the outside that run down the field. Unfortunately, they're not here at this point. Maybe they will be next year.
We are very, very tentative shaker. Make no mistake about it. I don't think that you can do much more with what he has to work with than Ron Powell is doing at the present time.
It's a very young football team with not a lot of depth, and Ron maybe has to carry a little bit more of a load than other Notre Dame quarterbacks would have had to do 5 years ago or 6 years ago.
People feel that just a quarterback is a determining factor. I'm not real smart, but could you remind me how many national championships or Super Bowls has Dan Marino and John Elway won?
Ron Paulus may never meet the expectations others have for him, though, as he always has, he hopes to meet his own.
I recognize the fact that I'm not going to have crazy, huge numbers at Notre Dame. So I'm not going to go out playing for him every week. I'm going to go out playing for the win and see what I can do.
I think that all you can try to do is not live up to other people's expectations. Just go play your own game and enjoy it. I think he has done an unbelievable job.
One item certainly better for Paulus this year is the protection of his offensive line. Last year he was sacked 32 times. This year so far, he's been sacked 7 times. Chris?
Hey, right, Steve, much better pass protection. They need to be strong run blocking to get that kind of ball control. And probably, as Lewis was telling you this morning, they have not prepared in practice all week to block Israel Ipiani, the Trojans' best pass rusher. Now he's back thanks to the court order. It's a disadvantage.
I tell you, he thinks they're at a big disadvantage because they're going to change their plans if you know he's going to be back. But let me tell you something about Lou Holtz. You can describe his Notre Dame style of football in one drive against the Buckeyes. 16 plays, 95 yards, 7 minutes and 21 seconds, and a touchdown. That's what he's going to try to do against USC. And if he can do it, Dusty Ziegler, the offensive guard, is the key. Now, Dusty has been banged up all week, and I think he's going to play because it's a big ball game, but they need Dusty Ziegler because he's the best lineman up front. Now, I talked to Lou Holtz at length yesterday, and let me tell you something, my friends. Watch out. This is a big ball game, and in a big ball game, Lou Holtz always comes up with offensive maneuvers that no one's ever seen before.
Earlier about the reverses and the swing passes. I think they've got to get the fullback involved. But if those big uglies up front are blocking like Ziegler is, and he's going against the big uglies of USC, there better be somebody in the backfield running the ball. Talked about Randy Kinder last week. I think Kinder's really a good runner now. I also like freshman Autry Denson. Denson has proven to me the guy can run the ball. I want you to notice this way he takes it out. Boom! He takes it to the secondary. That freshman running back does that. That's unbelievable. I mentioned now Mark Edwards. I talked about Denson. I think it's vital for the Irish to run the football. And those 7 sacks, I'm surprised. I didn't know that good tidbit that he came up with there. That's pretty impressive on their offensive line.
He's blocking something to have a true freshman like Mike Roosevelt in a game like this. 300-pounder on 300-pounder lining up with Darryl Price up there. A lot more in that game coming up. We'll have the selections ahead. But now, the Gophers come out from their hole. Father and son duel in the booth. And the Mickens milestone is no more. All part of our weekly roundup on campus.
Arnold Mickens out of the limelight. Butler were off to a 1-5 start. Came in the last week's game against Dayton with a quiet streak of 15 straight 100-yard rushing games. But the Flyers made Mickens feel like last year's leaders, holding him to 71 yards in a 49-13 Dayton win, brutally ending the streak. In contrast, a team that had struggled offensively all season finally broke loose. Virginia Tech had scored only 7 touchdowns in its first 5 games, but scored 7 in the first half against Akron and out to a 77-27 Hokies win.
Starter Jim Druckenmiller threw 2 sweet passes in the first quarter before he and most of the other first stringers left the game up 26-0. And in Atlanta, an off-the-field family feud. Woody Durham, the voice of Tar Heel Radio for 25 years, and his son Wes, in his second month at the mic for the Yellow Jackets, waged a veritable battle of words.
Here's Davis sprinting again to the right side. Tommie will suck it up and keep it. He's at the 10. 5, up down, 36. Charles Wiley and C.J. Williams out front.
Johnny Davis puts out to his right, looking to throw, going to pull it down now and run. Inside the 10 to 5, touchdown, Johnny Davis. He got the Carolina defense spread out.
Father didn't know best as Georgia Tech prevailed 27-25. Minnesota heads to the great outdoors for the first time this season after 4 games in the Metrodome and 1 at the Carrier Dome. The Gophers, who are 2-19 on outdoor fields the last 4 seasons, head to East Lansing to face the Spartans. All this with Michigan State fresh off a win over Illinois.
Coming up, we'll talk more football in the SEC and the Pac-10. But up next, the agents' mess. We'll talk about some solutions and the blame. There's a lot of finger-pointing going on.
They prey on these young guys and their physical interests, whether it be cash, fast women, fast lifestyle, or drugs. I don't see them. I think we're safe.
Must be safe. Where's my Subaru Outback?
I know the world's first sport utility wagon.
This beauty's got dual airbags, full-time all-wheel drive. It's more stable and will turn than a bike.
Yes, you got it.
Get a break, explore. That's my Subaru Outback. World's first sport utility wagon.
Wrangler jeans. Available in the 2 colors boys prefer most. Black and blue. Wrangler. Real comfortable jeans. Hind leg. 3 friends. 3 pair of Wrangler jeans. Everybody's comfortable. Even the fish. Wrangler. Real comfortable jeans.
If 100's a birdie, maybe 1 over should be a turkey, 2 over a buzzard, 3 over a dodo because you're dead, 4 over an ostrich because you just want to hide your head in the sand. Agassi nails the ball harder than anybody. Becker, he knows the strategy. He goes out there to really attack his opponent.
Welcome back. We've left the bedlam across the street to come here to the business school to deal with what many people, guys, believe is the most serious issue endangering college athletics. Agents and the players who deal with them prematurely. And the rules against this, sketchy, inconsistent enforcement, some say next to impossible. But USC, one of the schools affected recently, has taken a hard line stance, suing and then settling with Robert Karen, the agent who allegedly illegally enticed 3 of their players. Some see it as a landmark.
The reason we came up with the idea was to provide some downside for the agents when they contact student athletes. Because the way it was prior to this, as far as the universities were concerned, they would simply walk away and leave the university and the athlete with the downside.
The likeness and the message that people will let them know, to stay away from our kids. I think it's going to save, a lot of guys in the future, and hopefully it'll save a lot of players across the nation who look at us and say, hey, I can't take that, look what happened to SC.
The problem is deep and widespread. This week, suspended Nebraska tailback Lawrence Phillips spoke about how some of the thousands of registered and unregistered agents have swooped down on him recently.
Many agents called me, we'll give you $100,000 just leave. We'll give you $100,000 right now. You just wait for the draft. You probably dropped about to the 15th, 16th pick, but you'll be all right. Just hang out in California or Florida or wherever. We'll get you an apartment and you don't worry about it.
There are some guys who are out there who just outright will get prostitutes, who will bring women into a situation. It's pathetic. It's really scary. You see it every day. They prey on these young guys and their physical interests, whether it be cash, fast women, a fast lifestyle, or drugs.
Well, late in the year, guys in their friends or runners or whoever they are, you know, they would just hang out and want to meet you or find out who your parents are, so they know your parents are waiting for you, so they can kind of get in their ear before you even get there. But this year I don't have that problem because I have a police escort every single game to my car.
They're going to flash it, big money. I can do this for you. I can do that for you. Make you all these promises. But in reality, you have to look at yourself in the mirror and ask yourself, is it really true? Is it really worth it?
Well, the problem is a lot of players do decide it's worth the risk, and the agents decide it's worth the risk. After all, it's the world's second oldest profession. It's been going on a long time.
I can feel a little bit what Keyshawn's going through. We had a lot of good players at SMU, so the agents were hanging around our locker room all the time. I can remember Eric Dickerson and myself trying to get out through the tunnel, trying to dodge potential runners and or potential agents. The guys were everywhere. And I think the agent problem is probably a lot greater now because of the dollars the guys make once they get to professional sports. 4 to 6% of something nowadays is huge jack for an agent to make.
Greg, I'm sure it's nothing new, but I tell you what the major problem in my mind is that modern society has a tendency to shift the blame from the victim to the instigator. I think that's the real problem.
There's a lot of blame. The coaches want to blame the players and the agents. The players blame each other, and the agents blame the coaches and the system. But even harder than assigning blame is policing all this.
The NCAA can hardly do anything at all to affect an agent's status. They can only penalize a school, and most agents don't care about that. They only care about themselves.
Let's not carry the concept of naive young people from the sticks who are being corrupted by Fagan-like agents. Many of these young players are street smart. They feel they're being ripped off by their institution.
If my guy shows up in a nice new car, I'm not, and he is instrumental to my success as a team. You know, if I don't have to, nobody's bothered. Let that sleeping dog lay. You know, but as soon as somebody wakes it up, as in this case with the USC and UCLA guys, then the head coach all of a sudden starts ranting and raving about how the agents are the worst, you know, parasites in this business, how they ruin the program and so on and so forth. Baloney.
It makes it hard on us as agents because we have to register in every one of those states. We have to pay a fee in every one of those states. We have to totally know the rules and regulations that we're supposed to in every one of those states if we're going to do business in that state. In some states, it's whether you can contact the guy or not. In some states, it's can you take him out to dinner. Everybody's different. I'd like to see some federal legislation.
When a school like SC turns the paradigm around and sues an agent for messing with their players, it is a very powerful message.
Now, a lot of agents would totally disagree with that. They said these street agents, you can't deter them because they have nothing to lose, and there's so much money, as you said, with the NFL players and for the agents, and in college football. Division 1A football revenues up 50% between 89 and 93, and the players aren't seeing that money.
Well, Chris, the American Football Coaches Association has called for a national meeting with the National Football League, the schools, the National Football League players, lawyers from the local government, and also federal people. Now, the reason we want to do that is step one in starting a dialogue to find out what's going to go on in this situation and see if they can correct it.
That's not going right. That's like getting Republicans, Democrats there trying to figure out how you reduce the budget.
It's not that big a problem.
Well, it is. Some summit they're going to have. You know, have it down in Waco too in Grand Town. Hey, I tell you what you do. You go out and you change the rule that says this. It's black and white. As a player, I know going into college, if I accept money from an agent, I'm gone. A 1 year or 2 year suspension. Right now, there's judgment by the NCAA or the school. 1 year, 1 game, 2 games, 3 games. Number two, the agent knows that if he gives money to that player and he offers it up, he's out of there. The NFL decertifies him.
Both the players and the agents in the system are to blame. Here are some possible solutions. One, stricter laws in all states, the laws that Alabama and Florida and 20 other states have against agents contacting players. Two, lawsuits by the schools, the way USC did. The NFL could get involved, become a partner with the NCAA and get tough on these agents. And as you mentioned, the NCAA can make stiffer penalties for the athletes. Zero tolerance for this first offense.
Well, the major league problem is it's so complex. There's so many answers. I think you need to start the dialogue first. That's my opinion.
Yeah, and you know, and the state laws vary everywhere. Make sure federal law, if you can, where it's the same rules in all the states. And number two, let's get the players some money. Right now, they're going around. They're using these debit cards at different schools so they can go get an extra book over here. So that student over there, and what happens is he's cheating for chump change. Put $100 in their pocket each month. It's funded by the Nikes of the world. They're making a ton of money in college football right now and have the schools pitching a little bit to this federally funded branch.
Well, stipend's a whole other issue, but you're right. Until the need of the players is addressed, this is going to go on. Like we're talking about changes in the system, major changes to correct this problem. Coming up on College Game Day, we'll look back at some of the great moments in the SC Notre Dame series with John Robinson and Lou Holtz. And also talk about the #1 team in the country, the Seminoles, supposedly face an ACC challenger, Georgia Tech. That's ahead.
Tending your land, getting your hands back in the soil, working with the sun on your back. Could anything be more rewarding?
Yeah, paying someone else to do it for you. Like Ned, Joe, and Tom. That's what Visa Gold's for, with enough purchase power to turn your yard green. And what could be more relaxing than mowing it yourself? Paying Al. Visa Gold is everywhere you want to be.
Car rental was born at the airport, not long after man's first flight ride. But soon man discovered reasons to rent that had nothing to do with flying. That's when thrifty car rental got rolling, right in the neighborhood. Such conveniences made Thrifty's historically low rates a way of life, whether or not you happen to be flying. Your neighborhood Thrifty car rental, historically known for low rates.
Oh, isn't that cute? What? You guys are like the three bears. You're Double Whopper, Whopper, Whopper Jr., Bing Bang Boom.
I'm hungry, so what?
Well, nothing just sort of struck me as funny.
So what are you saying? I'm like the mama bear? A Whopper value meal for any size appetite, starting at $1.99 every day at Burger King. That's getting your burger's worth.
Hey, baby bear, you gonna finish those fries? Yes. Ooh, somebody needs a nap.
I'm an inventor of one of the world's strongest fibers, Kevlar. I started the work in 1964. It proved to be a time of great joy, of frustration. We called it fiber beam. Kevlar is 5 times as strong as steel. It's used in ski racing, the helmet, both tennis rackets, resistant vests. I'm still working for DuPont. Every day is a new learning experience.
Welcome back. Potential milestone today at St. John's, Minnesota. John Gallardi tries for win number 324. That would pass Bear Bryant, number 2 on the all-time list. Meanwhile, Coach Bryant would not like what he sees down at Alabama these days. Shannon Brown put it like this: "We don't know what we're doing." John Walters questioned the dedication of some of his fellow defenders and also says the scheme is too complicated. All is not well. It wouldn't get a lot better with a win over Ole Miss, but a loss would make it a lot worse. Brian Bergdorf returns starting quarterback. Freddie Kitchens will see action against a pretty good Rebel defense. Homecoming in Tallahassee. Georgia Tech arrived with a 3-game winning streak. The Jackets only allowing 61 yards rushing. That's what Warwick Dunn averages in 6 carries. The FSU publicity folks, they got out the calculators. They said if Dunn maintained that average and got the carries that Troy Davis has, he would finish the season with 3,435 yards. Folks, put away the calculators. FSU's schedule ranked 104 out of 105. Their big game is still 5 weeks away. Now, they like that here. For the Irish and Trojans, the big game, of course, is today. The series, born in 1926, has been more glamorous than any other. Also produced more comebacks, more upsets, more intrigue. John Robinson and Lou Holtz now reminisce about some of their favorite memories in the Trojan-Irish tradition.
From 1972, my first year at USC as an assistant, to 1980, to when I left, those 10 years, there were about 6 or 7 national champions between those two teams. My facts are not always right, but so that game had national prominence in that both teams were vying for the top.
Me personally, I go back to 1986, my first year. We're down 37-20, 10 minutes to go in the game. Tim Brown runs back up front. They kick off the setup touchdown to Bill Jack, makes a great hit. John Carney kicked a field on the last play of the game. We won 38-37, which probably really turned our program around.
Probably the most dramatic was the 1974 game. I was an assistant to John McKay. Notre Dame got ahead 24-0 in the Coliseum, and SC came back and scored 55 straight points, and it was absolute pandemonium in the Coliseum. Probably the other one that was as down as that one was up was the Green Church Derby game. That was 1977. They wound up the national champion. They came out and went back in the locker room, came out in green jerseys, and the place went crazy for about 5 minutes, and they proceeded to hammer us pretty good.
1930 was a great Notre Dame. they allowed Duke Rocky to give the talk to the Southern Cal team the night before the game for a banquet, and Duke Rocky said, I just hope that you'll do me one favor. Shake the hands of our poor little guys and tell them great effort. It would mean so much to them. I know we don't have much chance against you, but maybe next year when you come to South Bend, we'll put it out there and have a better chance against you. Their name being 47-0.
The 1978 game, we were just overwhelming them. I thought I was 21-7, and Joe Montana had 18 in a row. Put them ahead 22-21. We came back down to get the field goal and won the game. That one stuck out.
In 1989, he went up probably remember, and that was the fight in the tunnel, because that was the day that 14 and nullified what was a great game. We won it 28-24. It's just a great game. I could go on and on, but there's only a 3-hour show, so I'll just say there's so many things that come to my mind.
The tradition is brought to you by Russell Athletic. For really tough athletic wear that can survive anything, get Russell Athletic. Get tough.
Coming up next from South Bend, we'll talk Pac-10. Oregon tries to take a major step toward going back to the Rose Bowl today. And a reminder, coming up at the bottom of the hour, Eddie George and the Buckeyes set to battle Purdue with the Big Horseshoe.
All right, gentlemen, tomorrow you put the man. Lights up.
Man, I'm hungry. Russell Athletic wear is made to handle the toughest situations on and off the field. Hot dogs, hamburger, tacos grande, pizza. Coach, going somewhere, ladies. Hard work, dedication, commitment. Get Russell Athletic. Get tough. Get up there, guys. Like, go.
Hey gang, Jake here. You want rock hard abdominals? A slim, sexy waistline and a lower back that feels like $1 million? Well, over 250,000 others have, and now you can. Because my AppMac Plus is now available at retail stores everywhere. The AppMac Plus and my Fit4 workout will give you incredible results fast. With our torsion disc technology, it takes about 10 minutes 3 times a week to get you looking good and feeling great about yourself. Gang, this is one tough machine, welded from tubular steel and backed by a 25-year warranty. And it weighs only 38 pounds, and it's easy to store. And now you've got 2 ways to order. Stop by and pick one up, or call us if you'd like our easy payment plan and delivery right to your home. I guarantee you're going to love the difference this machine can make. You can have rock-hard abs, a slim, sexy waistline, and the strong, healthy back you always wanted. Call us or stop by your favorite retailer right now. Don't quit.
It's time for the NHL. So when they ice it, hook it, save it, stick it, stop it, play it, and score it. You'll need to know. NHL Tonight on ESPN2. News, features, and highlights. Sports Center for the hockey addict. Tuesday through Saturday at 11:30 p.m. As the clock winds down, the season heats up on ESPN2.
It is a windy, raw, cold day in South Bend. She's not bothered. That baby has to be a Notre Dame fan. An SC baby would be crying in this kind of weather. Wouldn't be used to it. SC's challengers in the Pac-10 battle it out today. Oregon very quietly moved up to number 12 in the poll. Something to prove against the Cougars who pounded them last year. Mike Fullman called it the worst offensive game in school history. They were 2 for 19 on 3rd down. 95 Ducks might have the best 1-2-3 punch in college football. So, I should say west of Columbus. Tony Graziani, Ricky Whittle, and Chris McNamara. Best west of Columbus.
Thank you very much. Okay, Washington State's excellent defensive coach Bill Dover told me that Oregon's offense is one of the toughest to stop. The reason they're wide open, they're flexible. They got a great Italian quarterback named Tony Graziani running it. That's why I like him. I like Oregon to beat Washington State. Washington State still could go to vote.
If Oregon had the same kind of attention that Ohio State gets, those great players may have as much. Yes, my friend, Ohio State gets all the ink out here because the East Coast. You kidding me? You talk about him too. And Graziani's a good quarterback. He's a good punter. He makes great decisions. He makes decisions like Bobby Hoying does with that Ohio State offense. In terms of this game today, though, Washington State, they had 10 sacks last year against Oregon. That killed the Ducks. And the other thing to remember in this ball game is you got to find out how to get at that Washington State running defense.
Meanwhile, the Huskies visit Arizona. A win and they keep pace with USC at 4-0 sets up the battle in Seattle next week. Still a great college football runner named Rashawn this year. Rashawn Sheehy averaging 179 yards in his first 2 college starts. And this just in, Arizona's offense is not good. You throw out the Pacific game, the Cats have not scored more than 20 points. UCLA visits Stanford. Terry Donahue. What's the move for UCLA or Stanford? Terry Donahue says he's going to go with his gut at game time as far as Ryan Bean or Cade McNown. We can think of a few adjectives to describe McNown last week. He had been sharp before, but 3 of 18 against Arizona. Donnie Edwards' hard luck season continues. Cleared to play by the NCAA, but he re-injured his back in practice, and he is out. Coming up, picks on Notre Dame and USC. And a reminder, at the bottom of the hour, a double dose of football over on ESPN2. We show you Darnell Autry and the Wildcats against Wisconsin. Right here on ESPN, as we mentioned, it's Eddie George and the Buckeyes. Where's the blue on cue? It will take Hunt Purdue. Homecoming in Columbus is Richard Lewis, the master of ceremonies there. Picks on this game coming up.
Chemistry is the practice of magic. People think of Teflon, they think of frying pans. Teflon is not one thing. Putting Teflon on a surface will stop bugs from crawling the tree. They'll fall right off the tree. Teflon is a chain loop. This is something I've come up with for myself. You know, only DuPont makes Teflon. You can use it in satellites, on fabrics, on leather. When's the last time you heard about a leather raincoat? You can let your imagination run wild. It's not often that you get to make something new in this world.
Hey, this feels nice. Who's putting on my shirt? It's me, Johnson, fool. Is this Russell Athletic?
Sure, feel like cover stitch.
Must be that duplex fabric. Yeah, it's tough, strong, and no little fuzzballs.
By the way, anybody got the ball?
I think I got it. That's not the ball. Oh, sorry. Looking for really tough athletic wear? Get Russell Athletic. Get tough.
Can you tell which man is at home and which is in a residence inn hotel room?
Honey, can you take out the garbage?
That was a hint. Residence Inn by Marriott. The next best thing to home.
We have athletes hanging out at Sports Center all the time. The one thing they have in common, though, they all want their highlights on. They all want the publicity. They all want their name spelled right. But some of them tend to take it a little too far. No, really, Carl. I want you to have the coffee. Stand up, room. Have the coffee.
Hey, this your Rolex right here?
You can tell me, look, what's good on you got on Mike.
Cherokee, I have a watch. Cherokee, I have a watch.
Thank you, man. Come on, Mike.
I can't do this. I can't do this.
Mike, I can't.
College Game Day is brought to you by DuPont. Better things for better living.
They're getting wrapped up here. What a thank you. Wow, very well behaved today. Now, this is Put Up or Shut Up Saturday. We're talking about the unbeaten trying to prove they're for real. In the Coaches Poll, there are 7 ranked teams underdogs at home, including Notre Dame. Thursday night, just a good sign. John Sutter's little dog, Alfie, came out in the Week 8 kickoff show, and after picking correctly against USC against the points last week, randomly selected our underdog of the week. Their sausage came out.
Got this one with the West right? Want to help you open this up?
And these kind of like dogs.
Here we go. The Fighting Irish.
So Alfie the Mighty Dog was right last week. Goes with the Irish. What do you guys? It's hard to act to follow.
I know that. I hate to follow a dog, but let me tell you something. USC is number 5 in the nation. Notre Dame is 17th or 22nd, depending on what you want. But USC is only a 3.5-point favorite, which means somebody out there knows something I don't do. So I'll tell you what. I'm going against a dog. I'm going USC.
Hey, all I know is I've been here before, and I have seen that magic Notre Dame stuff. That deal in there, right? USC wins this game. If USC loses, it's an absolute choke on their behalf. No ghosts, no goblins. If USC loses, big-time choke. Is it a big-time choke?
Yes. Here's the chant they were saying at the pep rally last night. Overrated. There was a question about USC. Look at the schedule. Have they played the kind of competition to get ready for a game like
Let's think about it. USC, I would have picked Notre Dame in any other situation except the wet field gives USC an opportunity.
Great defense at USC, and they don't make mistakes offensively.
I know you're going to keep that hand on all that. You get stabbed. It is now kickoff time. We got two games for you. Over on ESPN soon. Northwestern against Wisconsin. Next on ESPN, the fourth-ranked Buckeyes against Purdue. Here's Brad, Gary, and Adrian with the game.
All right, guys, the shoe from afar as fourth-ranked Ohio State gets ready for the Boilermakers of Purdue. And it is homecoming 1995 in Columbus, Ohio. And the alumni march back in time to a 75 edition of Ohio State and a two-time Heisman winner and a trip to the Rose Bowl. Could they do that circa 95 with Eddie George and the...
Thanks a lot. And we are grateful. It is easy. There's no question about that. All right. We want to say thank you again, Muller, right?
Yes.
Right.
Sure.
Next time. All right. Now, you still have time to order, but you better do it quick. And we'll see you next time on Voting Rights. Thanks, guys.
I can do that 70-foot side in about 30 minutes, running with the paint stick. It's very, very fast. It's clean. I don't have to make all those trips up and down the ladder.
We painted our living room and hallway. We're getting ready to work on our bedroom now.
Paint the kitchen too. She did all the work. I didn't trim a lot, but she did all the work.
I saw one of these. I bought the complete kit and went in there, and I couldn't believe the time it saved. It was amazing. And I hate painting, but this was fun.
Don't let your next painting project get you down. Introducing the Home Right Painting System, featuring the innovative and easy-to-use Home Right Paint Stick. Simply attach the universal lid to any standard 1-gallon paint can. Place the paint stick on the fill tube, pull back on the handle, and you're ready to paint up to 64 square feet in just one fill. Throw away those old rollers and paint pans. The paint stick gives you perfect one-coat coverage each and every time. Attach the 3/4-inch roller and paint outdoor surfaces such as decking, concrete, and stucco quickly and easily. And thanks to the Home Right Spatter Shield, painting ceilings will always be mess-free. This entire Home Right painting system is available through this special television offer for only 3 easy payments of $19.95. But wait, you'll also receive the Quick Painter. Designed to reduce the time of cutting ink, this versatile tool glides around 2 doors and a window on a single fill. Protecting molding and trim used to be a terrible task, but you'll cut preparation time in half with Quick Mask Poly Drop Cloth. A 70-foot roll of 21-inch poly drop cloth combined with masking tape in this handy dispenser. Painting the Home Right way will save you time and money, and so will cleaning up. That's right, use this handy painter's tool to remove unused paint from the roller cover. Then attach this innovative roller cleaner to any standard faucet, and the roller cover is cleaned in seconds. Order today and you'll receive the Home Right Tips and Techniques painting video and this special wallpapering video. This complete system comes with a 30-day money-back guarantee, and the Home Right paint stick is guaranteed for life. If it ever breaks, repair or replacement is free of charge. It's the last painting system you'll ever buy. Sold separately, this package could cost over $150, but it's available today for 3 easy payments of only $19.95. Here's how to order. To order the complete Home Right painting system in 3 easy payments of $19.95, use your credit card and call the toll-free number on your screen, or send check or money order to Home Right Painting System, P.O. Box 49281, Minneapolis, Minnesota 55449. With all the demands on your time, be sure you make time for the most important people in your life, your family. They're what love is all about.
Love is made for you.
It's been said that when you feel good about what you do, you feel good about sharing it. So it's not uncommon to see Northwestern Public Service employees turning up wherever there's a job to do. They understand the dynamics of the community because they serve it daily. And whether they're wearing a hard hat or a baseball cap, the satisfaction that comes from doing their job doesn't stop at 5 o'clock. And while you might call it archery, baseball, we call it service. We're Northwestern Public Service. That's what we do. Bad news for the downstairs neighbors. Sony rack systems now come with a built-in subwoofer. For a moving experience, get the complete lowdown on Sony rack systems. Now get all the Sony you want at Video Kingdom with nothing down, nothing monthly, no interest till January 1997. It's all happening right now at Video Kingdom. Don't miss out.
You're watching the Nebraska Television Network.
Following is a presentation of ABC Sports.
National championship coaches always get it on the first take. Thank you, Tom Osborne. ABC Sports College Football and the College Football Association present a Big 8 clash between the Wildcats of Kansas State, who've come up Highway 77 to take on Nebraska. Nebraska at 6-0. Hello, everyone. I'm Mark Jones in the house. Actually, this week in the fraternity house. And welcome to the 84th homecoming game here in Nebraska. You know, it wasn't that long ago that Kansas State was everyone's homecoming weekend punching bag, but not the case anymore. In fact, over the last 4 years, nobody in the conference has played Nebraska tougher than Kansas State. For more on the football game, deep in the war room for the Cornhuskers is our Todd Blackledge. Todd, take it away.
Talking to coaches from both sides this week, it's obvious that something's got to give. You've got the #1 ranked offensive team in Nebraska going against the country's top-ranked defensive team in Kansas State. And I think it's all going to revolve around the option game. Now, what makes Nebraska so difficult to defend is that they can get in 6 completely different formations with different personnel groups and run the option from each one. You've always got to be conscious who has the quarterback, who has the pitch man. Now, that works against Kansas State defensively because they like to lock up their corners and man-to-man and pressure the line of scrimmage with blitzes from the outside. But against a team like Nebraska, you got to be careful. You can commit to the inside, and they can beat you for a touchdown on the perimeter. I think what you'll see from Kansas State, they'll be a little more choosy when to pressure this Husker offense. Mark?
3 undefeated teams in the conference. Back to John Saunders in New York.
All right, guys, thanks a lot. We'll get up to the game in just a moment. First, some scores. Ohio State has won big. Colorado is winning. Northwestern could clinch their first winning season since 1971. Highlights at halftime, and a reminder at 7 o'clock Eastern time, it's Game 1 of the World Series right here on ABC.
You know what Hitachi makes. Ready? Go. Does Hitachi make camcorders, barcode readers, hydroelectric power equipment, clown noses, power tools, TVs, MRI systems, CDs, oscilloscopes, micromotors, mass transit trains, sound depressors, PBX phone systems, catnip, semiconductors, lots of products, over 20,000. Yeah, but who's counting?
Oh, isn't that cute? What? You guys are like the 3 bears. You're Double Whopper, Whopper, Whopper Jr., Bing Bang Boom. I'm hungry, so what? Well, nothing just sort of struck me as funny.
So what are you saying? I'm like a mama bear? A Whopper value meal for any size appetite, starting at $1.99 every day at Burger King. That's getting your burger's worth.
Hey, baby bear, you gonna finish those fries? Yes. Ooh, somebody needs a nap.
You worry? You're overprotective? You're a parent. Isn't it nice to know that there's something almost effortless you can do to protect your family even more? Just ask your State Farm agent for a free family insurance checkup. It's a smart way for you to decide if your family's insurance coverage is up to date, so they'll be better protected. And maybe you'll worry a little less.
I know there really is something about being a soldier. It started the moment I got here. The word can't vanished. This was advanced training. This was the training I came in for. My folks are proud of what I've done. I'm proud of who I am. I'm a soldier.
Back in Lincoln, downstairs now to Dean Blevins. Dean?
Guys, we have a pair of terrific head coaches who personify their teams. For Kansas State, Bill Snyder, he's an organization freak. No detail too small. He's taught the club winning is an attitude.
Nebraska's Tom Osborne, the epitome of consistency. He's not flashy, but highly effective. Can't recall a top 8 team being a 24-point underdog and have a chance at an upset. And Kansas State quarterback Matt Miller must be more decisive against the pressure defense of Nebraska.
All right, team. Now, Nebraska received the opening kickoff. Clinton Childs knelt down, but did he kneel down outside or in the end zone? They're going to decide right now. And it appears as if the officials' ruling says that they'll start number 20 out of the end zone. Therefore, it will be put in play on the 20-yard line. So I think the ruling here is, where did the ball go? If his body came out, as long as the ball stayed in the end zone, boy, that's close. It looked like the ball and his left foot were clearly across that line. Almost a big mistake by Nebraska early in the ballgame. A shaky beginning for Clinton Childs and the Cornhuskers. Childs very indecisive. Tommie Frazier, the starting quarterback for Nebraska, a 6'2", 210-pound senior from Palmetto, Florida. 7 of 14 last week and a couple of touchdown passes. Tommie Frazier, one of the leading Heisman Trophy candidates. 27-3 as a starter. That's impressive. It says more about Tommie Frazier than anything. He is a winner. He's been a winner since the very first day he stepped on campus here at Lincoln. All right, let's get this thing started. First down and 10 from the 20-yard line. Backside of the eye. Handed off to the freshman, Amon Green, who gets about 2 yards with the second down and 8 tackled by Deshaun Vogel of Kansas State, number 8. Look at the chilly starting lineups. Back to the receivers, Amon Green getting that carry time. When you talk to the coaches at Nebraska about Amon Green, they say he's a very good player now, but is going to be a great player. He does great things as a freshman. Tremendous lower body strength, has the ability to break tackles. That's something you want to watch with Green today. Green out of Omaha, Nebraska, has exceptional speed. Backside of the eye on second down and 8. Here's Green again, over the right 5. Hang tackle at the 24-yard line. That Kansas State Wildcat defense really psyched up. Joe Gordon leading the charge out of the secondary. Let's take a look at the offensive line now for Nebraska. Dishman, Taylor, Graham, Ott, and Anderson up front. Aaron Graham is the returning starter from that offensive line that was so good a year ago. One of the team captains, a real great leader for the Cornhuskers. That offensive line, Todd, very much a surprise in how they've performed this year. A pleasant surprise. Tom Osborne said they played better than he could have ever dreamed of. They're playing as well as the great line last season. Third down and 6 for Nebraska. 2 tight ends set, 2 wideouts to the top of your screen. That's for the option here. That's what they do. Frazier on the pitch to Green. Green appears to be about a yard short of the first down. Back to New York. And John Saunders with his Buckeye update. John?
Mark, as you know, Colorado and Nebraska will hook up later this year in a huge matchup. But Colorado's struggling today against Iowa State. Troy Davis, the nation's leading rusher, 27 yards for his second touchdown in the game. He has 115 yards on the day. It's just a 5-point Colorado lead, Mark.
All right, obviously that wasn't Ohio State. It was Iowa State. Closer game than expected right there. Fish punting now for Nebraska. Mitch running, standing on his own 30-yard line. Kansas State, they come after it, but almost get there. Running Collins for the fair catch on the run at the 42-yard line. So Kansas State beginning this game with very good field position. Starting quarterback for Kansas State is Matt Miller. He's a 6'1", 205-pound senior transfer from Texas A&M and redshirted and, of course, sitting out and watching for Chad May for most of last season. A little bit different than Chad May. He's a shorter quarterback, but he has the ability to run and scramble. May was pretty much purely a pocket passer. May gives him a little bit more of a dimension as a runner. Backside of the offside eye on first down and 10. On the option to the short side of the field, this is Mike Lawrence, and he's tackled at the 43-yard line. Got about 2 yards on the play. He's second down. And hey, look at the chilly starting lineup. The backs and receivers for the Wildcats. Lawrence, number 20, getting the start. Lockett demands watch. A dangerous wide receiver. Kevin Lockett, the leader on the team with 7 touchdown passes. When K-State needs a big play, Lockett is the guy they look to. A good, talented group of receivers for the Wildcats. Second down and 8. They're going to really have to communicate well, use some hand signals, because this stadium is going to get louder and louder as they see K-State trying to autograph the line. Miller under pressure, brought down to the 40-yard line. A sack from Brent Wicks from number 98 out of Webb City, Missouri. A loss of 3 yards on the play. I think Wistrom likes playing against Kansas State. He had 2 of the team's 6 sacks last year when they played the Wildcats. It's going to come from the bottom of your screen. Just did a nice job getting around the left tackle, Chris Holtman. And you can't hold the ball very long against this defense. They really get upfield quickly. They rush the passer. And you've got to make quick decisions and get rid of the football. Sets up a 3rd down and 12 now. And that last sack got a huge rise on the sellout crowd here at Memorial Stadium. Single back set. Quarterback draws the way they like to use. But this time it doesn't work. There's a flag down, though, at the 40-yard line. Brent Wistrom making his 2nd tackle of the afternoon.
Good ball. Delay a game on the offense. 5 yards. Repeat 3rd down.
Take a look at the offensive line for the Wildcats. Going to be under heavy pressure from that black shirt defensive front today. Kendall Jaycock, the left guard. He's probably the most athletic of the guys up there. 6'2", 295-pound sophomore out of Dallas, Texas. They're going to count on him a lot, running to that left side. 3rd down and 1. 3rd down and 17. The Wildcats opening drive their ball game. Miller has time in his receiver. Tyson Schweiger falls down at the 47-yard line, hence the incompletion. So it's running time for the Wildcats. Schweiger and Miller are both looking for a flag. He looks like he got held up a little bit on the crossing route. I don't think he would have gotten the 1st down. However, there was good protection here. Watch Schweiger. He's the middle receiver. He's going to run a little crossing route, a little in route. He gets pushed right there, and they could have made a call that time. He was the intended receiver. The ball was on the money.
Touchdown for Huskers. There's a flag on the play. Well, I want you to watch the clock on Joe Court, number 1. Take a look at number 1 as he comes in position to make the play. He's going to get clocked right here. The helmet comes off. It was the key block on the play, then a missed tackle by the free safety Mario Smith. And credit Mike Fullman for knowing where the sideline was, staying in bounds. He was patient on that return, and he picked up 2 great blocks on the sideline.
Fullman taking it 79 yards. And the officials discussing what that flag was about. It may have been unsportsmanlike
conduct will be administered on the kickoff.
There was that high stepping that started about the 15-yard line. The call from Tom Allers, our official from Des Moines, Iowa today. And we'd like to apologize to our audience out there for being on our backup audio system, which is being fixed and is okay right now. Chris Brown in for the extra point. And Nebraska striking early. They lead 7-0. We'll be right back.
It's just not Chili's till you light up the grill. And that means steaks, like our new Solano strip steak and new steak pico, smothered with onions, bell peppers, and 2 kinds of cheese. I round up the gang and put them on down to Chili's. Chili's grills like no place else.
This is a document in the digital office.
where you capture ideas and share them effortlessly. Whether they're on paper or on your screen, this is the space where Xerox works, giving you a simple way to do good work.
You're cruising at 13,000 feet. Winds are moderate, skies clear, perfect day to jump. It's blue sky skydiving outside Seattle, where you can see the world at 160 miles an hour. So if you're crazy enough to try it, make sure you're smart enough to bring your pizza card, because at Blue Skies, American Express just won't fly.
By the way, they do insist you pay first.
Visa, it's everywhere you want to be.
Baseball's Fall Classic gets underway. The Cleveland Indians battle the hard-hitting Atlanta Braves. It's Game 1 of the World Series tonight on ABC. Joe Gordon better call home because he just got his bell rung, Todd.
Well, there's Joe Gordon right in the middle of the screen, number 1. He's watching the returner the whole way. He has no idea this block is coming. He's in the screen, then he's out of the screen. And part of the problem for K-State there was they had 4 coverage guys all bunched up in the same area. And once that one block was made, he had a good broom on the sideline to take it to the end zone.
The officials tacking on that unsportsmanlike conduct penalty, hence Nebraska kicking off from its own 20-yard line. That was Nebraska's first punt return for a touchdown since October 8th, 1988. Ground at the kick. This is Jimmy G. Jimmy G wants to get some. He returns it back to the 49 to the Cornhusker. Downstairs, 1-8-11.
Guys, who says blocking's not fun? The blow that Rucker just struck a moment ago not only had this crowd a buzz like I've never heard a crowd on a block, but when Rucker saw it with his teammates on the instant replay big screens, they just mauled the guy. So it paid off.
A team effort. This crowd's still a buzz.
Great field position again for K-State. Now, this has been something Nebraska has really pinned their opponents back for most of the season.
Miller finds his back in the flat. That's Lawrence, who takes it down to the 45-yard line. Let's take a look at the black shirts for Nebraska. Up front, Tommie, the Peter brothers, and Brett Winstrow. And a talented set of linebackers as well.
Terrell Farley getting the start for Nebraska today. Ryan Terwilliger has been the starter, but Farley a little better against the pass. He's got 2 interceptions, and he's returned for touchdown. A guy who's been making big plays for this Husker defense.
JC transfer out of Columbus, Georgia. Second down and 6. The handoff up the middle. Lots of real estate ahead. And still on his feet is Mike Lawrence running authoritatively, running for 16 yards and a first down. The Wildcats. Mike Minter, the strong safety, and Farley in on the tackle for Nebraska. First down and 10 for the 29-yard line. Look at the DBs for Nebraska. Tyrone Williams out of Palmetto, Florida. One of the key corners for them back there. Williams playing against his good friend, I might add, Kevin Lockett in this game. Two tight ends and a single back set. That's Lockett in motion to the top of your screen. Miller on the rollout, and it's dropped by Lockett, and he paid the price to lose. John, let's take a look at some of our game stories today.
For K-State, first of all, they've got to protect the quarterback. Matt Miller, he's got a pretty good arm, but they've got to give him some time. You're also going to see him use him in the bootlegs and spring him out a little bit more. And on defense, they must stop the big plays. 15 yards or more, Nebraska is an explosive offense. You don't stop them completely, but you try to stop those big plays.
Second down and 10. Over the 29-yard line. Gregson and Kelly in the backfield. Miller keeps it himself. Gain about 1 yard now to the 28-yard line. It'll be third down and 9 to go. Miller with very good mobility. Decision-making the key for him, Todd.
Big difference between the way Matt Miller runs the option and the way Tommie Frazier, though. Tommie Frazier has the 4.6 speed. He likes to get all the way to the perimeter of the defense. When you watch Matt Miller run the option, he has more of a tendency to try to look for a crease back to the inside. Let the defense pursue quickly to the outside. He likes to cut it back in. That time, good backside help by the Nebraska defense.
Third down and 9. Black shirts with a sack on K-State's first possession. And Miller doesn't like what he sees, steps back and calls a timeout, wants to talk it over with his coach. Couple of undefeated teams in Big East, Big 8 conference play. 2-0. Nebraska leading 7-0 in the return.
Every day, we all find a way. Upon this day, upon this cat, getting it out there.
America's most complete source of auto parts, a national warranty program, and customer service only Napa can give. No wonder more people trust Napa to keep their vehicles running.
We keep America running. We keep America running. It's pretty obvious. We have to move.
So how do we find out how much our house is worth?
The rock is the answer.
We think we have enough for a down payment. Now we need an agent to show us what we can afford.
The rock is the answer.
We've been talking about this transfer for 6 months.
Now they want me yesterday.
So where do we find someone who knows how to get this house sold fast?
The rock is the answer. The Prudential Real Estate Affiliates.
Come on along, head for the mountains of Bush. Here, head for the mountains, it's cold and it's smooth. Let's wait for you. Come on, head for the mountains of Bush. Here.
At Sharp, we have a full line of copiers that suit the needs of your business, no matter how big your business becomes. Sharp, go for your free interactive kit of copier solutions.
CFA College Football and ABC Sports brought to you by Chili's Grill and Bar, where steak lovers go for great grilled steaks. The document company Xerox, a simpler way to do good work. Visa, it's everywhere you want to be. And Napa Auto Parts, we keep America running. Look at one of the many interesting structures being built on Fraternity Road during homecoming week. It's third down, 9 to go for Kansas State. Out of the shotgun, Miller. Nebraska's coming with a blitz. And it's complete for the first down. To Kevin Luther. That is why, folks, he's one of the best receivers ever to play for Kansas State. An 11-yard pickup and a first down.
Great read by Matt Miller, finding the single coverage and super concentration on the outside. Here's Lockett out here. He's going to go one-on-one, get past the first down marker, and make the great catch on the sideline. Miller's going to read the coverage. He sees he's got one-on-one with his best receiver. A nice throw to the sideline, and Lockett with the hands right at the sideline. Nice throw and catch. Miller to Lockett.
It sure was. Miller and Lockett now checking out of the game. Schleimer in motion. The toss to the wide side of the field. Lawrence stopped up at the 18-yard line by Grant Winstrom. We've said Winstrom's name 3 times already on tackles this afternoon. Webb City, Missouri. Not exceptionally big at just 240 pounds, but they're emphasizing speed now in Nebraska defensively.
Yeah, they're big on the inside and they're fast everywhere else. You take a look at the Wildcats inside the 20. Pretty good percentage, 82% they scored. 23 touchdowns. They really need touchdowns against Nebraska in this ballgame. They can't settle for 3.
It is second down and 12. Lawrence and Kelly, they go to the option. Lawrence brought down at the 18-yard line. Buries again. Grant Winstrom with his 4th tackle of the afternoon. You might want to keep an eye on that young man.
When they look at their opponents, they've been in the red zone only 9 times, but they scored 8 of them, 7 touchdowns. You got to remember, a lot of those games, blowout type situations, when their first team defense off the field. I think their first team defense, the black shirts for Nebraska, have been very stingy when the ball gets in their own territory. Grant Winstrom is off to a great game. He chased that play down from the backside. He's a guy that plays with a lot of intensity. Right now, he's going to take control of things up front.
3 receivers set into the end zone. Open touchdown, Kansas State Wildcats. Kevin Lockett with an 18-yard strike. Matt Miller put that one right on the money.
Nebraska came with the blitz. Again, Matt Miller read the single coverage, and you can't throw it any better. Out over the outside shoulder, away from the inside defender, Michael Booker. A perfect
communication between themselves and with their quarterback, Matt Miller. Extremely talented group, and there you saw some of their skills. Our team, Grammatica, in for the extra point, and he misses it. So the Wildcats failed to tie with the extra point. Grammatica from Buenos Aires, Argentina, added strength this year to his leg, but that time lacking accuracy. I was watching him before the game down the field. He was struggling a little bit on the field goal attempts. He was a little bit shaky, going from side to side. Take a look at Kevin Lockett now. It's bump and run coverage. All he has to do first is make a good move to get by Booker. The ball's in the air before he's open. That's good work by the quarterback. And again, you see the throw out over the outside shoulder. Defender has no chance in the situation. Here it is again, man-to-man coverage, one-on-one. The quarterback reads it, the wide receiver reads it, and when you're going against bump and run coverage, you just have to escape. You have to make a move to escape from the line of scrimmage. That time was done perfectly by Lockett.
So I don't think that ball could have been thrown any better than Matt Miller threw it. Osborne watching. You know, the sign of a good team many times is the ability to answer a score. Kansas State coming back and answering that punt return touchdown by Nebraska.
Even more impressive on the road as well.
Keith Clemens, what's up downstairs?
Well, I think one of the things you'll see Kansas State doing today is that three-step drop on that fade route because they feel that will give Miller enough time to get it deep and Lockett can make the plays. One other note, guys, Lockett was not recruited for upper scholarships by Oklahoma or Oklahoma State. He's from Tulsa. He was a skinny 135-pounder coming out of high school.
That's what happens when you change their bed in the weight room. Be the meat and potatoes, Steve. Clinton Childs with a return out to the 26-yard line. Some interesting things to watch from a Nebraska perspective, Todd.
Well, first of all, they can't have any careless turnovers. When you run the option, there's an inherent risk of the ball being on the ground, but you can't have careless turnovers in your own territory, and they must be alert for the quarterback, Matt Miller, scrambling. He's done that against every team this year. So far, they've contained him pretty well in the pocket.
All right, Nebraska with its H formation. Two tights and two wideouts. They hand it off. For no gain on the play. Amon Green stopped up right near the line of scrimmage by Fox and Travis, his brother.
This Kansas State team can really play defense smart. They're an aggressive defensive unit. They like to get in an 8-man look and have 8 men around the football because they have tremendous confidence in their two corners, Joe Gordon and Chris Canty, that they can lock up and play man-to-man. So they get a lot of pressure around the line of scrimmage. They don't pressure Nebraska as much as some teams because of the threat of the option. They can take themselves right out of a play if they get too careless.
Frazier throwing it complete. First down at the 37-yard line. Back to New York with John Saunders with his Big 8 update. John?
Well, Mark, and there's bad weather in the area, so this is the reason for the bad video here, but we still have to show you Troy Davis, 45 yards for his third touchdown of the day. 2-point conversion is no good. He has 188 yards. But Colorado right now on the 1-yard line. We'll keep you up to date. They trail by 1. Mark.
Colorado looked so good, Mark, early in the year, but Kansas obviously exposed some weaknesses in their run defense, and Iowa State taking advantage of it today.
Yeah, you wonder if they're suffering from a Jayhawk hangover at this point. 6:05 remaining in the first quarter. Tommie Frazier on 1st and 10. Incomplete intended to Reggie Ball at the 43-yard line. It was 2nd down and 10. Let's take a look at that. Kansas State Wildcat defense, the leading defense in the country. 8 starters returning from a year ago. Look at the front 7. Gaskins, a special type of athlete.
It really is. I mean, he's a very aggressive linebacker. He was a 7'5" high jumper for the track team. I mean, he's got great explosiveness, makes a lot of big plays for the Wildcats.
That's Purcell Gaskins, number 9. Keep an eye on him throughout the course of the day. Akavika, the fullback, Ray the icon. Akavika takes it out to the 40-yard line, gains about 2 on the play, tackled by Gaskins. Nebraska likes to keep you honest by using that fullback once in a while.
Yeah, you've got to respect the fullback. They'll run the fullback trap a couple times every game, and that sets up their option because then they can fake to the fullback and bring it out to the outside. Now, 3rd down and 9, 3rd and 8, I expect to see the option.
Not often that you see Nebraska in 3rd and long situations.
Well, they average 7.9 9 yards of play, so very seldom are they in long yardage situations. Frazier now, audibly at the line. The option to the wide side. Frazier stays on his feet. Tommie Frazier got the first down on temporary. A 10-yard pickup, and they moved the chains. That's all Tommie Frazier, Mark, because Kansas State was in position defensively to make the play. They anticipated the option. They knew it was coming, but you've got to put Tommie Frazier on the ground. You can see that even though he's only 6'2", but he weighs 210 pounds. Now watch. You've got a guy on the pitch, and here's the man right there, Steve Hanks. He's responsible for the quarterback. He came up and made a good tackle, but he didn't wrap him up. Frazier was able to take him for the first down. And we have a penalty against the Huskers, which will take the ball back 15 yards, much to the chagrin of Tom Osborne. When you play against the option defensively, you've got to be very disciplined. It forces you to stay in your disciplined position. That time, Mario Smith, number 4, he had the pitch man. You say, well, why didn't he tackle the quarterback? His job was not to take the quarterback. His job was to take the pitch man. The guy who was responsible for the quarterback was Steve Hanks, who was in there as the nickelback. He was in position to stop Frazier short of the first down, but didn't make the sure tackle. All right, Mont Green, the long back. 2 tights and 2 wides for the Cornhuskers. They drop back off the line. Frazier going up top. And it's incomplete, intended for Reggie Ball. Stride to stride was Joe Gordon, one of the best corners in the conference on the coverage. And that is why Kansas State can afford to play aggressively around the line of scrimmage. Watch how they can put pressure on Frazier as he goes to play action, because they know Joe Gordon, we can let him alone. We think he'll run stride for stride. They get good pressure on the quarterback because they don't have to help their corners. Here's the corner. He looks in, he says, okay, it's play action. I'm not going to worry about the run. I'm only going to cover the pass. You can't play defensive back any better than that. A couple of small guys, Gordon at 5'9", Ball at 5'7". That's all on talent. 2nd and 10. Frazier stuffed at the 28-yard line. This Kansas State team playing like they really have something to prove. We're in on a tackle. They run to the football extremely well. They're not a real big defense, but they're aggressive. They have good speed. They get to the football. Take a look now at the bottom of your screen as the option comes right at us. Nice job by Byron, just kind of holding his ground, and then he gets in on the tackle, and the rest of the white shirts get there to make the stop. That's a great play by Niall Wyron, just holding his ground on the end of the defense. So now again, we see another 3rd and long situation for Nebraska.
Take a look at that number right there. Kansas State, one of the best in the country, only 11% teams have converted against them.
Out of the shotgun, Frazier. He'll set up the screen, and Mont Green has got some room. You got to keep walking, got the first down. Brendan Holbein, number 5, was in the neighborhood. May have sprung him loose after the 19-yard pickup by Mont Green. Mario Smith taking the tackle for K-State.
Take a look, they're going to run the screen. There's Green, they're going to run the screen out this way. Tommie Frazier's just going to allow everybody to kind of come to him. Let the screen set up. There's a great block right there. They got Mario Smith, the free safety, down on the ground. And that was just all that Amon Smith needed. One block out on the outside. He was able to pick up the first down.
So we saw number 5, Brendan Holbein as well. That's one of the skills that you pointed out in these Nebraska receivers. They can downfield block well.
When you run the ball as much as Nebraska does, and they don't throw it that often, wide receivers have to block.
Run the option again. Oh, they're ready to find you. Not over midfield into Kansas State territory. Gain of 1 yard. Tomorrow at ABC is a brand new hour of America's Funniest Home Videos. All fine, all new hosts and Clark Penn. Alyssa Milano and Connie Seliger star in the world premiere of The Surrogate. The ABC Sunday night movie all here tomorrow night on ABC. A 2nd down and 8. Green and Makovica out of the eye. Reggie Ball split wide to the bottom of your screen. Option to Green, who got a good punt. And another good punt by Ball. Amon Green with a first down at the 16-yard line of Kansas State. A 33-yard pickup and 10-yard match with the number 7 Reggie Ball downfield for a lot. through number 22. Here he is on your screen. He's going to get the block on number 1, Joe Gordon. Joe Gordon was responsible for the pitch man, and that's all Lon Green needed. You can see the receivers and the backs blocking downfield. It's a trademark of this Nebraska offense. That's why a run that maybe is an 8 or a 10-yard run turns into a 15, 20, 25-yard run because of good downfield blocking.
And they have the ball as a result at the 16-yard line with 2:36 to play in the first quarter. The difference in the game is a missed extra point by Martin Gramatica, the third missed extra point of the year for the Wildcats. And we have a timeout down in the field called by Nebraska and head coach Tom Osborne, who is voicing some sort of disapproval to the officials. A very demonstrative Tom Osborne, something you don't see very often from the stone-faced coach.
A lot of intensity, though. You know, he doesn't show very much, but he's a very intense football coach, a very strong disciplinarian. This program is very consistent. There's a lot of continuity within the program. I mean, they're impressive to watch on the practice field. There's not one wasted moment out on the practice field under Tom Osborne. They get a lot done. Probably they get as much done as anybody I've ever seen doing college football on a Thursday afternoon practice. They've got everybody moving, everybody working at the same time, and Tom Osborne runs a quality program here.
And a very energetic coach. Saw him working on the treadmill a couple days ago, jogs 5 miles a day, works out on the weights. Applying a little bit of tape to Tommie Frazier's arm. Frazier last year did not play this game. If you all remember, he was suffering from that blood clotting problem. And the third string quarterback, Matt Sherman, ended up starting in this game. A 17-6 victory for Nebraska.
I don't think this is going to be a charge timeout because I think Tommie Frazier may have had something that was bleeding that they needed to cover up, so they weren't going to charge the timeout to Nebraska. You take a look at the current drive of Nebraska, 10 plays, 59 yards. I mean, you can't stop this offense. They're the number 1 offense in the country. They average well over 600 yards a game. You just hope that you can limit their big plays. But Tommie Frazier, as you mentioned, Mark, he's the difference with this offense. When K-State played Nebraska last year, they were going against Matt Turpin. They took all the options out of the offense. They ran 21 ISO plays, and they just gave it to the tailback. They limited their offense about 50%, and K-State was able to keep them to 17 points. Against Tommie Frazier, it's a whole different ballgame because now you've got to be prepared to play the whole gamut of this offense.
One of the best option quarterbacks ever to play in the school, staying alive. 2:36 to play in the first period, 7-6 Nebraska. Next Saturday, Greg Norman and PGA's top money winners tee off with their richest event, the Tour Championship. At 3:30 Eastern on ABC's College Football, most of you will see a Big 8 matchup. While other areas will enjoy other regional action. Check your local listings for the game in your area. And call your cable operator for games available on pay-per-view next Saturday, 5 p.m. on ABC. Still waiting for the ball to be snapped. Let's go back to John Saunders. John?
Mark, we have some major news. Florida State trailed 3-0. First time they trailed all year long. Not for long, the Ward done 8 yards out. Takes it in. They lead now 7-3. Mark.
Back to the action, and that's the fullback. Jeff Makovicka pounding his way down to the 8-yard line. And Pickup about 6 on the play. Chuck Marlowe in on the tackle from the strong safety position. Marlowe was 6'1" long, 190-pound senior. The census All Big 8 pick this year, and All Big 8 last year.
We mentioned this is a long drive, the 11th play. Take a look at this graphic. 49 scoring drives, 2 minutes and 1 second, the average time. 25 of those drives have only lasted 5 plays or less. So this is a real long drive for the Nebraska offense.
This is Clinton Giles. Giles stuffed up nicely. Good pursuit by Kansas State. The tackle made at the 9-yard line. It'll be 3rd down. About 4 to go. David Damon, a redshirt freshman, making the tackle. 3rd down and 2. Clinton Giles with his first tackle. 1:26 to play in the first quarter.
She's going to have to be a little bit option out of this Betzel in motion. Tommie Frazier trying to make something out of nothing. Frazier lowers his hat and makes it down to the 4-yard line. He got the first down. Tommie Frazier did that on strength. He did it on strength and he did it on instinct, Mark, because that was an option to the left all the way. And Frazier just made the decision. It wasn't open. He didn't think he could get the first down that way. Reversed his field and did the rest on his own. Instinct told him to change direction. Strength got him the first down. Something you can't teach Tommie Frazier. That innate ability to just improvise. He is the difference in this offense. Not to take anything away from Brooke Berringer or Matt Turner, but Tommie Frazier just offers you something running the football that nobody else can in this Husker offense. And Frazier offers you poise and smarts and steps back and calls a timeout. A long and arduous drive, looking to be capped. Not a Husker. We'll be right back.
They created their microprocessor in 1971, and the faster their chips have performed, the faster their company has grown. Today, the Intel design is the brains behind 2/3 of the world's PCs. By the 21st century, Intel expects their chip to execute 2 billion instructions in 1 second. Where do you find such fast-thinking companies? Actually, there's a list of them printed every day. NASDAQ, the stock market for the next 100 years.
They're still back there.
Don't worry, love. You're riding in the world's first sport utility wagon.
I am.
That's right. This here's the all-wheel drive Subaru Outback.
That's great.
The car has got more cargo space than a passport. The ground clearance of an Explorer.
Yeah.
Well, did I mention it gets much better gas mileage than a Jeep Cherokee.
Outback, you say?
Subaru Outback. World's first sport utility wagon.
No trendy health club. No $60 shorts. No excuses. Speed Stick's no-nonsense formula gives you 110% protection. Like you, it never quits.
You're my agent. You have to do something about this. My face is on the cup with the duck. Well, I'm allergic to ducks.
Now McDonald's is offering any place milk cup when you supersize any extra value for just 39 cents more.
I got on a McDonald's cup of Marinos. I'm allergic to dolphins.
Taught Nebraska with the ball for over 6.5 minutes on this drive. We mentioned their average scoring drive to date had been 2 minutes and 1 second. An impressive drive by the Cornhuskers, but credit also to the Kansas State defense making them earn it. And when I talked to the two, they have co-defensive coordinators at Kansas State, Jim Levitt and Bob Stoops. They said, we've got to make them snap and execute. We can't give them the easy touchdown. We've got to make them execute down the field. And so far, Nebraska responding very well to that. Probably wouldn't find many stretches where the Wildcat defense has been on the field for this long either this year. First and goal. CC Clinton Giles lowering his hat and taking it down to the 2-yard line. They made it 2.5. 35 seconds to play in the first period. Clinton Giles is a good back for Nebraska down in this part of the field because he's a fullback with tailback speed and ability. He's the biggest of the backs. 6 foot, 215-pound senior out of Omaha. He's the guy that he's worked at both fullback and tailback, but with the absence of Lawrence Phillips, has worked almost exclusively now at tailback. He's got the strength to really play well in your goal line short yardage offense. That strength and a body by Jake. We were just that in practice. Goal line set. Giles. Fumble. Nebraska recovers for a touchdown. John Bedrell says, thank you very much. Look what I found. So the Cornhuskers come back and add to the score of Kansas State. Now look, a great defensive play by Kansas State as they go with the power ISO. They're going to make a nice stick. You can see the ball was never clearly handled. The ball bouncing into the end zone, and Kansas State had a good shot at it. And then John Bedrell found the football and made the touchdown. Brown with the extra points. And the Nebraska Cornhuskers take a 14-6 lead. The drive using up 7:21 of the clock, which is the longest scoring drive of the season for Nebraska. Nebraska got really lucky there, Mark. I don't think that they ever clearly made the exchange between Tommie Frazier and Clinton Giles. It was kind of a stretch play where the quarterback has to reach out to the tailback who's running away from him. And they're very fortunate that that ball bounced their next game. The 206th consecutive sellout crowd here at Memorial Stadium. Bears leads right now with 13 leads, 14-6, with 2 seconds left in the first quarter. This game has been highly anticipated and hotly debated for the last couple of weeks. Kansas State coming in here with something to prove, almost a bit of a chip on their collective shoulders. But so far, showing very well, although they trail 14-6. Standing on the goal line, getting set to return this kickoff. One area of the game that you can't account for all the time to kick the game. One touchdown that Nebraska has on the board, not from their offense, but from their punt return team. And Chris Brown sends this one 8 yards deep in the end zone. The freshman from Southwest Texas doing a great job this year for Nebraska. And the Wildcats will start their offense on the 20-yard line. They were able to answer the score last time. See if they can do it again as Matt Miller comes onto the field. But look at the sea of red and white. Well over 77,000 in attendance today. Matt Miller is a great competitor. Comes from a football background. His dad, Les Miller, is the former player personnel director for the Kansas City Chiefs. Now works for the World League of American Football. He's grown up around the game. He's got great game instincts. When he throws it up top, his receiver may have broken off the pattern, stopped at the 26-yard line. Evan Lockett drops the ball, sail over his head, and out of bounds. 15 minutes, right for books. It's a Big 8 contest. It's 14-6 for Nebraska. We'll be right back.
Here we are, Worlds. Do it yourself. Finals. Larry Snyder's up in the routing. Also, this man's making a name for himself today. Very smooth. But can Larry and his trusty Ryobi tools handle the 4x4? He takes it deep. Out of here. This kid's coming in unranked. But he's hit all the tools. The power. The touch. Oh, he's in the zone now! Oh, isn't that cute? What? You guys are like the three bears. You're double whopper, whopper, whopper junior, bing, bang, boom. I'm hungry, so what? Nothing just sort of struck me as funny. So what are you saying? I'm like the mama bear?
A Whopper value meal for any size appetite, starting at $1.99 every day at Burger King. That's getting your burger's worth.
Hey, baby bear, you gonna finish those fries? Yes. Ooh, somebody needs a nap.
Mike Klein's been my state farm agent for 9 years, and he's been a coach in the community for 3. He's as dedicated to those kids as he is to his policyholders. The most important thing that I can do right now in my life is to protect my family in the future. The way he handles my life insurance shows it's important to him too. My other friends who have State Farm life insurance say the same thing about their agents. You know, I think there is something to this good neighbor business.
Making ideas a reality. It's how you ended up with your own business in the first place. And it's why Hewlett-Packard has introduced the fast, reliable, affordable HP LaserJet 5L and the colorful HP DeskJet 850 series with a real-life imaging system. Dependable, professional Hewlett-Packard printers. Printers that work almost as hard as you do. HP printers. Just what you had in mind.
Back in Lincoln, Nebraska, from the beginning of the second quarter, I'm Mark Jones, along with Todd Blackledge, and Dean Blevins down on the sidelines. It's 14-6 as we begin the next 15 minutes of play. Matt Miller is 3 of 6 for 34 yards so far. It is second down and 10 off the 20-yard line, Kansas State. Miller audibly at the line. Three-step drop that takes himself on the quarterback club. Gain about 2.5 yards after 22. And look at the first quarter statistics. Really nice job in the first half. The one that stands out, I guess, is plays right here. Nebraska, 18 plays to 12 plays. Part of that, they converted 3 third-down situations against this spotted K-State defense. They'd only given up 11% conversions in their first 6 games. So Nebraska in that first quarter, 3 conversions on that long scoring drive. Nebraska almost doubling the offensive output of Kansas State. 3 wide receiver set. Schleimer is in the slot. Flags down at the line. This is a problem that they're going to have for the rest of the ball game because the fans now have seen that Matt Miller likes to come up to the line of scrimmage. He likes to try to audible and check. And with the offensive linemen and the guys on the end of the line, they're going to have to rely on watching the football more than listening to the sound of their quarterback's voice. Ball start on the offense. 5 yards. Repeat third down. Ball start. Repeat the delay of game. Todd, you've been in that situation before. You say the linemen have to watch the ball. How much does that get your offense out of sync, if at all? Well, it hurts you because it gives the defense an extra second of a jump when they're rushing the passer. When you're going on sound, you have the advantage as an offensive lineman because you know what the count is, and they don't. When you're going with watching the ball, you're going at the same time as the defense. That gives the defense the advantage. Third down at 12. Mike Lawrence, receiver back. Little wide action. Miller got 3. And the pass is incomplete. Nobody even near it either. Miller taking himself up off the rub. And he get double teamed and whacked by Thomas and Terrell Farley. Here's another look. Well, they're going to try to get it back to the tailback, Mike Lawrence. They're going to fake it to him and bring it on the bootleg and hoping that the Nebraska defense would leave him alone on the backside. When Miller turned to look for Lawrence, there was 2 defenders out there. He threw the football away. Good decision by Matt Miller. Mike Fullman is going to try and return this punt from James Garcia. Garcia's first punt was 44 yards one way, but came back the other way for a touchdown. And here's Fullman again at the 38-yard line. This time he falls down at the 39. A 44-yard punt again by Garcia. This time, though, just a 1-yard return. We'll be right back.
Stood there boldly, sweating in the sun. Felt like a man, felt like number 1. The height of summer, I never felt that strong. Like a rock, like a rock. I was strong as I could be, like a rock. Nothing ever got to me. Introducing the most powerful line of engines ever in a Chevy truck, the Vortec. Like a rock. Chevy, the most dependable longest-lasting trucks on the road.
You know what Hitachi makes. Ready? Go. Does Hitachi make camcorders, barcode readers, hydroelectric power equipment, clown noses, power tools, TVs, MRI systems, VDs, oscilloscopes, micromotors, mass transit trains, depressors, PBX phone systems, catnip, semiconductors, lots of products, over 20,000. Yeah, but who's counting?
Buffalo has shuffled off into the thick of the division race. New England needs a win to stay in the chase. They meet on ABC's Monday Night Football. Nebraska, Todd, with one of its better field position situations of the afternoon, starting on the 39 with 13:40 to play in the first half. Tommie Frazier is 204 passing for 31 yards, and he hands it off to Lon Green. Lon Green most of the first down at the 50s. Downstairs, Steve.
Guys, it's an absolutely splendid day here in Lincoln, and normally in the Big 8 Conference, wind is a factor. I haven't seen statistics on it, probably don't keep them, but I would guess that when wind is a factor, 75% of the scoring is with the team with the wind. Today, you can see the flags blowing a little bit up top, and down here it's absolutely perfect and not a factor.
And Gene, the wind didn't seem to bother your Oklahoma team as much when they played here. And I heard from the fans giving it to you down there earlier.
Well, the laterals really weren't much of a factor in the wind.
Petrol in motion. Little counterplay. Here's Amon Green. Green met and hard at the 48-yard line. Chris Canty, number 2, came in to make the stop along with Byron. Chris Canty leads the conference in interceptions with 4 this year. Last year, 94, was the defensive newcomer of the year in the Big 8.
We talk about Nebraska having such an explosive offense. Take a look at this. They've averaged, coming into the game, 7.9 yards a play. They've had 128 plays in the season that have gained more than 10 yards. They've already had a couple to add to that list today. It's an explosive offense, and it all revolves around number 15.
They're averaging about 6 today. On Green stopped up again. Right near the line of scrimmage, Tim Colston, the All-American, All-Big 8 last year, making the tackle. Colston, 6'1", 275-pound senior from Tampa, Florida. Interesting story in that as a child he had to wear leg braces, and nobody thought that he'd be able to play much football. He's turned into a great player. They're down at 7.
Luckily, direct snap to the tailback here.
It comes to Frazier, and he's going to take off. Tommie Frazier can get it done on his own. Out to the 32-yard line, a 16-yard pickup. That first down, Gordon, then Hanks taking the tackle for Kansas State. One of the penalties that you pay for playing a lot of man-to-man defense is that somebody has to be responsible for the quarterback. Everybody's turning and running and covering. You get out of your rush lanes a little bit, and Tommie Frazier makes you pay for it. I mean, he's just like having a tailback back there taking that shotgun snap. If he doesn't see something he likes right away to throw, he's actually more of a threat as a runner. 4 rushes today inside for 23 yards for Tommie Frazier. On the outside. Oh, had he been able to keep his balance, he may have gone on to score. A 12-yard pickup, and Luther sticks again. It's another Ford Husker first down. Ford and Barlow making the tackle.
Tommie Frazier puts so much pressure on the edge of your defense because of his quickness, his speed, his ability to get to the corner, and then as we've seen today, his strength, his ability to break arm tackles and gain 5 or 6 extra yards. He just puts tremendous pressure and stress on the perimeter of your defense.
Goes to tie his shoe. Backside of the eye. Schuster and Green. Schuster, the fullback, down to the 9-yard line. Tackled by Travis Lotz.
Nice block in there by the left guard, Aaron Taylor, number 67, 6'1", 305-pound sophomore out of Wichita Falls, Texas. He's leading the block on that little trap play on the inside of the fullback. You keep running Frazier to the outside, you get him thinking perimeter, and then you stick it to the fullback on the inside. Good mixture of play calling in the run game for Nebraska.
Yeah, 3 really talented fullbacks in that position, too. A couple of McNamara brothers and Brian Schuster.
No confusion right now by K-State's defense, or they're out of position.
Nebraska lining up with 2 tights. Frazier with a slot. Frazier on the outside. This is the Green, and that time they played it nicely. Canty coming up to give a little run support on the block.
Yeah, great play by Chris Canty because he was being blocked. I mean, there was a guy out there, a receiver, that was responsible for blocking him. I think it was Brendan Holtmeyer. And Canty got off the block and was still able to come through it and make the tackle. That's what you want your corner to do. Be able to take on that blocker on the outside and make the tackle on the sideline.
And as a result, second down and goal. That's how we end. Frazier passing. Is it a touchdown? Yes, it is. Boy, Sheldon Jackson went up high and got the beat down. Well, it was a little bootleg. Watch the touch Frazier has on this ball. Up and over the hands of Canty, but it comes down before the free safety Mario Smith can get it right on the edge of the sideline and a good catch in the end zone. Talking about their depth and fullback lines. Go pretty deep in the tight end spot, too. 3 good ones. Gilman Carpenter that time. Jackson. And Brown has the extra point. It's 21-6. Nebraska. Another one, Tommie Frazier leaving his magic. And delivering his strike. Jackson. A little bit of action.
Company sells snorkels. Is shocked by high shipping costs. Goes to post office. Finds parcel post is a smart solution. Doesn't cost much. Snorkels get delivered. Company keeps its head above water. Person needs to send resume to New York. Wants to make a big impression. Goes to post office. Finds out priority mail is a smart solution. Resume gets noticed. Person gets job. Now the only way can.
25 years together. They've just flown by. 25 years of kids, jobs, moving. I didn't just want to bring her back to her favorite place. I wanted to give her something she's only dreamt of.
The 25th anniversary diamond necklace.
Okay, now don't get Grandma too excited.
She has been running on the same Duracell battery since the Ice Age.
Those Duracell batteries sure do last. You can't top the copper top. When Dave Thomas created Wendy's spicy chicken sandwich, he used a whole breast fillet seasoned with his own blend of pepper and spices, but did he go too far? Very spicy.
Yep, it's perfect.
Depends on who you ask. Try Wendy's spicy chicken sandwich.
Guys, not only is Tommie Frazier big, strong, fast, has great instincts, but he's throwing the ball a little bit better. And the main thing I think, Todd, and one of the things you learned this week in doing some homework, is this guy understands his offense extremely well and gets them in good plays. Well, he really does, Dean. You know, Turner Gill, his quarterback coach, was a great quarterback here, and they asked the quarterback to do an awful lot. He has to check something on every single running play. Jimmy Dean for Kansas State, 1 yard deep. Tripped over the 7-yard line and falls at the 9. There's Sheldon Jackson. He's just going to run the corner route. Now run this play, and I want you to see what Tommie Frazier does at the end of this play. Frazier comes out on the bootleg. He's looking for Jackson. Now stop it right there. Stop it right there. Canty is in position to make the play. Watch the touch that Frazier lifts the ball right over the head and the arm of Canty into the hands of his receiver. If he throws it flat, it's an interception. He showed great touch in throwing the football in that play. Something that Turner Gill said that Tommie Frazier has much improved at this year. Taking a little something off the ball at times. You know, and getting back to the thing that Dean was talking about, the intelligence of Tommie Frazier and what they ask him to do in this offense. He comes over the line of scrimmage, and you can see it. He looks at the line of scrimmage, he checks, he makes audibles. They do it up to 50% of the time. And what they're looking for is how is the defense lined up? Are they shading to a certain gap? Can we run a more effective play one way or the other? And he is responsible for getting them into good plays, good running plays, about 50% of the time.
And incredible smarts required to run that spot. Coming up next on ABC Sports, Major League Baseball's Fall Classic begins. Cleveland Indians taking on the Atlanta Braves in the World Series. The first pitch is next after the game. Coming up on ABC Sports, big fella, who do you like? I know you're an Ohio native. My man had his Cleveland Indians hat all week. Oral Hershiser going up against Maddox. Couple of great pitches. There's a telling graphic for Kansas State right now. Through the first 6 games, they've done a great job on first down. 5.2 yards per play. Today, Nebraska shutting them down on the first play. They're only averaging 0.8 yards. They've got to do a much better job here in the rest of this ballgame if they hope to have a chance. Because Nebraska, the strength of their defense is their speed and their ability to get you in situations, long yardage situations, and put pressure on the quarterback. To neutralize that, you have to have good mixture and good production on first down. That was decision-making has come into question at times over the course of the year. What do you think of his decision-making so far? I think his decision-making has been very good. The problem is first down, they haven't had much production. They've got to do a better job making plays on first down. And it's first and 10 from the 9. This is Eric Dixon with his first carry of the game. And he runs it out over the left side line. Gaining about 3 or 4 yards. Farley and Fullman making the tackle for Nebraska. And Colorado, wow, have they stormed back or what? Leading big time now over Iowa State. Next week, of course, Nebraska taking on Colorado in Boulder. That'll be a pivotal game in conference play. Schweiger coming into the game now at receiver. Tyson Schweiger for Kansas State. Lockett lining up wide to the bottom of your screen. 4 receivers into the Wildcats. Miller passing. The play and hit immediately. At the 18-yard line, about 2 yards shy of first down. It's Mitch running. You know, these 3 wide receivers, Mitch running, Kevin Lockett, and Tyson Schweiger, none of them are spectacular in their speed or their flashiness, but they're all very consistent. You got great communication. Lockett coming in the game had 27 catches. Running had 27 catches. Schweiger just one behind him at 26 catches. So they're a very good group of receivers, very talented in terms of how they work together with their quarterback. A big challenge, maybe the biggest challenge of the year so far for Nebraska's secondary on the option. Rucker and short. It's stuffed by Luther Hardin, number 58. The 6'2", 245-pound senior leading the way to the black shirts. What's the approval of the sellout crowd in Lincoln? Listen to it. That's great defense. I'll tell you what, the defensive coordinator, Charlie McBride, has to be thrilled with this team's effort so far early in the ballgame, other than the one scoring drive when they gave up a couple of passes. Great pressure on the 3rd down and short. They forced Matt Miller to pitch it early, and he made a bad pitch. Tailback had to wait for the pitch, was behind him a little bit. The defense was there to make the play. As a result, James Garcia, and for his 3rd one of the afternoon. And Mike Fullman, who's already returned it for a touchdown, standing on his 39. He did not call for the fair catch. Didn't see a signal, and he got green, but there's flags down at the 45. A 38-yard punt and nothing on the return. Jedrick Kelly, the fullback, lowering the rule on Fullman. Well, the rule is in college football that you've got to give him a 2-yard area to make the catch. And even if he makes a fair catch signal or not, he has to have 2 yards spacing. And it can be kind of a judgment call because 2 yards to one guy may not look like 2 yards to the other. I'll tell you what, I think it's a bad call. I think he had room to make the catch. The guy who hit him actually was further away from Chris Candy was, who was blocked on the play. Yeah, good point. And Fullman just got up and jogged off the field.
That's really a tough call to make because it's a judgment call. It's not like when he's standing out there, there's a little circle around him that says 2 minutes.
7:22 to play in the first half. Nebraska leading Kansas State 21-6. We'll be right back.
This is the desert. And these are Chevy trucks. But the only thing growing out here is our reputation. The most dependable, longest-lasting trucks on the road. Chevy trucks. Like a rock.
College football teaches a lot of tough lessons. Some are tougher than others. And even though my football days are over, the lessons are still being taught. Only now, I'm doing the teaching. Thanks to Hitachi's Promise of Tomorrow Scholarship Program, a program that awards $5,000 teaching scholarships to students like myself who are associated with college football. While giving lessons isn't easy, it couldn't be harder than receiving.
Hitachi and the CFA, committed to fulfilling the promise of tomorrow.
Scientists think Antarctica's been in a deep freeze for 15 million years. Our geology professor, David Harwood, says not true. A discovery there blows away those theories, tells us more about climate change and can affect all of us. Fossilized leaves only 3 million years old.
They couldn't have grown with all that ice. He should know. He found them.
The Cornhuskers scoring on their last 2 consecutive drives, leading 21-6 with 7:22 to play in the first half. Payman Benning now seeing his first action of the afternoon. Play fake. Benning. First down, Nebraska at the 27-yard line. Good play fake by Frazier. The tackle made by Purcell Gaskins was not before Benning picked up 23. You can see that Tommie Frazier just has a real good feel for the game. The tight end, number 87, Gilman's going to be open as well. As Frazier looks back, he can either go to the tight end or the back running down the sideline. Benning was wide open. The tight end was open. He made a good decision going to Damon Benning. And you can just see that Tommie Frazier playing with a lot of confidence in this ball game, throwing the football, running the option. He is in complete control of his Husker offense. Frazier, you see him audible and checking. That's what he does every play. He gets into good running. And Amon Frazier, you can positive yardage. And he's carried to the defender for about 5 yards for the first down. After they hit Truck Barlow, that's not a forward. He got a ride of about 5 yards. A 12-yard pickup by Amon Frazier with that smooth yet strong running stop. He's run the ball 10 times now for a total of 68 yards. It's a first down for the Huskers. One of the things that the coaches told us about Amon Frazier is that he came out of high school and he could squat 560 pounds. He had tremendous leg strength as a senior in high school, and so he has the ability with that lower body strength to run through a lot of arm tackles. We saw it right there. The field is to the fullback, just after Bickle, who carries the pile down to the 10-yard line. Bickle 6:42 to play the first half. Looking at his credential halftime report. John Saunders scores and highlights from all of today's action, plus a preview of the World Series. Game on tonight, Bergeron versus Maddox at 7 o'clock Eastern time, right here on ABC. Well, you know what? Nebraska gives it to the fullback. It's really hard to tell because he gets the hole so quickly. You just got to watch the clock. On Green goes back in the ace formation with second down. That's second down and 5. It's Green. Little more no gain that time. Nice defensive play by Niall Wire at number 44. He read that counter trap. He closed it down right away and made the nice tackle for a very short gain. So it's third down now. Take a look. Nebraska on third down. They've been very effective in all 3 situations. In the short yardage, they're 1 for 1, 2 for 3 in that mid-range yardage, and then they've converted 1 long yardage situation. So that was one of the strengths of the K-State defense, how well they played on third down. Nebraska having a day of it right now on that third down situation. Tommie Frazier's made big plays for the Huskers on third down so far. And here he is again. A shuffle pass. Amon Green with the first down and then some touchdown. Amon Green. You want to talk about strength? That's what I'm talking about. Amon Green showed it. Exactly what we talked about. The tremendous lower body strength of Amon Green. The speed to get to the outside. You just can't arm tackle the guy. You got bodies flying at him, but it doesn't move if he bounces off of it and still keeps his poise into the end zone. The only place you can tackle a guy like that is down around his ankles. You can't tackle around the area of his thighs and hope to bring him down to the ground. Nebraska, very, very efficient in third down situations. They've converted the last 5 in a row. Take a look now. Here's Green. They're going to run the little shovel pass. Tommie Frazier's going to set it up perfectly. They're going to pull the guard. Number 67, Aaron Taylor, to the lead. He's going to get a block. And Amon Green, you can't bring him down with arm tackles, and you can't get him around the thighs and hope to stop him. Hey, you've seen Nebraska play here a lot as a player. What do you think? And I tell you what, this running back Green is destined for stardom. He's already an outstanding player, but very young. You know, Omaha has produced some unbelievable backs. Gale Sayers, Calvin Jones here at Nebraska. Sayers, of course, at Kansas. But the latest sensation is Amon Green. I think he'll be as good as you've seen in any time. One of the quartet linebacks in Nebraska right now. Benning out of Northwest, Childs out of North, and Green and James Sims from Central. And Green makes the 4th linebacker to start this year. I think he's dropped most of Green. I think think so. You know what? Donnie being Osborne. I'm trying to think of a way right now how to keep him here for 40 years. Good luck.
I tell you what, I'd like to find out what's in the water in Omaha. They can turn out so many good sailbacks. That's an impressive thing that four guys have all started, played a lot at the I-back position here for Nebraska, all come from Omaha.
And that time, 2:01 used up on the last drive, is a little more symbolic of Nebraska drives this year. Chris Brown with the kick. Sticks in at the 8, there's a flag at the 30. Let's find out what this flag is all about. Kansas State really needing to regroup and get some semblance of offensive rhythm going here.
One of the things that's been a real strength for the Nebraska team this year has been their kickoff and their punt coverage teams. And we're going to see a penalty going against the kickoff return team of Kansas State. But Nebraska has so many speed players on defense, and a lot of them that don't get to play in the games, they run down on kicks.
Let's go back to New York to John Saunders. John, by the way, I'm glad that your stomach flu is a lot better this week. Mark, not as glad as I am. Georgia Tech against Florida State here. They've outscored opponents 205 to 60 in the first half, but not this time around, as Donnie Davis 21 yards to Harvey Middleton. And right now it's 14-10, and Danny Canal has just been picked off. Back to you, Mark.
Yeah, John, that'll give Bobby Bowden some stuff. I want to go back to the point about their coverage team, because Florida State's the same way. Miami, when they were playing as well as anybody in the country, they had so many fast defensive players, defensive backs, and linebackers, and it's always like a different challenge for them. If they can't be starters, they can at least go down and be great on kickoff teams. I think that's what Nebraska is going for this year.
Fumble right into the arms of Nebraska. Touchdown. Oh, baby. You talk about room service. That's it. Sign the check. Luther Hardin had the ball come right into his arms on the shuffle pass. Take a look at this play. Matt Miller is showing shuffle pass right away, and it's read perfectly. Chad Kelsey, the third-team defensive end, is in the ballgame. He read the play, deflected the ball right into the hands of Luther Hardin. Just a heads-up play by a young freshman, Chad Kelsey, who read the play and got the deflection. Yeah, if I'm Hardin right now, I'm going to go over to Kelsey and give him a little bit of love, because the ball bounced off of Kelsey right into Hardin's arms. Couldn't have landed in a better spot for him. And as a result, things are starting to slip away just a touch here from Kansas State. It's 35-6 with 5:09 remaining in the first half of play. What's up down there?
Well, it's a nightmare for quarterback Miller. I think he made a couple of bad decisions on previous options. The crowd noise is really getting him toward the end zone, especially where it's louder than in the middle of the field. They've been in the end zone. But Todd, don't you agree that when the end gets up, when the outside linebacker gets up field so much, that's essentially an option play on a shovel pass. You can't pitch it.
Yeah, you've got to really kind of sell the pass, Dean. You got to encourage that guy to rush up the field. That time Miller was looking to pitch it right away, and credit Chad Kelsey, you're right. He read it and played it just like an option. In that case, Miller might have been better off trying to keep it right to the outside of it. Yeah. Those ends for Nebraska defensively so quick. Now Colorado stepping up and defeating Iowa State. That one now a final. No doubt. There's a goal. Head back to the television set and watch the rest of this game.
I know that says something to me about the defensive coordinator, Charlie McBride, and how well schooled and how well coached this defensive football team is in Nebraska. As I mentioned, Chad Kelsey is the number 3 defensive end behind Grant Wistrom and Mike Rucker on that side. And he read that play beautifully. He saw it was the shovel pass. He held his ground. He ended up making the big play. When your third-team guy comes into the game and doesn't just run up the field and doesn't read his game, that's impressive.
Brown puts this one right through the end zone. And you can feel the thunder of the Big Red right now. They lead 35-6 with 5:09 to play in the first half. And look at Nebraska's first half possessions, a picture of efficiency and offensive output. A punt followed by 3 touchdowns.
Second leading scoring team in the country behind Florida State, averaging over 55 points a ball game.
Take a look at the conference standings. Colorado with the win today ups their mark to 2-1. So still a couple undefeated. Kansas waiting to play later on tonight against Oklahoma. 4 wideouts. Matt Miller going up top. And it's batted away nicely by Tyrone Williams. Number 8. It was intended for Williams' good buddy, Kevin Lockett. But he came over the top and batted it away. That's just a perfect play by Tyrone Williams. He's the best cover guy. You see him turn to the outside. That's because he knows eventually he's going to have help from the free safety come to the middle. But he times it perfect. He sees his safety feeling coming over to help to the inside. But he read the football, timed his jump, and made the nice deflection. That's a perfect play by the corner, Tyrone Williams. That's a breakup between a couple of flanks anyway, huh? Williams will keep playing. He's out of Palmetto, Florida. 5:02 remaining now, 2nd and 10. See, Nebraska's baiting Matt Miller right now. They're showing blitz, and then they're dropping into zone. And Tyson Schweiger going low on the carpet to come up with a catch on the 26-yard line. A pickup of 6 yards. We'll look at Kansas State's first half possessions. A punt. And a missed extra point after the touchdown. A couple more punts. Look at that. Only one drive with more than 3 plays. They had one drive that was 8 plays. Everything else 3 and out, and then 1 play in the interception. You can't give the ball back to Nebraska in your own territory that quickly because they will make you pay touchdowns on the scoreboard. But that's Terrell Farley shaking up on the sidelines. Getting his first start of the day. 3rd down and 4 to go. Incomplete. Intended for Mitch running. And it's punting time once again for the Wildcats. Things getting kind of wild in Lincoln. Next Saturday, 3:30 Eastern on ABC's College Football. Most of you will see a Big 8 matchup, while other areas will enjoy other regional action. Check your local listings for the game in your area. Call your cable operator for the game's available on pay-per-view. That's next Saturday, right here, ABC. Garcia with his 4th punt of the day. Mike Fullman. Staying on his own, 45. And they pick it, and they get the first down. The pass complete to Dedrick Kelly, the fullback. A little press with invitation. Trick play. And a first down by K-State. Nice job by Garcia. They needed something to happen good for him. He actually could have gone outside, too, but he made the good decision, throwing to the guy lined up at the tight end position. And a big first down to the fullback, Dedrick Kelly. And that was something that Kansas State had to have prior to that play. They only had 64 total yards offense in this first half. Well, finally back in the game now for Nebraska. Fake the handoff. Miller. Complete. The near sideline on the out pattern to Tyson Schweiger, who picks up 11 yards. Schweiger out of Cedar Rapids, Iowa. A 12-yard touchdown catch last week. Their victory over Oklahoma State. Tyrone Williams in on the coverage. Miller throwing a nice ball that time. Yeah, nice throw. He got his feet out from under him. He had good vision downfield and made a nice strong throw to the sideline. First down and 10. 3:45 to play in the first half. Kansas State very much in need of a score here, and I'm not talking about a field goal either. Nebraska storming back with 28 unanswered points. Flags down, quickly outside Nebraska. Lockett did not hang on. He got the step on Michael Booker, the DB, but could hang on to it. Nice idea. Nice idea to try to go ahead and get the play. I think Lockett may have hurt his shoulder. He kind of landed hard on his right shoulder at the end of that play, but they knew they had the offsides penalty. They went ahead and tried to make the throw downfield, but certainly right now a lot of concern because they can't afford to lose Kevin Lockett. If they've got a big play guy, it's Kevin Lockett. As if this day hasn't gone badly enough.
Offside on Nebraska. 5 yards. Repeat first down.
Back to John Saunders in New York, John.
Mark, last week Texas and Oklahoma each with a chance to win with a field goal late. This time around, Phil Dawson 50 yards out against Virginia on the final play of the game, and Texas gets the win with the field goal, 17-16. Mark.
All right, John McAvick finally having the type of season that many people
expected and hoped he would have down in Austin, Texas. Longhorns are impressive 5-1 right now. 30 p.m. Right here we have 3:27 to play in the first half. Nebraska leads 35-6. And Lockett is up off his feet. Take a look at the end of this play. It was a good throw by Miller, but Lockett couldn't come down with it. And as he goes to the ground, he lands on his right shoulder with the defender on top of him. And you see that a lot. It's just double the impact hitting on this hard turf as well. Mixon and Lawrence split behind Miller. Out of the backfield, intended for Mike Lawrence, and it's low. It'll be second down and 5. At the conclusion of today's game, we'll be selecting a genuine Chevrolet, most valuable player of the game from each team. Today, Chevrolet has contributed almost $5.5 million to scholarship funds in America's colleges and universities. Right now, several candidates up for that for Nebraska. Three wide receiver set. 3:23 to play in the first half. And then the Mixon. Good move. Mixon dancing his way down to the 28-yard line, an 11-yard pickup, and a first down for the Wildcats. Nice play call on the draw. Look at these ends, how wide they are. They're going to rush upfield. Nice job on the draw. Get those guys rushing up the field. Open up a nice running lane. Hop it through there for the draw on the first down. Good play call by offensive coordinator Dana Dimmer. First and 10 to 29. K-State's deepest penetration since early in the first quarter. The blitz coming. And missing Miller. And good play. Boy, Matt Miller was on the run. Had a receiver open, but Booker came back. And it hit him in the head. He utilized it literally. Booker did a nice job because he was beat at the end of this play. Whenever the quarterback scrambles, the wide receiver is going to adjust the route. Here comes the blitz by Terrell Farley. Great pressure by Nebraska. And Matt Miller just buys some time. Now you see the receiver turn upfield. Booker's beat. But because Miller was under so much duress, he couldn't get enough on this throw. And the ball came out short. Hit Booker. And if he was set his feet, he could have thrown that for a touchdown. Miller got 6 of 15 for 56 yards. Miller on the board again, in spite of all the noise from the sellout crowd. Oh! Miller almost decapitated that time by Jared Thomas. We see Matt Miller complaining to the official. In the NFL, that's a penalty. If you hit a guy up around the head, that's going to be a penalty. Here's Thomas right there. He's going to just run right around the right tackle, Scott Hume. Now watch right here. He gets hit right in the face. Now either you call that hit to the head or you could have even called maybe a face mask on that play. It's a great pass rush by Thomas. But you would hope that the quarterback would get a little bit of protection in the pocket when in terms of getting hit up around the face. In the NFL, they call that all the time. It's not the same rule in college football. And you really hate to see an unprotected quarterback take a hit like that to the head. Thomas playing extremely well right now. They come with the blitz, Farley. They dump it off to Kansas State to the back. Hickson. Good downfield blocking, and Hickson is down to the 17-yard line. He has another Wildcat first down. Booker making the tackle. K-State may have to take a timeout just to let Matt Miller regroup a little bit because he's taken a pummeling here the last 2 or 3 plays. Watch again. Terrell Farley comes unblocked on the blitz. He gets hit. He goes down to the ground. And Matt Miller right now has probably got a few cobwebs in his mind. They may need to take a timeout after this play just to let him get a drink of water, get a little relaxed. Dean, what do you think? Well, finally, excitement here on the Kansas State sideline. Schneider in the official's face looking up saying, "Official, can't you see the replay of that non-call a few plays ago?" Miller looks for it, looking to pass. Nobody home. And number 9, Tony Gillen, adding a few more steps or a little better beat on that pass. He might have had an interception. Bringing second down. His second down and 10 to go for Kansas State. And now Miller may be getting a bit of a breather after the incompletion. 1:23 to play in the first half. Matt Miller has taken some hits today. Those hits really start to add up. What happens is, you start to find yourself but you know you're not going to short-arming some throws because you feel the pressure. Ideally, as a quarterback, what you want to do is you want to have your vision, your eyes downfield, and feel the rush. But when you get hit hard like that a couple times, you start looking for where the rush is coming from. Tight splits by the receivers this time, and Miller calls for a timeout. And someone please give me a break, the quarterback says. We're going to take one. Be right back.
Okay, now don't get Grandma too excited. That's right, your 4 years probably a bit weak. She has been running on the same Duracell battery since GI age.
The Duracell battery sure do last. You can't the coffee cup. There was a time when we didn't have a worry in the world. Today, you seem to be making up for it. That's why you need Chevy Lumina. A car you can trust. A car so well engineered and affordable, you'd have it paid off long before it needs its first tune-up. Chevy Lumina. Because someday you'll realize everybody's got enough money and everybody's got enough worries.
Here we go, Whopper Junior Value Deal. Fucking for me and a double Whopper. Thanks, man.
Double Whopper. I'm scared of you.
It's good. It's as big as the American way. Big cars, big houses, big food.
At Burger King, get the flame broiled taste of our Whopper value meal for just your size appetite at just your size price, starting at $1.99. And get your burgers worth.
What about moderation?
Moderation's cool. There's a whole lot of it.
Burger King, get your burgers worth.
Well, just a few moments ago, we saw Matt Miller take a shot to the head. And, boy, wasn't a penalty. Well, the rule is that you're not allowed to deliver a blow to the head intentionally, and it's up to the ref's discretion. And I'll tell you what, that was as close to being a deliberate blow to the head as anything I've seen. Matt Miller sure thought it was. So did his head coach, Bill Snyder. This is the 12th play of the Kansas State Wildcats drive. Brought kept alive by a big punt completion. Miller, good play, and brought down immediately. John Hesse. And here's another look at that hit from Thomas. Watch Thomas, number 93 at the bottom of the screen. Made a great job, great pass rush, a speed rush around the outside. And I don't think he necessarily tried to hit him in the head, but his arm got up in that area, and he kind of necktied him. It was a great rush and a great play by Terry Thomas, which probably should have been a flag on the play. Nonetheless, Kansas State has another third down and long situation against this pressure defense of Nebraska. Audibly once again, in spite of the noise, out of the shotgun, Miller. Quickly, defense running at the 17-yard line. Short of the first down, they've got to get down to the 7-yard line. The tackle made by Michael Booker. Booker was beaten early on Kansas State's only touchdown in the game so far by Kevin Lockett, but since that time, he's come back and done pretty well. Nebraska went through what a lot of pro teams do in this area of the field when you get inside the 20-yard line. Even if you're a high percentage man-to-man coverage team, when you get inside the 20, you play a lot of zone. Now, they're just going to drop off in zone here, and Booker, they're going to force the pass to be thrown underneath. Matt Miller wants to go to the end zone, but zone defense took away the deep route. All he has is underneath, and it's a nice sure tackle by Michael Booker. Good play call or design by the defense, calling for that zone defense deep in your own area. Forced to throw underneath to make the good tackle. We're in a timeout right now. Neither team with timeouts remaining. In the first half, 27 seconds to play. Tom Osborne, the epitome, pretty much symbolizing all of what Nebraska football is about. His team leading on the other sideline, Bill Snyder, the winningest coach in Kansas State history, hoping for a breakthrough victory today for his program. It would be a breakthrough victory. They've lost 23 consecutive times to Nebraska. Please don't scratch that. Make it 26 consecutive times. Next week, of course, Nebraska traveling to Boulder to take on Colorado. Colorado winning today against Iowa State. Kansas State going for another fourth down play on the season. They've been very effective. They're 13 of 15 on fourth down conversions. They're 1 for 1 today. They were 5 for 6 last week against Oklahoma State. Little confusion, though, getting the guy in the ballgame late. Strange, especially after a timeout. And there was movement by the left tackle, Opens. Hard to see why or understand why.
False start on the offense. 5 yards, 4th down.
Hard to understand why there'd be confusion after a timeout situation, but there was. Unless it was a design thing to try to run the guy on a little bit late, and catch the Nebraska defense full. Again, the crowd noise, the offensive tackles, and the disadvantage. They can't hear the quarterback signal. They've got to look inside to see the football. They can't go on sound. They have to go on sight. They've got to get down to the 7-yard line. Miller won't even be close. Sacked again by Thomas. The 3rd sack of the afternoon by the Black Shirts. And they take over on downs. Jared Thomas is the leading sacker on this team. You can see just bad footwork by Scott Youn. He's got to just get himself into better position. He knows that Thomas has the speed on that outside rush. He's not doing anything tricky. He's just using his speed to run up the field and around the tackle, Scott Youn. Taking a look at these Nebraska players over the last couple of days during their workouts around the facilities here, I don't think I've seen a better conditioned team this year. Those guys, defensive linemen, those guys were crazy. We were out on the practice field Thursday. It was windy and cold. Everybody's out there in sweatshirts and sweatpants. And the 4 starting defensive linemen, all they had on was mesh tank tops and no t-shirt underneath. Well, when you got all that beef covering your bones, I guess you don't get cold. Right now, the Big Red hot. After the first half, they lead 35-6. Lots of celebrating going on Fraternity Road. Around campus, they lead 35-6. John Saunders is next with scores and highlights of the Credential Halftime Report.
CFA College Football on ABC Sports. Brought to you by Chevrolet Trucks, the most dependable, longest-lasting trucks on the road. And Owens Corning, makers of building materials that make the difference. Stay tuned for the Credential Halftime Report after this message and a word from our ABC stations.
From the people who invented insulation comes a new invention.
Owens Corning's Miraflex insulation is totally unprecedented. Not only is it ultra-compacted for user-friendly handling quotient, but Miraflex, a high-component fiber with a random twist, provides a virtually itch-free surface environment, which means it's as soft as a baby's bottom.
For a free sample of Miraflex fiber, call 1-800-GET-ME.
Like all Americans, I like big things. Big prairies. Big forests and mountains. Big wheat fields. And everything else.
It's the event everyone's been waiting for. The Tony the Tiger Sweepstakes. Just call Tony at 1-800-779-TONY from a touch-tone phone and punch in the UPC number from a box of Kellogg's Frosted Flakes. You could win the grand prize trip for 4 to the Australian Outback, or one of 10 first prize trips to the San Diego Zoo. Every 500th caller gets a free Tony the Tiger watch. So call Tony today. It's easy to enter. I won! Oh, and thousands will win.
A desperate couple. A college student who agrees to carry their child. Now a shocking secret is uncovered.
You did something to your baby.
Alyssa Milano and Connie Selica.
Let me have her.
The Circuit Sunday on ABC. A season premiere so shocking.
Something bad is happening. I'm going for another unit.
It's impossible to show you everything. The season premiere of NYPD Blue Tuesday. Discretion advised.
They come from Omaha, or Lincoln, or Kearney. They prefer the aisle seat, or the window. They like shrimp, or Indian turkey club. They sip Chardonnay, or mineral water. And they eat their cookie while it's warm, or save it for later. These folks differ in some ways, but by the looks on their faces, they do agree on their favorite airline, Midwest Express. With award-winning service and great fares, we're America's #1 airline, and we've got the smiles to show for it.
This is it, friends. 4th and goal. Time running out. It's a pass into the end zone. Touchdown! Touchdown! Hold on a moment. They say he was out of bounds. Unbelievable. He clearly had possession in the end zone.
In football, calls don't always go your way. We are making sure Nebraska always gets a good call, even on the road. Nebraska Cellular, the talk across Nebraska.
Well, the replay proves it. He caught that ball in bounds. No question. They're going to be talking about this.
Welcome to New York. Coming up next on the Prudential Halftime Report, we'll have all the scores and highlights, plus a preview of Game 1 of the World Series between the Indians and the Braves. Up next. Our score at halftime, 35-6. And downstairs, Steve Levins, who has Coach Tom Osborne team. Tom, you're just hammering Miller, the quarterback, and rolling all over a number 8 team in the country.
Well, we played pretty well so far, Dean, obviously, and we stood there on the sideline with our offense a long time in the latter part of the second half. We wanted to get some momentum going, but so far I've been pleased with the defense because Kansas State has a good offensive team. And offensively, we struggled a little bit, but I think overall we're playing well.
Thanks, Coach. Good luck.
Okay, thanks.
All right, Dean, Nebraska hanging 35 points on the #1 defense in the country. It's only giving 7.5 points a game coming into this contest. Back to New York, and John Saunders with scores and highlights.
The Prudential Halftime Report, brought to you by the Prudential. When you face the most important financial decisions of your life, turn to the Prudential. Peace of mind and comfort at every piece of the rock. From our New York studios, your host, John Saunders.
Welcome. We'll get you up to the second half in just a moment of your game, but right now time for scores and highlights, beginning with the #1 team in the nation, a team that has yet to face a club with a winning record until today against Georgia Tech. Steve Feaster, 64 yards on his punt return at the face mask penalty, puts it down to the Georgia Tech 3-yard line, setting up Rock Preston with a 1-yard touchdown reception. Danny Cannell has thrown for a couple. Preston has a touchdown run. 28-10 is the score now in the second quarter. We'll keep you up to date on that one. Kansas State and Nebraska was close for a while. Mike Fullman, watch the block. He picks it up right there as the K-State player is screamed out of there. 79 yards before he's done to the end zone. Nebraska on top early, 7-0. Kansas State comes back. Matt Miller, 18 yards. Touchdown pass to Kevin Locker with a terrific catch. 7-6. But Clinton Childs will fumble this one. John Dietrich picks it up in the end zone. Some of you are watching this game here on ABC. Nebraska leading Kansas State 35-6 is the score there as Tommie Frazier has a couple of touchdown passes. USC against Notre Dame. The Fighting Irish trying to pull off the upset at home, but they have won a bunch in a row against the Trojans. 21-10. Audrey Denson, the freshman, has a touchdown run there. Colorado against Iowa State, close for a while. Weather problems out there. That's why the video looks like this. Boyd Davis, a terrific game. 46 yards of the touchdown run for the guy who leads the nation in rushing. 28-27 the lead for Iowa State, but London Henry, a 1-yard touchdown run, starts to break things open. Look at the final. 50-28. Troy Davis did have 30 carries for 203 yards and 3 touchdowns. Colorado had 327 yards on the ground themselves. Western Michigan hung in early against Auburn. It was 10-10, but Tigers come back and blow it out. 34-13 was the final. Patrick Dix with 2 touchdown passes. Stephen Davis had a touchdown run. Virginia loses to Texas on the final play of the game. Actually, Rafael Garcia had a 56-yard field goal to give them the lead late in the game. But then Phil Dawson had a 50-yard field goal to win the game at the final gun. 17-16 the final there. Penn State against Iowa. Some of you are watching this game here on ABC. Iowa, a surprising team coming in unbeaten. John Whitman, a 1-yard touchdown run. Penn State takes a 7-0 lead. Matt Sherman comes back 20 yards to Odoms, and watch the attack as he's falling backwards wide open, goes up with one hand and pulls it in, ties the game to John Whitman and punches his one across. 17-7. It's now 17-14. This game at halftime. As I mentioned, some of you watching this game on ABC. Back to the second half in a moment. Alabama, a team that's been up and down this year, 16-3. They have the lead over Ole Miss. The Ralph Stack has a 61-yard interception return for a touchdown. Texas A&M, another team that's been up and down, but they lead Baylor 24-17.
against UCLA. Stanford suffering their first loss last week. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, 9 yards on this touchdown run to tie the game at 7. Mark Butterfield, though, 20 yards to Mark Harris. And Stanford will take a 14-7 lead as Leaping Rabbit just pulls it out of the arms of the defender for the touchdown. Butterfield has 3 touchdown passes, 21-7. Stanford has the lead at halftime. Texas Tech against Rice. Zebby Leffert, a 68-yard touchdown pass. He has 2 touchdown passes and a touchdown run in the game. Virginia Tech against Rutgers. Rutgers looking for their first win in the Big East this year. They're not going to get it. They get blown out 45-17 as the final. Jimmy Truckerville, 2 touchdown passes. Grambling had a fumble return for a touchdown by J.B. Brown, and they lead Jackson State 20-13. And we want to tell you that John Gagliardi, the head coach of St. John's of Minnesota, is now number 2 all-time in coaching victories at any level as he passes Bear Bryant. As we take a listen to the Alabama band, as we listen to bands from around the country, the Iowa band, and some other scores. James Madison getting beaten up by Delaware.
Financial concerns, medical problems, anxiety about the future, the loss of a loved one, the pressures we all face, the emotions we all experience. 15 million Americans, 1 out of every 5 of us, have found they can cope better, feel more secure, actually improve their lives by turning fail to one particular company. A company whose sole purpose has always been to provide its customers with products and services that bring them to a different state of mind. Peace of mind, security, protection, preparation, optimism, peace of mind. It comes with every piece of the rock. Impact. It can be as subtle as a new thought, or it can be dramatic, like meeting a challenge that will touch many lives. Whether it's innovative research, harnessing the technology of the future, or simply learning a little bit more about yourself and your world, our students are prepared to make an impact on tomorrow, changing the world one mind at a time. That's Kansas State University.
Welcome back once again to the Prudential Halftime Report. Your second half is coming up in just a moment. First scores and highlights. The last 2 winners of the Kickoff Classic, they've gone on to win the national championship. Talking about Nebraska and Florida State. Ohio State won it this year. Could they win it this year? By that, I mean win it all. 19-17-1. Entering today the records of their opponents. So they've had the toughest schedule. Take a look at Florida State, the number 1 team in the nation. Their opponents' records entering today, 9-22. Big argument for Ohio State today. They would face Purdue. Mike Vrabel with the block of the punt here. Ohio State takes over the Purdue 24. It leads to an Eddie George touchdown run of 2 yards. Bobby White also with a big game, 12 yards. Through the air to Terry Glenn, 28-0. That's the final point. 3 touchdown passes, 20 of 29 for 276 yards. Eddie George, 23 carries, 105 yards. And Glenn had 82 yards receiving. Michigan and Indiana. Amani Toomer fields the punt. Cuts to the right. Finds the sideline. A little move there. Then he cuts it back to the middle. 57 yards on the touchdown run for Toomer. Michigan takes a 10-3 lead over Indiana. Ryan Gracie through the air, 38 yards. Does Toomer stay in bounds? It looks like he did, but the officials rule he's out at the 2 and sets up a touchdown. Then Amani Toomer takes a little pitch in the handoff, and he throws 38 yards to Mercury Hayes. This one also sets up a touchdown. 24-3 at that point. Michigan goes on to the 34-17 win. Ryan Gracie with 2 touchdown passes. Wisconsin and Northwestern. Gary Barnett, is his team for real? You better believe it. Steve Schnurr to Darnell Autry. 33 yards. The 2-point conversion was no good. Northwestern taking a 19-0 lead at this point. They go on to the 35-6 win. Wisconsin 7 turnovers today. They had 6 of the season thus far. And it's the first shutout of a Division I opponent by Northwestern since 1975. First winning season for them since 1971. That has been clinched. Let's stay in the Big Ten. Michigan State gets their quarterback to the back today, 34-31. They beat Minnesota. Tony Banks, the quarterback, 2 touchdown passes coming back from injury. Clemson and Maryland. The Tiger mascot was ready to go. The Tigers were ready to go. Look, 3 seconds remaining in the half. Backup quarterback Louis Solomon. Hail Mary is tipped by Tony Osborne and caught by Antoine Wyatt in the end zone for the touchdown. 32 yards. Clemson leads at 14-0. They go on to the 17-0 win. Their 3rd straight shutout of the Maryland Terrapins. West Virginia and Syracuse. Big game in the Big East. Donovan McNabb, the redshirt freshman, to Marvin Harrison. 96 yards. Picture perfect on the touchdown pass. Syracuse leads 22-0. And they go on to the victory for Harrison. 9 catches, 213 yards and a touchdown. He breaks Shelby Hill's career record for receiving yards, 2,503. Miami against Pittsburgh. Miami trying to stay in the race as well in the Big East. Danielle Ferguson, 16 yards with a touchdown run. Miami takes the lead and avoids the upset. 17-16 is the final. Ryan Clement had a touchdown pass. Pitt has a 6-game losing streak after a 2-0 start. As you know, tonight on ABC Sports at 7 o'clock Eastern Time, it's game number 1 of the World Series between the Braves and the Indians. For a preview, let's join Al Michaels. Okay, John, I'm highlighting game 1 of the World Series in Atlanta tonight as a dream pitching matchup. On the mound for the Cleveland Indians will be Oral Hershiser, 16-6 during the regular season, 7-0 in career postseason decisions against Greg Maddux, who had a regular season mark of 19-2, widely regarded as the best pitcher in the game today. Clear skies, temperature in the upper 50s, great setting for game 1 of the World Series. A dream season for the Cleveland Indians. They won 100 games and lost only 44. Won the American League Central Division title by 30 games. Then swept Boston in the Division Series and knocked off Seattle in 6 in the League Championship Series. The Atlanta Braves won 90 games. They won the National League East by 21. Took care of the Colorado Rockies in 4 in the Division Series, and then swept the Cincinnati Reds in the League Championship Series. And clearly all eyes tonight on the mound. Greg Maddux pitching for the Atlanta Braves. And Oral Hershiser, the resurrected Oral Hershiser, on the mound for the Cleveland Indians. He pitched the Dodgers to the World title in 1988, was the World Series MVP. Here we are 7 years later, and I asked Oral what the fans will notice to be the difference between the Hershiser of 95 and the one we saw in 88.
I don't think they're going to see a big difference. I've come a long way back from since my surgery. It's been 7 years since 1988, so I'm definitely a different person. But as a pitcher, I think I've grown back to that 1988 style and almost that 1988 caliber.
Be with us. Great matchup. Hershiser against Maddux. Coming your way at 7 Eastern, 4 Pacific. Game 1 of the World Series. Back to you, John. All right, Al, we'll see you at 7 o'clock Eastern Time. How about this one? Army's blowing out Boston College 49-7, 443 yards on the ground. And Connecticut suffers their first loss of the season. Back with more Prudential halftime report in a moment.
A date on the calendar. Monthly exams. The beat of the heart. A glimpse into the future. All the pieces that add up to a large dose of caring and concern from a pioneer in managed health care. Because babies need to be taken care of well before they're born. Peace of mind. It comes with every piece of the rock.
A new set of academic standards for freshmen is now in effect. To practice, play, and receive an athletic scholarship, freshmen will need a minimum grade on average in at least 13 core courses in high school and a corresponding minimum score on the ACT or SAT. Ask your coach or guidance counselor about these new requirements. Prepare yourself now. It's never too early to hit the boat.
This message provided by the NCAA.
The Prudential Halftime Report, brought to you by the Prudential. When you face the most important financial decisions of your life, turn to the Prudential. Peace of mind, it comes with every piece of the rock.
Welcome back. We'll get to the second half in just a moment. But first, earlier this week, the 78th Rose Queen was crowned. She is 17-year-old Kelly Victoria Hutchins, who has the honor of reigning over the 1996 New Year's Day festivities, including the Rose Parade, themed Kids Laughter and Dreams, and the 82nd Rose Bowl game. ABC will televise both on New Year's Day. Now, next Saturday, a reminder what we have coming away at 3:30 Eastern Time. We begin in the Big Ten with Minnesota Golden Gophers invading Ann Arbor to tackle the Michigan Wolverines. Another game as well. USC heads north to take on the Washington Huskies. For other regional games to be determined, check local listings for the game available in your area. The second half is coming up next.
No one gives you more ways to add the impact of color to black and white documents. Xerox Color. A simpler way to do good work.
Sure, you've got a car. Got a dog. Even got some fun-loving friends. But have you got what it takes to be a mountain man? All it really takes are the two cool beers of a mountain man. Sweet bush beer and easy drinking bush light. So, be a mountain man. All you gotta do is head for the mountains.
At BASF, we don't make the cooler. We make it cooler. We don't make the jeans. We make them bluer. We don't make the toys. We make them tougher. We don't make the water scooter. We make it lighter. At BASF, we don't make a lot of the products you buy. We make a lot of the products you buy better. BASF.
Visa salutes American Olympic champions. In 1984, Frank Tate overcame a stiff challenge from Canadian Sean O'Sullivan to win the light middleweight gold medal. In continued support of amateur athletics, Visa today is proud to donate another $1,000 to the U.S. Olympic team to support future Olympic hopefuls in their quest for the gold.
Recently, the Broncos and 49ers showcased their talents in Tokyo.
Love is a many splendid thing.
And Zone West karaoke.
Young man, blame it on the bossa nova. The dance of love,
where the players brought no ability to carry it to you, but did bring their Visa card.
Was it the moon?
Because Zone West can accept just about anything. Except American Express.
Everybody sing CA Pro Rose. Only 10 seconds.
Nebraska has led since we kicked off. They lead at halftime as we begin the third quarter to score 35-6. The Cornhuskers with a 27-game home winning streak on the line today. Chris Brown is his second one out of the end zone. Dean had an opportunity to speak with Kent State head coach Snyder. Dean.
All right, Coach, what can you tell your troops? A rough first half for you?
Well, we were up here 2 years ago, 17 down at the same time, and came back and made it a 31-28 ball game late in the fourth quarter. So we got a chance to come back. We're just not playing very good. We're playing a great football team in Nebraska. We've got to be a heck of a lot better and not make mistakes and make some plays. If we do that, maybe we get back the ball game.
Thank you, Milton. All right, that's not 17 this time around, more like 29. Miller incomplete ball was picked up by Tyrone Williams. Look at the first half numbers which indicate a lead for Nebraska.
Well, the one that stands out, Mark, right here, the rushing yardage, 139 yards for Nebraska, only 9 yards rushing for Kansas State. Coming into the ballgame, Kansas State had held teams to under 100 yards rushing. Nebraska, you just can't stop that vaunted running game. We talked about Kansas State having to protect their quarterback in the first half, 3 sacks and 5 pressures, and they gave up 4 big plays, 2 rush and 2 pass plays over 15 yards. So as Coach Snyder indicated, they didn't play very well in that first half.
was brought down at the 23-yard line that time by Brent Winslow, number 98, who, by the way, has played exceptionally well in the first half. Look at Kansas State's offensive leaders in the first half. Miller was 9 of 19. Had one picked off to go with a touchdown pass. A lot of that the great pressure by the Nebraska defense. You take a look at that first half. They had the the longest drive. They weren't able to convert into any points. The last drive right before the half from the 3 and outs. 4 wideouts on 3rd and 1. Miller gets it back up. Picks up a block. And is brought down to the 29-yard line. He's about a yard shy of the first down. And Kansas State, well, they might think about this one. Another look at it. Jamel Williams is the guy who's going to make the final tackle on this play. As you watch Miller read the defense, he's a good scrambler. This is a dimension he brings to the offense. But Jamel Williams is in there playing the linebacker position. He's a 10-5 sprinter. There he is, number 28. They put him in the dime defense because he has the great speed. He's listed as a linebacker, but he runs as fast as any of the defensive backs. Jamel Williams, a good play on that play. 4th down, 1 to go. 5 wideouts. Miller keeps it himself. It appears as though he got the first down. I think they would gain a little bit of confidence getting that first down on this their first possession of the second half. Just underway here in the second half. I'm Mark Jones along with Todd Blackledge and Dean Blevins down on the sidelines. Nebraska leading 35-6. Tyson Schweiger in the slot left. Passing the butt. Almost picked up, and Schweiger got it. Schweiger run out of bounds at the 39-yard line. The Nebraska defender gambled that time. It was number 10, Mike Minter. He went for the interception and paid the price. A 30-yard pickup. Yeah, Minter is going to go for the interception. You're exactly right, Mark. It's good protection, a nice throw to the outside, and that's why it's a game of inches. Minter goes for the interception. He can't make the play, and Schweiger turns it into a big play. Take a look at it again. A short 3-step drop, throwing the out route. It's a long throw to the opposite sideline. That's why Minter thought he had a chance to make the play. But good concentration by Schweiger. He's been battling a little full abdomen muscle. I think he aggravated again trying to run down the sideline on that play. Backside pressure, and Miller is brought down hard by Farley. That's why he's in the game. He makes plays. The 4th sack of the afternoon for the Huskers. Terrell Farley making his first start of the season, the JC transfer out of Columbus, Georgia. Terrell Farley's right here. He's coming from the outside of the linebacker blitz. He's got the great speed, and he just used that speed to run around the left tackle, Chris Holtman, and then he just chased the play down from the back. Miller had no idea that he was being chased from behind. That time by Farley. Farley showed the speed and the acceleration for the football. 2nd down and 22 to go. Matt Miller in Kansas State Wildcat offense. This time he has more time and steps up. Oh! Taking another hit. Michael Booker. He looks a little bit hurt this time now. He's taking some shots today. And I talked to Ron Hudson, the quarterback coach from Kansas State. And this is his first year on the staff. He was at Ohio State for 6 years before coming to K-State. And he said about Matt Miller, he says he's the most competitive guy that I've ever coached, the most competitive quarterback I've ever been around. And that's what this is right now. I mean, this is a competitor of Matt Miller coming out. He's not been able to stand in the pocket and throw the football so effectively today, but he's doing whatever he thinks he can to get his team some points on the board. He's paying for a busy one. The discretion is the better part of that one. He is taking some shots. 3rd and 16. Schweiger in motion. Miller picked off by Booker. Michael Booker, who made the last hit on the quarterback. Miller picks that one off. And Nebraska has the ball at the 42-yard line of K-State. I think the wear and tear of the game is really starting to wear down Matt Miller. This time
decision where he's going with the football. The receiver was running a deep route. He was looking right in that area and basically threw the ball right to Booker. That's just a tough decision that time by Matt Miller, trying to pick up the long third down situation.
Akavika and Lamont Green out of the eye for Tommie Frazier. That's his first possession in the second half. Green trying to get to the corner. Green is on the loose. Lamont Green brought down at the 8-yard line with a flag down though. At the 12 and at the 18. Chuck Harlow finally makes the tackle for the Wildcats. Pick up 34 on number 30.
Nigger agent Brendan Holbein, the wide receiver for a hole downfield. We talked about the wide receivers, how well they block downfield. That time, maybe a little too much effort by Brendan Holbein. He's going to bring this run back a little bit.
Just look at Lamont Green out of Omaha. Boy, when he gets on the corner, he is so very dangerous.
Well, he has great speed, Mark, but it's a deceptive speed. You mentioned his smooth running style. What that does is it forces defenders to take bad angles in pursuing it.
On Nebraska, we have face mask on Kansas State, offsetting, 3 plays down.
Really too bad if you're a Nebraska fan. For those penalties, takes the play away.
Again, Tommie Frazier on the option. This is a design pitch. He wants to get the ball to the outside. And right there in front of your screen is Brendan Holbein, number 5. They got hit with the holding call. You can see the hands on the back of the jersey. And then a face mask on the tackle. And that play really benefits Kansas State, the offsetting penalties, because it puts it back to the original line of scrimmage.
Ron Green, who last week had a 9-yard touchdown run against Missouri. And with 10-5 speeds. From 12 times today, 72 yards. Frazier with time, man, open, incomplete. So there's a flag down at the 10-yard line for the tight end, Mike Fullman. Brett Barlow beaten by a step. And it's against Kansas State. That's interference.
Look at this play coming at you again. They run the option. Now they fake to the fullback. And Tommie Frazier comes down the line and then steps back. Throwing play action. He had his tight end open. It was a little hole by the strong safety Marlowe there right before the ball was in the air. And that's what the official caught. Take a look at this. 185 consecutive games the Cornhuskers have won when they scored 35 points or more. They scored 35 in the first half of this ball game. I'd say the numbers are in their favor. If you win that many games in a row, when you score that much, you're doing something right.
The give is to Lamont Green, who had that nice run thrown back moments ago on first down. And Dean Evans is downstairs, Dean.
Yes, I think the injuries in the ball game. Kansas State's number 98 defensive tackle Rainbow twisted an ankle earlier, but he is obviously back and he will play unless he retwists it and it's much worse. Now, Miller, the quarterback's pretty battle. I was over there when he came off the sidelines, and trainers were around him. He seemed a little confused and winded, but he will return. And Nebraska, no injuries.
That's what's on Osborne last year. Thanks, Dean. Maybe a short time to get this time sprung out. And Mario Smith, the hitman, a.k.a. hitman for Kansas State, making a tackle for Wildcats.
Let's take a look again at what we talked about, what Nebraska had to do. They couldn't afford a careless turnover. They didn't turn the ball over. Second, they had to be alert to the quarterback scramble. Matt Miller, minus 15 yards rushing. He was sacked 4 times. They contained the quarterback in the pocket.
And a look back at Nebraska's offensive leaders. And the first half possessions, 3 consecutive touchdowns before the end of the half.
They're just so explosive. They can explode on you at any time. That's why you can stop them. You can stop them, and all of a sudden, they put 21 points on the board.
Play fake by Frazier. He goes behind his receiver at the 20-yard line. John Metro, that's one of the few times that Tommie Frazier really hasn't thrown a good ball today.
That is not his forte there, though, Mark. Standing in the pocket and dropping back and throwing the deep out routes. I mean, his strength is on the option, on the play action pass. As we look again at the first half possessions, you can see those 3 touchdowns in a row. That's the thing about this team. They're so explosive. A lot of people are comparing him to the 1983 team that Turner Gill quarterback with Mike Rozier and Irving Pryor, but I think this team may be even more explosive than that 83 team.
And on pace, maybe, to destroy a lot of those offensive records by that 83 team. Frazier, incomplete for Bentel, who's looking for a pass interference ball and doesn't get it. Tommie Frazier wants one too. Ariel Smith says, no way.
See, if you're a defensive coordinator, you want to see that. You want to see Tommie Frazier in the shotgun throwing drop back passing, because that is not the strength of this Nebraska offense. Here's the crossing route, John Bedrow. We saw the same play early in the ballgame with a Kansas State receiver running across the middle. He got pushed from behind. No call in the first quarter. No call here in the third quarter.
Kansas State then taking over on downs. All the 31 to Eric Dixon. Pull back. 2 tights and 2 wides. That's Bucket in motion. And Miller. Where have we seen this before? Sacked by Jason Peter. He is Peter built. And Peter tested tough. On half of the Peter brothers. And this one's going to be against Kansas State.
This is just an ugly play all the way around. They call it a quarterback draw. This was a design draw for the quarterback, Matt Miller, to run, but there was also holding on the play. There was so quick penetration by both Christian and Jason Peter.
10 yards from the spot of the ball. Repeat first down.
So much penetration early on the play that they not only was the play snuffed out and killed early, but a penalty on top of it.
As a result, the ball moved back to the 16-yard line. Setting up first down and 25. 8:46 to play in the third quarter. The Huskers leading 35-6. Matt Miller having a tough day at quarterback. The blitz coming, and they get to it again. The 5th sack of the afternoon. And Miller is seeing nothing but red in his face all day. Red Lindstrom and Doug Fullman there to lower the boom.
Well, it's kind of like a jailbreak right now, Mark. I mean, Nebraska right now knows they have the game pretty well in hand. And so when they get in these long yardage situations, all they're doing is thinking about getting to the quarterback. They're rushing 4, maybe they're bringing 1 extra guy, and they're really coming after the quarterback. And when you have a quarterback that stays in that same place all the time in the shotgun, like you kind of hone in on it. 5 sacks today for the Huskers. This plays right into their strength, gets you in long yardage situations, and it really come back to the first.
Second down and Omaha to go. And another loss of yards for the Wildcats. Briskin Peter, number 55, and Doug Fullman there to force Miller down.
Yeah, that was a field for Matt Miller today. That was another quarterback draw, but I mean, they called the quarterback draw to try to take a little bit of that pressure off, but he can't even get back to the line of scrimmage. The penetration on the inside is so quick that they can't even run a draw play right now.
Dean, I'm sure you've had days like this.
I sure have. Miller is getting hammered down after down. He was so confused at the last play. He was trying to walk off the field, didn't realize it was only 3rd down. Without better offensive line play, no chance.
They handed off. 3rd and 38 to Eric Dixon. And Dean, you know what? You're probably right. Miller just probably wanted to get out of there on 3rd down. A great defensive stand by the Black Shirts.
I think a little bit of pride coming out now with the Nebraska defense. Kansas State came in here with the number 1 ranked defense in the country, the number 1 ranked scoring defense. I think this Nebraska defense has said, hey, we think that we've got a pretty good defense here at Lincoln as well.
James Garcia hunting in the shadows of his own goalpost. Mike Fullman with 3 punt returns for Nebraska. A low returnable punt. This is going to be Fullman. That's right up the middle. Ends up on K-State side of the field. A 12-yard return after a 55-yard punt. Stay with me right back.
There are more than 77 million parents in America today. 77 million moms and dads all doing the same thing, worrying about their kids. That's why you need Chevy Lumina, a car you can trust. Lumina offers an integrated child safety package. Few cars can offer your kids this protection, and no car in its class can offer it for the price of a Lumina. For 77 million of you, that's one less thing to worry about. That's genuine Chevrolet.
just not joys till you light up the grill. And that means steaks, like our new Solano strip steak and new steak pico, smothered with onions, bell peppers, and 2 kinds of cheese. Run the thing and put them on down to Chili's. Chili's grills like no place else.
Shaving can strip away your skin's moisture, leaving it dry and burning. But now you can take the heat out of shaving with new Old Spice Soothing Gel, an amazing 2-in-1 gel that combines aftershave and moisturizer into one soothing formula. Try it. If you don't think this makes your face feel great, call 1-800-PRUDE for a full refund. Prove it to yourself. Try this soothing gel. Takes the heat out of shaving. And now you got proof. Guaranteed.
Sunday. No need to crowd. There are plenty of new videos for everyone. So watch out. With Hope is a full hour of America's Funniest Videos Sunday on ABC.
Back in Lincoln for the 84th homecoming contest, Nebraska leading easily. Trying to preserve their 27-game home winning streak here. Look at what they've done on first down plays. First and 10 at midfield for the Big Reds. Give it to the fullback. Jeff McAvicker, 5'11", 245-pound senior from Baylor, Nebraska. And the younger brother also plays on the team, Joel McAvicker. Charlie McBride on the sideline. Deep Lemon said, what do you have to say about it?
Well, that last series when his defense came off, he was all smiles. He came over and talked to the Peter brothers and a couple of the others, and he said, guys, but you didn't see my hand signal. When I do this, it means go. And when he walked away, I said, Coach, what does that terminology specifically mean? He goes, that means we're going to get the quarterback. So I guess, defensive linemen don't need too many intricate signals.
Pretty complex stuff. The Peter brothers, a great story. Something we'll get into a little bit later as we look at the rushing comparison. It's homecoming week in Lincoln, Nebraska. The alumni loving what they see so far. We'll be right back.
Oh, you ain't got tomatoes? Nah, I've been kind of on a rut lately. I thought I'd mix up a little bit. Whopper, no tomatoes. Change your pace. Exactly. Expecting a weave and you bob. Mm-hmm. They're thinking zig, use egg. Yeah. You're a bold man.
The Whopper, it always tastes great because it's always fixed your way with fries and a drink for just $2.99 every day at Burger King.
So, how do you rut? Man,
You're rutless.
enough with the ruts.
You've been ejected from the Rutmobile. No ruts, no glory.
Every day, we all find a way. I found this day. I found this day. Giving it all day.
America's most complete source of auto parts, a national warranty program, and customer service only Napa can give. No wonder more people trust Napa to keep their vehicles running.
We keep America running. We keep America running.
The workmate shop box has storage space inside and a unique clamping top on the outside, so it's an easier way to set up shop. The workmate shop box from Black & Decker. It's how things get done.
Shake it, no dandruff. You've got Selsun Power. Brush it, no flakes. You've got Selsun Power with Selsun Blue. Doctors recommended #1 over all leading brands. Dandruff problem? No way. You've got Selsun Power.
Number 95 is Jason Peter. The other good-looking bald-headed guy is his older brother, Christian Peter, 55, and 2 people over, by the way. Look at all those bald heads. I mean, yesterday I was walking by the locker room and they were pulling Mike Rucker in there. I think they're going to shave his head. He had not gone with the program to that point, but they were getting him yesterday. There's no line team. Nice bullet pass by Tommie Frazier. Complete to his tight end, Mark Gilman. See, that's where Tommie Frazier is most effective as a thrower. Take the play action, roll outside the pocket, and find something to do. He's not a pure pocket passer, but when he comes out on the counter fake, now he gets to the edge of the defense. He can either run it or stop and throw back. He does a nice job resetting his feet, finding his tight end, and the big tight end goes up and makes the catch. Frazier today, 6 of 10, total of 86 yards and 2 touchdowns. First down and 10, 5:15 remaining
in the third period. Green running on a tackle over the left side, picking up about 3 yards. 15 rushes today for him for 76 yards. When you play Nebraska, Mark, I mean, their offense, a lot of people think that their running game, because they run the football so much, it's boring or simple offense. It's not simple at all. In fact, I would venture to say that Nebraska's run offense is every bit as complex as a BYU passing game or a Florida passing game. They do a lot of different things in their running game. They ask your quarterback to do a lot. They mix the power, ISO type running with the option. It's a very complex running game, and they just wear you down. They find your weakness, and then they take advantage of it.
Second and 7. That's the weakness. Wide open, John Bedwell touchdown. They found a weakness, all right. 32 yards into the end zone. John Bedwell, the junior from Gregory, South Dakota, with the touchdown catch. Former walk-on, who earned a scholarship in August. Chris Brown with the extra point. That's good. 4:31 to play. Third for him. Bedwell with a touchdown. We'll be right back.
Next Bond, James Bond.
Sergei Bond.
On the top.
On the top.
Bond is back.
I enjoy a spirited ride as much as the next one.
Next ball. And things are starting to heat up. One rises to meet a challenge. You've elected honors brings you the most play. GoldenEye, rated PG-13, starts Friday, November 17th.
That's for my ex. That's for my overbearing boss. That's for the condescending bank teller. That's for that lousy waitress and crummy coffee. And this is for you.
The Chevy Camaro's 200 horsepower, 3,800 V6. Therapeutic, isn't it?
You're my agent. You have to do something about this. My face is on the cup with the duck. Well, I'm allergic to ducks.
Now McDonald's is a free movie place milk cup when you supersize the extra value for just 39 cents more.
I get on a McDonald's cup of Florinos. I'm allergic to dolphins.
Some would say going 100,000 copies without an unscheduled service call is impressive. Chuck would say, it's a beginning. Chuck, go for your free interactive kit of copier solutions.
CFA College Football and ABC Sports brought to you by Chevrolet. Cars across 30 million people depend on everyday genuine Chevrolet and Chili's Grill and Bar, where steak lovers go for great grilled steaks.
Look at some of the mannequins being built along fraternity road during homecoming week.
Kickoff into the end zone is being brought out by Mike Lawrence. Lawrence has a bit of an alley. Lawrence runs down at the 49-yard line, so a nice return before he was tackled by Riley Washington. The guy who's got a little bit of speed himself, John Saunders. Oh, nice things, John.
No skates for UCLA, though. They are making their way back in this game. Cade McNown on a keeper, 11 yards, make it 21-14. And then Kareem Abdul-Jabbar has 136 yards on the ground, his second touchdown of the day. UCLA back to the tie this one against Stanford at 21. Mark.
All right, 4 wide receivers on the option now. That's Hickson. Touchdown is 48-yard line. Pick up about 5 yards. Nice one by Hickson. 50 yards over the touchdown.
We'll take a look at this now as this play unfolds. Bedwell's in the backfield. He's coming in motion. That's the guy who's going to be wide open. They fake the run. Frazier sells the run fake, and nobody picked up Bedwell as he came out of the backfield, and he ends up wide open down the field. It's a great play design. They had him lined up as a fullback. He snuck out, and nobody saw him coming. Next thing you know, it was a touchdown for Nebraska.
A touchdown pass was the third of the day for Frazier. He was his career best as a freshman, and Miller was brought down by Portland.
The 7th sack for the Huskers. And Farley is a little shaken up.
Seems to be a total breakdown in protecting the quarterback. Maybe the understatement of the day.
Well, they have not been able to run the football with any effectiveness today. Whenever you one-dimensionalize your football team, you play right into the hands of a good defense. Right now, Nebraska knows all Kansas State can do. The only thing they can do is try to line up in the shotgun and throw the football. We feel we've got great speed rushers on the outside. We don't have to play run. All we have to do is find the quarterback and go get him. That's what they're doing. 7 sacks on the day. And part of that is breakdown and protection, and part of it is Nebraska has good pass rushers.
So back to John Saunders. John? For Penn State and Iowa. Iowa, as you know, unbeaten in the conference. Stephen Fitz, 24 yards, busted right up the middle, gets it down to the 1-yard line, and sets up John Whitman, who gets his 3rd touchdown of the game. Right now, it's 24-17. Mark. Right time back here, 3:26 to play in the 3rd quarter. Almost picked up by number 46, Doug Coleman. The 6'3", 245-pound senior from Ventnor, New Jersey, almost had himself an interception. The pass was intended for the tight end, Brian Boykin.
And, Kansas State has just had so many 3rd down and long yardage situations that they've had to face this Nebraska defense, and it's hard to convert. The longer your yardage needed, the harder the percentages are. Look at that. 9 situations where they've needed 10 yards or more. You can't convert 3rd downs against a team as good as Nebraska. Their average yards needed on 3rd down today is going to be 14 yards. You're going to have a long day against any good defense with that. But it has been that time.
Kansas State, remember, they faked the punt already successfully once today. As they get set to punt on 4th and 16. Whistle down the field. And part of the homecoming festivities here, look at our homecoming queen, Shelly Moses, our homecoming king, Jason Newhouse. Newhouse is the son of Larry and Karen Newhouse of Bennington. James Garcia fighting from his 32. Jason. He gets a fortuitous bounce. And he's down at the 22-yard line. Good work. The Monday night Jeff Beatty stars as the Marshal. ABC's Action Monday. On ABC's Monday Night Football after that, Jim Kelly and the Buffalo Bills take on Drew Bledsoe. The New England Patriots who are struggling this year. That begins at 8 Eastern Time, 7 Central, right here on ABC. Tommie Frazier still in at quarterback, with Nebraska leading 42-6. The pitch from Andre. Good defense that time by Chuck Marlowe, the safety, who came up to make the initial hit. Just how important is safety play when you're playing against the option? That time, Marlowe seemed to be in the right position.
Well, your safeties have to be real involved in your run support and supporting the outside option, because particularly with this defense, the corners like to play man-to-man, so they're running down the field with the wide receivers. The safeties have to come out and be the outside run support. As you take a look at Amon Green, 78 yards, averaging nearly 5 yards per carry. That's below his average for the season, but
Kansas State minus 4 yards. Little Wagner. But wait for the tight end, Jackson. Jackson tackled out to the 31-yard line by Marlowe once again. Jackson got a touchdown pass from Frazier earlier today, going high and getting his feet down.
That was a nice job by Tommie Frazier finding the underneath receiver. He was actually trying to go deep, but Cluster Johnson and Riley Washington looked like they kind of ran into each other. One of them went to the ground. He did a nice job finding the underneath receiver, his tight end Jackson.
But I'm impressed by the way that Tommie Frazier handles the ball. Really a skill that is lost sometimes. 3rd down at 2, 2:16 to play in the 3rd quarter. Green has the 1st down.
you see how many yards he gets after the initial hit. We'll have to pause 5 seconds. Now we'll allow our ABC stations to identify themselves.
Being stopped on the play by Chuck Barlow and Mario Smith.
I'm Mark Jones in the house along with Todd Blackledge and Dean Levitz here in Lincoln, Nebraska on a beautiful, clear, sunny Saturday afternoon with 2:07 remaining in the third quarter. Nebraska leads Kansas State 42-6. Both teams are 2-0 in the conference and 6-0 overall. Nebraska came in here 24-point favorites, and right now they are leading big time. Game led from the beginning. Frazier on the play action, going for Washington. Boy, there's a lot of bumping and jostling down there, but no call. Gordon and Barlow get on the coverage. Joe Gordon is one of the best man-to-man cover guys in the country. Number one, he's going to run downfield stride for stride with Riley Washington. Barlow's going to help out from his free safety position, but Gordon is right in position. Riley's got the great speed, but Gordon is in great position to make a play on the ball. Good go call by the officials there. Nice coverage downfield by Joe Gordon. As a result, second down and 10. You see Tommie Frazier calling checks to his wide receivers. They check off in their running game as much as any team in the country. Ron Green trying to get a block from Brendan Hoyvon, and he stopped up at the 47-yard line, about 5 yards short of first down. Downstairs, Dean Levitz.
Guys, Farley will return. Nebraska hasn't had an injury all day. Farley was kicked in the stomach when he will return. The other pitch from Tommie Frazier was a little hard. Green made a good catch on him. I always felt that, you kind of get messed around with statistics. If an option quarterback, if you complete 10 pitches, don't you think you ought to get one completion in terms of forward passing?
Terrell Farley, great special teams player. Third down and 6. Tim Colson came down the line to make a shoestring tackle that time on Tommie Frazier. Frazier comes up whipping just a little bit. One of the first times in the whole ball game that they've been stopped on the third down play. That's great pursuit from backside by Tim Colston. Frazier thought he was going to be able to turn up and make the first down easily that time, but good work by Colston coming from his defensive tackle position, chasing that play down. It's a punt as Jesse Bush. Didn't know they had a punter. Second punt of the day for the Cornhuskers. This gets off a high hanging punt. It comes down to running at the 28-yard line. 10 seconds to play in the third quarter. As we look at the updated Big 8 conference standings, Nebraska leading right here. Kansas State losing right here. Kansas playing later today against Oklahoma. Game you can see on ESPN. Colorado coming back against Iowa State. Nebraska and Kansas State have one common opponent, that being Missouri. Nebraska defeated Missouri by 27 points. And Kansas State did. Pass by Miller is complete to running. That stops the clock with 5 seconds to play in the third quarter. Miller's just taking a beating in this ball game. I mean, a lot of times the reason you play quarterback in the shotgun is to start him off 5 yards away from the defense. But again, in this situation, they're not doing a real good job blocking the pass rush of Nebraska. Every time he throws the football, he's getting hit. I think he's coming out of the ball game. They're going to bring Ryan Cavanaugh, his back, up into the ball game. They have to tip your hat to Miller. He has taken several hard hits today in particular. That one from Jared Thomas in the first half that nearly decapitated. 5 seconds to play in the third quarter, second down and 10. Cavanaugh doesn't waste any time throwing, completes the running at the 32-yard line. And that will be the last play of the third quarter. Now, you know what, folks, I can hear my fraternity brothers at Sigma Alpha Epsilon jamming right now at homecoming weekend. We'll return with more action to Kansas State and Nebraska after this message of word from our ABC station.
In the middle of my workday, I don't do power lunches. I do power lifts. And when you work out this hard, better use a deodorant that works hard too. That's why I use Speed Stick. It gives me 110% protection that lasts all day. And fortunately, all night. Because while I may not have time for lunches, I always manage to find some time for dinner.
Speed Stick, like you, it never quits. And try new Speed Stick Clear for clear protection that never quits.
A date on the calendar. Monthly exams. The beat of a heart. A glimpse into the future. All the pieces that add up to a large dose of caring and concern from a pioneer in managed healthcare. Because babies need to be taken care of well before they're born. Peace of mind. It comes with every piece of the rock.
Two Beatles songs, the most anticipated event in 30 years, an event no one thought would ever happen. The Beatles Anthology, November 19th.
Haven't you had enough of this? And it's time to try Crossroads Ford. No gimmicks, no pressure, just good service and a $3 million inventory of new and used vehicles. Crossroads Ford, Lincoln Mercury.
Hey, now our copier is just as bad as yours. And that's why we entered the Eeks Copy Monster contest. Have you heard about it? Oh, yeah. You write Copy Monster on a sheet of paper, copy it, and send a copy into Eeks. Out of those monster copies they get, they'll draw one out for a brand new Sharp SF 2014. Hey, there's nothing to lose, and it might just put your old Copy Monster to rest. Right. Copy it and send it to Eeks and they'll process.
Back in Lincoln, Nebraska, I'm Mark Jones, along with Todd Blackledge and Dean Blevins. As we begin the fourth quarter of play, Nebraska leads Kansas State 42-6. Now between two unbeaten teams, Nebraska going in number 2. K-State number 8. On third down and 5, we're back sneak, and we're going to kick it back to John Saunders. John, who is playing? Mark, we told you UCLA came back from a couple of touchdowns down to tie with Mark Butterfield of Stanford, 9 yards. Brian Manning, 4th touchdown pass of the game for Butterfield, 28-21. Mark. Oh, you have to love the job that Tyrone Willingham is doing out of form this year. It's a rare occasion here for Kansas State, a third down and short situation. But then primarily long yardage situations today on third down. This is a 3rd and 1 for backup quarterback Brian Campbell. Outside of the eye. They run the option to the wide side. Dixon withdrew, has the first down. Dixon. And he's hit clean out of bounds. Oh, there's a flag down low before the late hit. The 44 yards on the play. They're going to get Dedrick Kelly, the fullback, for a holding penalty on that play. It's a shame because he didn't need to make the block that he made. Dixon had already turned the corner and easily picked up the first down. The fullback trying to get a block out on the perimeter. We're going to get him on a holding call. Dedrick Kelly, a fullback, who takes pride in his blocking skills. Here's the call. Illegal block in the back. And a personal foul offsetting penalties against Nebraska. But our third quarter numbers, those 2 turnovers. Now looming hard for Kansas State. The turnovers and then the rushing yards. Again, 164 for Nebraska. Well below their season average. But -4 for Kansas State. They just can't get anything going in running the football. And that's giving Nebraska the edge in rushing the passer. As you look at that -4 rushing total. I think Coach Bill Snyder kind of waiting for one of his 2 tailbacks, Hickson or Lawrence, to step up and really take the lead. But right now, it's got a tailback by committee. After the penalty, the Wildcats will have the ball first and 10. So the ball on first and 10, 41-yard line. Kevin Hardin, quarterback. One of the first third down conversions in a long while for Kansas State. It comes in part because of the penalty. They had a penalty go against them, and then a personal foul, 15-yard penalty go against Nebraska. So the net result is a first down for Kansas State. We got storylines, how we started out. Protecting the quarterback was important, and they haven't gotten it done. It was imperative, and Nebraska really put great pressure, 7 sacks, including 6 pressures. They forced Matt Miller out of the ballgame. Brian Kavanaugh in now, and they have not been able to stop the big play. Look at 15 total plays by Nebraska for 15 yards or more. Whenever you play the Cornhuskers, you've got to be able to stop their big plays. First down and 10. Come on the blitz, the black shirts do. Kavanaugh throws a nice pass, completes it, it's running. Near the first down bunker at the 22-yard line. Going to be about a yard shy of the first down. Leslie Dennis, the backup corner, providing the coverage on running. Brian Kavanaugh's the guy that they really like. A backup quarterback, 6'3", 220 pounds from Naperville, Illinois. Of course, he'll probably be the quarterback next year when Matt Miller graduates. But he's a guy that they really like. His arm, he's probably more in the mold of Chad May was for the last couple years for Kansas State. Miller more of a runner, a scrambler. This guy, Brian Kavanaugh, he's more of a pocket passer that they were used to having last year. Chad May leading this team to the GP Oklahoma. Last year, Kavanaugh played fake. Eludes the rush. Throws a nice pass complete at the 24-yard line to this line. An 18-yard pickup and another first down. Mike Fullman getting beaten on that play. This is a long route. It takes a while to develop. You can see running really push the defender downfield, look back to the inside, and break it to the corner. Kavanaugh did a super job stepping up in the pocket, avoiding the sack. And again, another guy was turned loose up there by the Nebraska defensive front. So Williger came on the blitz that time. He was not picked up very well by the tailback Dixon. Kavanaugh was able to step up in the pocket and buy some extra time. I kind of like this quarterback so far. This is really great for 31 yards. Out of the shotgun. Make that 4 for 4. On first down at the 8-yard line. I think part of the advantage that Kavanaugh has is his stature being 6'3". He has a better ability to see downfield, to see over the bodies. Matt Miller's only 6'1", and he has to get out of the pocket a little bit to see. Again, down the field, a long developing route. Pitch running does a nice job coming back to his quarterback, and Kavanaugh puts it where you want to put it in the middle of the field, low. I want to throw that ball high when you throw it into the middle. First down and 10. First down and goal. We've got the 7-yard line. Running lining up now. Slot left. He gets it off the top. Complete touchdown, Kansas State. Give it to Mitch running. He deserved it. You got them down there, and you got to go back to him to pay it off. 7-yard strike. And Kansas State will be its second touchdown of the game. Take a look, here's running here. He's going to run a little out route. They'll run off with this receiver. Nice little combination route. One guy runs in the corner, running a little wheel back outside. And a good throw by Kavanaugh under pressure because he was getting blitzed from the backside. He hung in there and made a nice throw with Kavanaugh. It's a win. And Kavanaugh steps back. So they call time down on the field. Kind of tough, always tough for a backup quarterback to come in these kind of conditions and get things going. It's a tall order. His team trailing by so much, but he's shown a lot of promise so far. And I've been impressed with the way that he's thrown the ball, even whether it's rolling out or sitting back in the pocket. Bill Snyder, greatest coach in Kansas State history, hoping to take his team to a New Year's Bowl day game, but it's a tall order in the Big 8 Conference. So many colorful things happening this weekend here in Lincoln. The exclamation point of that, this afternoon's football game on homecoming weekend. And right now, here's some of the sights and sounds of today's game.
places when it comes to college football, Don. You walk around campus, you walk around town, everyone talks football, and everyone wears red. They do two things. They talk about football and they dress up in red. Tapping on to the end zone. Incomplete, and it's broken up. Trying to find running again. And Aaron Stokes broke up the pass. Look at the 2-point conversion attempt. Broken up by the right.
At Chevrolet, we're not just out here winning. We're testing suspensions, developing more powerful engines, and learning more about aerodynamics. Because if you want to bring more race-winning technology to the street than any other car company, sometimes you have to work weekends. That's genuine Chevrolet.
It's just not Chili's till you light up the grill, and that means steaks, like our new Solano strip steak and new steak pico, smothered with onions, bell peppers, and 2 kinds of cheese. Line up the gang and put 'em on down to Chili's. Chili's grills like no place else.
This is a document in the digital office where you capture ideas and share them effortlessly. Whether they're on paper or on your screen, this is the space where Xerox works, giving you a simple way to do good work.
The Michigan Wolverines host Minnesota. The USC Trojans invade Washington for other key conference games in regional action next Saturday on ABC's College Football.
The old Wilson 1001 ball bouncing Nebraska's way all day today as they lead 42-12 with 13:07 to play. Dramatic with the kickoff. Clinton Childs. Self-proclaimed outcast is roughed up out of bounds at the 20. They're taking it back to John Saunders in New York. John. Clark in the Pac-10, UCLA and Stanford has been back and forth. Stanford with the lead with Cade McDowell finds Todd McBride, little spin, 28 yards, and it's 28-28. It remains tied. Penn State and Iowa following an interception. Cedric Shaw, one of the best running backs in the country, 19 yards, busted free, and the Hawkeyes take a lead, 27-24. Mark. Somebody give me a cold rag for my partner over here. David Benning with his first carry of the afternoon out to the 21-yard line. Speaking of number 21, Ben, it has been a very difficult year for him. He has star potential, he does. The runner out of Omaha, Nebraska, has gone through a lot. He was falsely accused of assault on his ex-girlfriend. And it's a shame that this young man had to undergo some of the scrutiny that he did, because it's unfortunate that sometimes the headlines never catch up with the truth. The young man has dealt with it very well, and he has come back, although he has been slowed by knee and hamstring injuries this year. I had a chance to visit with David for the first week. He's really a nice young man, has a lot of talent. Second down and 10. Benning again. Nice tackle that time at the 18-yard line. Great play by Chris Anthony. Just a super job again, taking on the block on the outside and making the play. Look at our games next week on ABC. Regional action. Most of you see a Big 8 game, Nebraska, Colorado, USC against Washington, Florida against Georgia, and Minnesota will take on Michigan. That starts at 3:30 Eastern Time, 2:30 Central. Don't get Color Cable operator. The game's available on pay-per-view. Third down and 12. Frazier still at quarterback. The play pick. Throws a pass complete to Riley Washington. And Washington is just short of the first down
at the 29. Downstairs to our Dean Lee. Hey, Mark, next year the Big 8 adds 4 teams in the Southwest Conference, and that will make up a very powerful Big 12 conference. Take a look at where the teams that will comprise the Big 12 rank currently in the AP rankings. Nebraska, Kansas, Kansas State, Colorado, and Oklahoma in the top 15. There you see the 4 schools from Texas, and you can bank on A&M bouncing back and maybe making this league the strongest in college football.
I'll agree with that, Dean. Sure will. An exciting time for the prospective Big 12 conference. Jesse Bush. Almost 10 o'clock. K-State coming after that team. Wildcats ball for at the 36-yard line by Mitch running. They're making a lot of noise at PO pairs and kabooms right now. It's all Nebraska. We'll be right back.
Hey, sports fans. Hitachi Ultravision destroys the myth that there's nothing like the real thing. So get real with Hitachi and let the games begin. Hello, movie mavens. With its ultra-clear, ultra-bright, ultra-sharp picture, Hitachi Ultravision asks, who's real? To anyone who's ever guessed who done it. I just love surprise endings, don't you? Ultravision Home Theater. TVs, VCRs, camcorders. Only from Hitachi.
From the people who invented insulation comes a new invention. Owens Corning's Neuroflex insulation is totally unprecedented. Not only is it ultra-compacted for user-friendly handling quotient, but Neuroflex, a high-component fiber with a random twist, provides a virtually itch-free surface environment, which means it's as soft as a baby's bottom. For a free sample of Neuroflex fiber, call 1-800-GET-PIN.
Come on along and head for the mountains of Bush Hill. Head for the mountains, it's cold and it's smooth. It's waiting for you. Come on, head for the mountains of Bush Hill.
Which hotel has the right rates and the right rooms for business travelers? Last year, 14 million people found the answer. Vermont.
CFA College Football and ABC Sports brought to you by Hewlett Packard Printers. Printers that work almost as hard as you do. Duracell batteries, you can't top the copper top. Chevrolet, cars and trucks 36 million people depend on every day. Genuine Chevrolet. And Burger King, you can get your burger's worth. Sometimes language is doesn't right there. 10:43 to play in Lincoln. So they're going to go class on Monday looking with their hair looking like that, too. Getting on a pass. No one in the mission. Really got that connection thing happening right now. Running, making another reception. And Kavanaugh is 6 for 6. Most of those going to Mitch running. In fact, my crack stat man, Roger Ronley says they all did the running. Goes to the ball at the 43-yard line. Number 2 ranked Nebraska Huskers have dominated today since the opening kick. And off to Norris. Nowhere to go. The Tommie Frazier TD Peter brothers stacking it up on the inside. And Jared Thomas.
Take a look at Bill Snyder there. Now, obviously, today has not been the kind of day he hoped for, but look at those numbers in the 90s. 41, 21, and 1. 19 more games in half the decade of the 90s than they won in the entire decade of the 80s. In fact, Kansas State closed out the 80s 136 and 1. I mean, the job that Bill Snyder has done here cannot be, it just can't be underestimated. He's done a terrific job with this Wildcat program. Amen to that. Good corner. Kavanaugh lucky to get rid of it in time without losing his head. Intended for Brian Wonka. And it's a final now. Notre Dame has defeated USC. Boy, the Trojans just have buzzard fun at Notre Dame. That one really surprises me. I thought USC was going to go undefeated this year. We've covered them 2 times this season. But the Colts, tip your hat to him. He finds a way to get it done. And he obviously got the best out of his Irish team today.
And you can see USC try and rebound next week here on ABC as they play against the University of Washington out in Seattle.
Garcia punting from his 29-yard line. David Benny standing on his own 18. They came in for the second time today. And what a hit. Pass complete. What a hit. At the 40-yard line,
Garcia's probably going to go to Bill Snyder and say, hey, I think I should maybe line up as quarterback some next week. He's 2 for 2, and he's looked pretty good both times. Take a look at it again. He shows punt. He rises up. He's got good poise in the pocket. He doesn't overstride. And a nice touch throw to the sideline. That's good and perfect. That time by the punter, Garcia.
Ariel Smith, starting safety, making the reception. On the 45, first down, Kansas State. This running split wide to the bottom of your screen. Downfield, for Jimmy Dean, it was right in his arms.
That was just a case where Jimmy Dean was thinking about turning upfield and taking it down towards the end zone. He lost his concentration because you're right, Mark. That ball was thrown perfectly from Kavanaugh. He got a little bit antsy, wanted to turn upfield and make a big play.
Kavanaugh doing his best right now to impress the coaches, in particular Bill Snyder.
And in fairness to Matt Miller, too, it is a little bit easier to come into the game when you're down 42-6 or 42-7, which it was when he first entered the ball game. A lot of subs in there now for Nebraska, but Kavanaugh looks good throwing the football. He's got a lot of life in his arm. He'll come on the play.
Picked up on Mitch running. Great escapability by the quarterback Kavanaugh, and a nice effort to come back to it by running.
You know what Kavanaugh did so well on that play, Mark, is he knew that he was getting rid of the ball before running was going to be expecting it. So he put extra amount of air under the football so he would allow his receiver, once he turned, to see that the ball was in the air. Watch as he sees the pressure. The blitz is coming. There's one man unblocked. He just puts it up. He puts a lot of air under it so that when running makes his break, he has time to come back and make the catch. Nice touch on that ball by Brian Kavanaugh.
He's 7 of 9 for total of 85 yards. So he's coming in from that Miller. Out of the shotgun. Is it complete? Yes, it is. For a first down on the 10-yard line. Kevin Washington, leading receiver for Wildcats with another reception. Pick up a 14.
Take a look at this reverse angle coming at you again, man. Brian Kavanaugh standing tall in the pocket, 6'3", does a nice job. Again, better protection this time by Kansas State. The nice throw in the curl route to Kevin Lockett. Now I'm impressed with how all three of these receivers, Lockett, Schweiger, and Running, catch the football with their hands. They don't let that ball get to their bodies. They catch it with their hands.
They didn't have to play. That was back to the line of scrimmage. Back to John Saunders. He's got some pretty good hands. Back in New York, John. Mark, UCLA and Stanford has turned into a tremendous game here. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, 9 yards of the touchdown run. He has 3 on the day and 191 yards on the ground, 35-28.
One of the best running backs in the country right there, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. If you've not seen him play and you get an opportunity, tune in because he really is a special running back. Obviously, Alon Green and something else in front here for Nebraska. Great tailback. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
We talked about Kavanaugh's impressive numbers since coming in there. Second down at the end zone. Incomplete for Lockett. Covers that time by SU Nets. And it'll be third down now. With 7:38 to play. Lockett, the school leader in touchdown receptions. 6'1", 175-pound junior from Tulsa, Oklahoma. They're down. But 4 will be coming for Nebraska. Black shirts have done a great job today. To the fans, bring the noise. Kavanaugh, touchdown. Watkins, 10 yards right. And a
touchdown for the Wildcats to their all-time touchdown receiver.
There's Lockett right here. He's just going to run the quick post, and it's going to be a perfect pass from Kavanaugh. Good protection up front. You see Lockett breaking to the inside. A lot of room, the defender giving him on that particular play. Leslie Dennis was beat for the touchdown. Nice route by Kevin Lockett.
Once again, I don't mean to belabor the point, but you have to feel good for Kavanaugh. You know, as you mentioned, it is a little bit easier to come in when you're facing the second team, but when you look at the second team for Nebraska, that's the first team in any other school.
Yeah, he's been impressive. Kavanaugh has pulled the ball well. He's been very impressive.
The 2-point conversion. Got a whistle.
And let's wait for the call here. Don't forget, coming up next on ABC.
Great baseball game.
Ball start. Here we go, snap. On Kansas State. Repeat the umpire down. 5-yard penalty.
Coming up next on ABC, the World Series Game 1, the Indians against the Braves. It'll be Hershiser against Max. The best pitching team in Atlanta, the best hitting team in Cleveland. That's the way it really should be.
Yeah. It's a long season, and a lot of ups and downs for baseball, but in the final analysis, the two best teams are going at it.
Dramatically with the extra point. And it's 42-19. We'll be right back.
It is 70 years to computer software what Thomas Edison is to the light bulb. The software Bill Gates developed runs 2/3 of the computers in the world. And on the day he turned 36, his company, Microsoft, was bigger than Xerox, Kodak, and McDonald's. Where in today's world do you find companies capable of such astonishing growth? Actually, there's a list of them printed every day. NASDAQ, the stock market for the next 100 years.
These days, it seems we have more and more on our minds, which means we have more and more to forget about. Hey, we could all use a car like Chevy Cavalier. If you're low on oil, it reminds you. If you leave your dome light on, it remembers to turn it off. Heck, even if you forget to lock your doors, you're still protected by its theft deterrent system. We've all got enough on our minds. We need a car we can trust. Forget about it. That's genuine Chevrolet.
How much closer are our precision heads, our innovative lift and cut system? How much better is the latest Norelco? In a word, we've never brought you closer. The Norelco Racer, our closest shave ever.
My dandruff and itch are awful. I'll try anything. Denorex tingles. Head and Shoulders doesn't.
Both have effective dandruff medicine, but Denorex has something extra that tingles, feels fresh.
That's why I started using Denorex. No flakes, no itch.
Denorex, the serious dandruff shampoo.
Look at our games next Saturday on ABC's College Football, beginning at 3:30 Eastern Time, 2:30 Central. Nebraska taking on Colorado, USC, Washington, Florida, Georgia, or Minnesota, Michigan. And Todd does some thoughts about the Big 8 game coming up next week. The boys from Boulder taking on the Ford Huskers. What do you think? Well, they got a scare a little bit today early against Iowa State. Colorado did, but they came back and won impressively. But they're going to have to play a great game against Nebraska. This Nebraska is as good as any team in the country right now. That's sort of still in for Colorado. Quarterback has done an outstanding job. Clinton Childs returning it out to the 24-yard line. When you look at Clinton Childs, I talked earlier about Damon Benning, the media scrutiny, the pressure of being a student athlete. Clinton Childs had a couple of parking tickets. Now, it was written up in one of the papers, and sometimes I really wonder how important it is to report that a student athlete has parking tickets. These guys face so much pressure, and sometimes it's unfair.
A lot of scrutiny under normal circumstances, but particularly it seems like after a college football team wins a national championship, the scrutiny increases. I think it happened with Nebraska, happened with Florida State the year they won it, happened to Colorado a couple years ago. It's just something that kind of goes with the territory, but I think overall, Tom Osborne and the program here are dealing with it pretty well.
I've got parking tickets, but it's nobody else's business. 6:55 to play. Matt Turman in a quarterback for the Ford Huskers. On the outside, Nathan Benning.
pitch. And for my odds. Coach making the tackle. There's quarterback Matt Turman. 204. Last year against Kansas State, filling in for Barrier and Frazier. And another big story in defense. Christian Peter and Jason Yu. You know, these two guys really get after it sometimes. Not unusual to see them going after each other during a game. They work well together, though. Roommates living together with campus apartment. For Riley Washington, incomplete. Riley Washington using some of that 10-2-5 100-meter speed to get open. Behind Chris Canty.
Washington has great speed. His hands are ever improving. You know, he's kind of getting back into the action. You can see a lot of contact with Chris Canty, but he gets by Canty, and the ball is really thrown in a pretty good position by Turman. Turman didn't throw the ball that much so far this year, but that was a pretty good throw by the third-team quarterback, Matt Turman.
And that's Mitch Bunning, who has been on the other end of Kavanaugh's catches today. Bill LaFleur and Javon, they come back for it again. This could be a freebie. Caravan takes it into the end zone. Clyde Johnson gets the touchdown for the Wildcats.
Good pressure right up the middle. I think it's Chuck Harlow, the strong safety number 21, who came through the middle and got the block. And then the touchdown by Kansas State. Great pressure coming right up the middle, right over the center position. A good snap by Aaron Graham. No, it wasn't Harlow. I think it might have been Mario Smith, number 4. Those are the two guys that were in there. Good work.
And Johnson pounces on the loose fill. Kansas State is going to attempt a 2-point conversion.
Well, they wanted to go for 2 the last time, but the problem was they had the illegal snap penalty that backed them up 5 yards, and they had to shoot the extra point. Now they're calling timeout to set up their 2-point play. But back to that block kick mark. This is the 75th game for Kansas State under Bill Snyder, and it's their 15th punt block. So that's something they've done well under Bill Snyder. 15 now under Bill Snyder.
One of those parts of the game that is so very important that sometimes goes unnoticed. We'll be right back.
As a new parent, my hours can be pretty unpredictable. I think a lot of the young parents that come into my office and talk about life insurance have a lot of the same needs and have gone through a lot of the same things that I've gone through. They're really looking for somebody to tell them about life insurance, to talk to somebody they trust. When people leave my office, I think they feel that, hey, this guy doesn't just know about life insurance, he knows about life too.
Baker comes up with an incredible new pretzel. Doesn't have any customers, doesn't know how to reach them. Here's the post office has some very smart solutions. Calls for business kit. Baker finds ad mail can target pretzel lovers. Doesn't cost much. Gets his message across. Baker gets orders. Sends them parcel post. Customers are impressed. Baker gets more orders. Pretzels are hidden. Baker makes millions. Now he's the one getting paid. For information, call 1-800-USPS.
Making ideas a reality. It's how you ended up with your own business in the first place. And it's why Hewlett-Packard has introduced the fast, reliable, affordable HP LaserJet 5L and the colorful HP DeskJet 850 series with a real-life imaging system. Dependable, professional Hewlett-Packard printers. Printers that work almost as hard as you do. HP printers. Just what you had in mind.
Bill Snyder's team coming in here undefeated at 6-0, trailing now by 17 points. It's a 2-point conversion with 5:59 to play. They cut out an 8-6 right formation. Incomplete, intended for running.
That's just too hard of a throw. I mean, he threw it too hard to throw it that high. I mean, if you throw it that hard, you got to keep it down low, or he can go down and kind of cradle that catch. Ran a little wheel route where he moved to the inside and then spun back to the outside. But that ball had a lot of juice on it for a short throw.
Margin 17 points. I think that's a little dangerous for Nebraska still with about 6 minutes to play.
Well, I think it might be because Kansas State obviously feeling pretty good about what they're getting accomplished with Brian Kavanaugh. They still have all their first-team defenders, and they haven't conceded the game. Nebraska, on the other hand, was doing a lot in terms of substituting. They've already taken a lot of their starters out of the game. Now, whoever is in the game for Nebraska offensively, no matter what players they are, if they go back to Turpin to get a quarterback, they've got to kind of pick up the tempo a little bit and try to move the football.
Dean, your thoughts on the sideline?
Well, I'm not sure that Frazier is going back in. I would suspect that he will. And over the Kansas State sideline, where it's been down for much of the day, they are re-enthused, and Kavanaugh really getting the job done talking to Snyder about the offensive attack. And Tom, I think one of the things with Kavanaugh, who's much stronger after lifting weights in the offseason, is his height. Being, they list Matt Miller at 6'1", probably closer to 6 feet. He's got 3 inches on the guy, finds the lanes a lot. Yeah, I think you're exactly right. And some of these pass rushers for Nebraska are tall guys, 6'4", 6'5". John Fitzel, a member of the good hands team for the Ford Huskers, recovering the onside kick at the 3-yard line. And just a reminder that next week's game is got another big 8-pound for Nebraska. Going on the board to take on the Buffaloes. USC, Washington, Florida, Georgia, Minnesota, Michigan. Don't forget, starts at 3:30 Eastern, 2:30 Central. And check your cable operator for the pay-per-view games in your area. And time permitting, we'll be back with the Friendly Corner post-game report, scores and highlights. Tommie Frazier, at in the game as protected by quarterback and colleagues. And a great runs for about 8 yards. Look on the side. As mentioned, if we have time, Ricky calls the post-game report. Makovica springing loose on Green on that last run. Green now rushing 19 times for a total of 102 yards. We have an injured Wildcat player down at the 50-yard line. Todd, looking at Kansas State, there were a lot of skeptics that were saying before this game, they're 6-0. They played like Tarzan, but their schedule looked like Jane. It's got to be disheartening for them to leave Lincoln having not performed up to this point the way they wanted to. Well, I think you got to keep in mind also that Nebraska may be the best team in the country that they're playing. I mean, this is not a team that maybe is on the same level as them right now. This is an outstanding Nebraska football team, and you're playing in their building in front of 70,000 of their fans. So, this is not an easy place to come in and play. And certainly Kansas State has not played that difficult of a schedule to this point, but Nebraska hasn't really played that difficult of a schedule either. Neither team has played a lot of quality opponents. Most of the tougher opponents for both these teams are happening now at this point in their schedule. True. Not great. Makovica. 2 tough yards inside. Our tough guys back in New York on Sunday, John. Penn State and Iowa watch quarterback Wally Richardson, 13 yards to Bobby Ingram, 26 career touchdown catch for him. That is a Penn State record, and Penn State has just added another touchdown. They lead Iowa big now. Richardson to Ingram once again, back-to-back on touchdown plays. We'll keep you up to date. Mark, back to you. Boy, Penn State really airing it out. 30 down to the 28-yard line. Let's assume that Nebraska hangs on to win here this afternoon. This is what the big game standings would look like. Nebraska 3-0, Kansas State falling to 2-1. If they should lose, then the big game tonight, and the big game in Colorado, Oklahoma taking on Kansas. Yeah, the hopes of the Sunflower State now fall on the Jayhawks tonight, playing against the Sooners. It's been a lot of excitement in the state of Kansas. Both teams undefeated, both ranked in the top 10 coming into this week's action, but also both playing against very formidable foes this weekend. During this break, let's take a look at some other programming here on ABC.
The Connors crashed their first bar mitzvah. What temple do you belong to? Temple Rosanna and Never.
He says, but is Tony Morris typing just jealous because he likes me more than he likes you?
No idea.
Loves him straight. Then
I got an A in my psychology test.
Jill plays shrink and puts a marriage on the rocks on Home Improvement. Then Christine and Hayden meet the mother of their child. This is where we relax. On Coach, all new on Tuesday on ABC.
Back in Lincoln with 4:55 to play. Dean Blevins, you've seen the Big Eight, both as a player and as a commentator, take its relative twists and turns. Your thoughts on it?
Well, on the Big Eight in general, Nebraska's the class of the field. Colorado is solid. Kansas State hasn't played anybody, but they are, of course, a good club. And maybe a comment on Oklahoma and Kansas in a moment.
It is second down and 6 to go. Tommie Frazier back in at quarterback. 2 times and 2 wide. They run it on Reed. Who's tackled at the 26-yard line. An update on that Penn State score. Another touchdown for Richardson. Big. And we have a flag down at the 21-yard line.
We got Mario Smith, the free safety, mixing it up with John Bedroll, the wide receiver. We talked about how these wide receivers block downfield. I mean, there's only 4 minutes and 40 seconds left in the game, but the wide receivers for Nebraska, they got to find something to keep them into the game and excited. They don't get many balls thrown to them, so the next thing that they can do is try to block downfield in their running game, and that's a big key of why Nebraska has so much success running the football, how well their receivers block downfield.
Bill Snyder on the sidelines. Watching this penalty marked off against his team, and we're mentioning Mario Smith being blocked by Bedroll. Smith was the unknown or unrecognized member of the secondary until this year. He says we want to be number 1 in pass defense in the country this year. And he has become known as a real hard hitter. 4:43 to play. Outside the eye, and they're going great.
Here again, you see Tommie Frazier late in the ball game. They're still checking off in their running game, trying to find the best place to run the football.
They run over the right side of the line over the tackle, Eric Anderson. Steve Ott getting a couple of yards on time.
You know, Dean, if you can hear me, the thing that they do with their running game and trying to look for weaknesses, what they try to outflank you in the running game, don't they? Isn't that the premise behind what Nebraska does running the football? No question. It's just like a game of chess, and the offensive team gets the last move. The quarterback will make the marbles and erasures, just impeccable at doing that. And they try to get the numbers on the corner, and they do that so often.
Turner Gill, the quarterback and coach here in Nebraska, is really singing the praises of Frazier. Great plays. Here's another one, but it's incomplete. Brendan Holbein caught it. Get a nice grab, and unfortunately it was out of bounds. Joe Gordon providing the covers that time for the Wildcats.
Joe Gordon is about as good as I've seen. Take a look at it coming at you from the reverse angle. They fake the option. Frazier really takes a nice throw rolling to his left. The ball's in the only place that it can possibly be, but Joe Gordon just kind of with his body worked Holbein out of the end zone. Clearly a good call by the officials and good work by Gordon just using the sideline as an extra defender. He works him out of bounds so that when Holbein makes the catch, the left one clearly out of bounds.
Gordon, an all-purpose candidate once again. 39. So, good on Green. Green breaks the tackle right out of balance.
He's hurt, though.
Green holding his left leg.
I think he took a helmet right now around his left ankle that time, but he was still able to keep his balance. You can see he wants to get off the field. Just terrific lower body strength and balance. Take a look at this again. I think Joe Gordon's the guy that his helmet hit the leg of Amon Green. Take a look. The shovel pass. You see how Frazier's patient with it, how he options Dirk Oaks. He makes Oaks commit. And then watch the balance by Green. There you see the hit right on the ankle. Great balance by Amon Green, just turning and spinning and falling into the end zone.
I'll tell you what happened. Amon Green really turned over that left ankle. Green came down, nine-walking, and turned that ankle. And he's looking off the field.
Take a look again now as the play comes at us. The shovel pass set up well by Frazier. And watch as the hit's going to come in. Right there as he comes down, you can see he turned his ankle right there. He popped up off the ground. Big hit by Mario Smith. That's on. Hurt the young freshman also, too. He knew he was hurt. The ankle had to be hurt. He stayed on his feet and took it into the end zone.
Gee, that's guts, isn't it?
Well, it sure is. And I'm looking at the ankle right now. The trainers are pretty cooperative up here. They said it is a sprain. They don't have any idea how serious. But it does not look serious from here. But it is an ankle sprain.
Lamont Green, the fourth starting tailback this year for Nebraska. When you talk about depth, they've got it.
I think Joe Gordon, kind of got his bell rung. That was his head that was down there around the leg and took a shot.
Mario Smith also in the neighborhood. Look at Lamont Green, the freshman from Omaha, Nebraska. Some impressive numbers today. 109 yards, 22 rushes.
Well, he's going to break a record of Calvin Jones this year. I mean, coming into the game, he was 285 yards behind the freshman rushing record at Nebraska, held by Calvin Jones, who in 1991 ran for 900 yards. Lamont Green with several games left in this season now closing in on that mark rapidly.
It really helps when you have that 10.5 100-meter speed as well. Coach Osborne and the staff saying that he could be one of the best in the history of Nebraska rushers. That's a long, impressive list. And by the way, that was a touchdown pass by Tommie Frazier. It's the fourth of the afternoon, which ties Nebraska's single-game record.
I think this Nebraska team, Mark, is better than the team that won the national championship last year. And I think it's because they've got a healthy Tommie Frazier. He clearly makes the difference for this football team. Last year they were undefeated. They won the national championship, but they did it some with Frazier, some with Behringer, even some with Matt Turman. Now they've got Tommie Frazier healthy the whole year as a thrower, as a runner. I mean, he makes this a better football team than they were a year ago.
Speaking with him in practice on Thursday, he was telling me he spent a lot of time here in Lincoln during the course of the summer, did not return to Florida, did not return home, stayed here, worked on his passing, got in the weight room, got bigger, got a little stronger, more accurate passing. Says that he wants to do a television internship this summer when he returns back home to Florida as a communications major. Take another look at that run by Lamont Green.
You see a pile up right there. Mario Smith, and here comes Gordon at the end of the play. He's going to get hit by his own guy, I think. Yeah, he just banged heads, I think, possibly with Purcell Gaskins coming from the other side. And just one of those freak injuries. And the trainers being very cautious down there, which they should. Anytime you get a head or a neck injury, the doctors try to take extreme caution to make sure the player's all right. Here they come, just like a collision. Two Rams almost coming at each other. And you can see Gordon clearly got the worst of that collision.
And Sean Vogel as well, taking a big hit on that play. Vogel is 6'2", 235-pound junior. Look at Lamont Green. Dean, what's up downstairs?
Well, an ambulance has been called by the medical staff on the Kansas State sideline. I'm sure we won't get anything verified when he's taken in, but that is a precautionary sign, but also not a good one.
Lamont Green with a great day last week, ran for 90 yards. This week has surpassed that total. You only hope that Sean Pope is okay. This is homecoming weekend. You are looking at the 206th consecutive sellout crowd here at Memorial Stadium, campus of the University of Nebraska. And UCLA not pulling ahead of Stanford, 32-28. This Cornhusker offense came into the game averaging 626 yards per game of total offense. They piled it on here today.
You hate to see injuries like this, but what an injury like this does in a very competitive and a violent game is it kind of puts everything immediately back into perspective. You see training staffs and doctors from both Nebraska and Kansas State down there working on Deshaun Vogel and working together in unison. The two teams that have really battled today, but now an injury like this, everybody kind of works together.
Great spirit of
cooperation as well as sportsmanship today. Look at the Big Ten today. How about Northwestern? That's an impressive one, 35-0 over a good Wisconsin team. And, you know, it wasn't too many years ago that both Northwestern and Kansas State, I mean, they made fun of them in Sports Illustrated. They didn't call them the Wildcats. They called them the Wildcats. And, so you just can't say that about either one of these programs anymore. They have both turned a major corner in terms of their football fortunes are concerned. And we look at some of the fans here from Kansas State that have made the trip north on Highway 77. I remember one of those cruel jokes about Kansas State and their ineptitude was jokes about how many Kansas State players did it take to make a tackle. The answer, nobody knew. Not the case anymore, though. Don't forget, folks. Coming up next, Game 1 of the World Series. Cleveland Indians led by Albert Bell. His big uncorked bat against Mr. Maddox and the Atlanta Braves. It's Game 1 coming up next. Really have had a great time here during the last few days in Lincoln. People so friendly. People at the Corners Hotel treat us like royalty. As Hogan is on the stretcher and being removed from the field. All of us here at ABC. Hopefully he's fine. So, prayers with him as well. Sean Cope, starting middle linebacker for Kansas State. So downstairs, Steve Levin.
Yes, I was able to learn that he was moving all four. All of his fingers and toes were able to move.
Nice to know that his extremities and his limbs are working and functional. Good news for all of us is Chris Brown now attempts the extra point for the Huskers after that touchdown run by Ahmad Gray. The point is good. Jalen Triple-A, 48 minutes running. Kansas State running with 9 receptions for 73 yards today, a touchdown. Tommie Frazier, Nebraska. Frazier 10 of 16 passing, 148 yards, and a school record for touchdown passes. That ties the school record at 6 rushes for a total of 36 yards. In celebrating the 25th year of the NCAA sponsorship, Chevrolet will donate $1,000 to each school general scholarship fund to reward outstanding students who achieve Achievers in. This bill is in by national need. I'm Mark Jones, along with Todd Rutledge and Steve Clemens on a glorious Saturday afternoon, all afternoon here in Lincoln, Nebraska. Showdown between two Big 8 powers. Nebraska all the way to the beginning. They led 7-0. At 1 point, scored 28 unanswered points. And lead now 49-25 with 3:43 to play in the game. It's been a very special week. Homecoming week here in Lincoln. This is Jimmy D, 4-yard deep. And the Wildcats will start off on their own 20-yard line. Touching up some certain criteria about what it takes to be the big winner. Yeah, I think if you look at all the teams that are rated in the top 5, the undefeated teams, they all have to have certain things in common. Number one, you need offensive balance. Maybe not 50-50 run pass, but you've got to be able to do both. Nebraska has that solid run defense. We've seen a great example of that today. You have to have good chemistry teams and guys that like playing together, friendly with one another, and good leadership. You got to stay healthy. And right now, Nebraska fits all 4 of those criteria. And that's why I think they are definitely to be considered one of the best, if not the best team in the country right now. Trying to convince the voters. 3:43 to play. And coming up blitz. Having on by Ross. Hart. By Grant Winstrom. And now he is down. And don't forget, those of you expecting to see the World Series Game 1, you will not miss any of the action. We guarantee that. It's Cleveland against Atlanta, Game 1. So stay tuned. It's coming up right after this football game. Kevin got hit real high on that particular play. You know, he's in a vulnerable position as he let go of the football and took a helmet right up under the chin. Showing he's got a little toughness about him as well. Coming up after that dip. Nebraska's letting all their starters back in on defense, too. They didn't want this game to get any closer. And
Red ball. Full start. On the offense. 5 yards. Repeat second down.
left tackle that time for Saltons.
Moving prematurely.
That's one of those cases where some of those guys are probably over there taking the tape off their wrists and their shoes, and next thing you know, Charlie McBride said, "Hey guys, we're back in the ball game."
Charlie McBride, one of the more colorful defensive coordinators in college football. Had a nice visit with him this week. Huskers bringing some people. And this one almost picked off by Tony Phelan. You know what? That's a picture we've seen all day. And Tony Phelan, number 9 right there, is going to hear about that from some of his teammates. They're going to dog him big time. Because he might have or should have had an interception on that.
I'm not saying this is true 100% of the time, Mark, but in most cases, defensive backs, corners, and safeties are better athletes than receivers. They're faster normally. The biggest difference is receivers have better hands. A lot of the reason why guys end up playing defensive back is because they just can't catch the ball consistently. And that was the case there where Tony Phelan had a perfect chance for an interception. Couldn't make the grab.
I'll pass that on to some of my TV. They're coming on rolling out. That's an instant replay. Mitch running. And pick up those 17 yards and a first down. Stops the clock with 3:28 to play. Mitch running, the senior, 6 feet, 185 pounds. Very prolific here in the second half. Has 10 catches today on the day for a total of 110 yards. Now look at the Peter brothers. Look at their size.
They got another brother, Damian, that's younger than them. That's at Notre Dame. He's bigger than the two of them. He's 6'7".
Big and strong. The pass complete to Tyson Schweiger that time. Kavanaugh eluding the rush. Tackled by Mike Minner. Don't forget our games next Saturday. You'll see Nebraska, Colorado, or USC, Washington, Florida, Georgia, or Minnesota against Michigan. It's called Game Operator. The game's available on pay-per-view. It all starts 3:30 Eastern, 2:30 Central, and coming up next, Game 1 of the World Series. Cleveland against Atlanta. Fires incomplete, intended for Kevin Lockett. Michael Fullman providing coverage that time.
One more note on the Peter brothers, Mark. They got the 3 huge brothers. They also have a little sister named Ashley who's 8 years old. And, I mean, can you imagine being the first boyfriend that she brings home to meet the family, walking in the house and seeing those 3 guys? Wow.
And they got to deal with that, too. Man, they're big guys. He ate a lot at the family restaurant, Brasserie, located in Rumson, New Jersey. Now, here the cuisine there is very delicious. Downfield intended for Lockett. Incomplete at the 43-yard line. Mike Minter, the strong safety from Lott, Oklahoma, on the coverage. Peter brothers out of Locust, New Jersey.
Wild games, high-scoring games going on in college football today. Stanford and UCLA, and Colorado and Iowa State turned into a high-scoring affair. Penn State and Iowa.
Look at Christian Peter. Here's a guy who bench presses over 450 pounds. Over up front, the left side of the Kansas State line. Look at the other 2 big games today. Colorado storming back to defeat Iowa State 50-28. And the Cowboys bouncing back from their loss last week against Kansas State. Don't forget that Kansas takes on Oklahoma later on ESPN.
Couple big running backs, the Kansas Jayhawks have Henley and Levine. They can both run the football. Glenn Mason, the head coach of Kansas, has done a great job, as has Bill Snyder here at Kansas State. They really have turned the football fortunes around for those 2 programs.
Don't forget, coming up next, Game 1 of the World Series.
Set back at the 41-yard line, the 8th time. They put the Kansas State quarterback on his back behind the line of scrimmage today. Jason Wills making the sack that time. In order to play great defense, you've got to play great up front. And I think Nebraska, with the two Peter brothers on the inside, those are their two big guys. And they've got Wistrom and Tommie on the outside that are a little bit smaller and leaner, but really fast and can rush upfield. They play with a great intensity, and if you're an offensive football team coming in to play Nebraska, you've got to get your offensive linemen to up their intensity level to match theirs. Because if not, they're going to steamroll you. And that's what they did to Kansas State in the first half. They steamrolled the offensive line of Kansas State in that first half. And assuming that Nebraska hangs on to win, this is a look at the updated Big 8 standings. Nebraska going to Boulder to take on Colorado next week. Garcia hits a punt with 2:46 to play. We have a whistle. I'm not sure you got the playoff. It's like clock ran out. See that happen a few times to the Wildcats today. Here's the call. Dead ball. The Red Hand. Kansas State. 5 yards. 4th down. That's their 14th penalty of the day. A total of 113 yards. That's David Benning standing on his own 39. Running at 2:35 to play. And he let it get bounced. The ball is down to the 33-yard line where it's down by Chris Canty. Syracuse starting to move a little bit this week in the Big 8. Syracuse really the only team that is playing consistently well in the Big East right now, sitting atop the Big East by a pretty comfortable margin. See, Virginia Tech, they started out slow, lost their first 2 games. They've come back now and won 5 in a row. So they've got it going on down in Blacksburg right now. Yeah. And a lot of people, me included, asking, what is up? What's up with that when it comes to the Boston College Golden Eagles? They've been running up the field. You know, Boston College, their season had so much promise to me, but it's turned around completely on them. Tim Colston on a tackle, a lot betting. Boston College and Miami. I mean, it wasn't that long ago that Miami was playing this Nebraska team in the Orange Bowl for the national championship. And Nebraska doesn't seem like they've dropped off at all from last year. Miami has taken a real turn downward. Game 1 of the World Series is next, folks. Stay tuned. This is Clinton Giles running down to the 39-yard line. The interesting thing about Giles, he has a huge tattoo across his stomach that says Outcast. And I asked him what it was all about. He says, well, you know, Mark, I'm a different type of runner. I'm a different kind of football player. I'm basically a different type of guy. I didn't see the tattoo, but I saw it written on his shorts. He had it written across the backside of his shorts as well in practice on Thursday. So I guess he wants to be known by them. Outside of the eye this time. 1:15 to play. Turning back in the game. Shoots it. This is James Sims. They have a procession of talented I-backs here in Nebraska. Sims included. Smith on the tackle time. You know, the other thing that makes this all the more impressive about how Nebraska is producing offensively is the fact that they're doing this without Lawrence Phillips. Whether or not Phillips ever rejoins the team this year is still in question. But Lawrence Phillips was a legitimate Heisman candidate. We had him against Michigan State early in the season. He ran for over 200 yards. Clearly the best-looking running back in the country, and he's not here. Nebraska has not missed a beat. They're expecting word on the situation at any time. This is Benning. Run out of bounds at the 41-yard line. And don't forget coming up next, Cleveland against Atlanta. Hershiser against Maddox. Dean, a quick update from you now on Vogel's condition. Vogel headed to the hospital with cervical injury. The trainers I talked to were optimistic, but still, they're very cautious. He could move his extremities, and that's what we know at this point. 41-yard line. You have to agree, I would think, that him being able to move his extremities is a positive sign originally. Well, you always err on the side of safety and caution in a situation like that. Credits due to the training staffs of both teams and the emergency unit to act so quickly in case of a shot forward. Well, this one is passing complete at the 31-yard line. The pass from handoff going incomplete. Finley Blank and a look at the updated conference standings now. Nebraska improving to 3-0. Kansas State falling to 2-1. And next week, Colorado will be hosting Nebraska in Boulder. A game you'll see here on ABC, and that man has done an outstanding job with Nebraska this year. A threat to repeat as champs. Look at our schedule next week. We'll be at 3:30 Eastern Time, 2:30 Central. Don't forget to call your cable operator for the pay-per-view games available. Hey, let me ask you what you think about the World Series coming up next on ABC. Who do you like? Well, I like Cleveland. I mean, obviously, my heart says Cleveland, but my head says Cleveland, too. I think their pitching is good enough. It's maybe not as good as Atlanta's, but it's hard to argue that they've got the best offensive team in baseball. I'm a National League guy, and I'm going to go with the pitching of Atlanta. This pass incomplete at the 12-yard line. Albert Bell, no quirk in his bat, just a lot of muscle on his biceps. Greg Maddox pitching tonight for the Atlanta Braves. Out of the launching pad. I see a lot of fireworks down there. Not like they don't hit a lot of home runs at Fulton County Stadium. Next, Kavanaugh, second-string quarterback who came in the second half. Matt Miller. Yeah, when he first came in, there was a lot of subs in for Nebraska, and they had kind of had a little bit of a letdown in their intensity, and he was able to stand in the pocket and throw and not get hit. But he came off the field after the first couple of series. This isn't too tough at all. Ever since they scored a couple touchdowns, now they started to get them down on the ground as well. This was almost picked off by Michael Booker. Intended for Kevin Lockett. Well, just want to get fellas at Sigler and Alpha Epsilon know that yours truly will be dropping by for a cold soda after the ball game. They opened up their fraternity house to me earlier this week, and I really enjoyed myself. It's so easy to get immersed in the college football environment here in Lincoln. Pretty much epitomizes the way this game has gone. From the beginning, it's cooked. The claims that this one is ready to be sliced. The World Series game one is next. Our final score, 49-25. For Todd and Tina, I'm Mark Jones, and it's all good. We'll see you.
Want to help a child in need? Call your local volunteer center or place of worship and ask how you can help. Children first.
Sunday. No need to crowd. There are plenty of new videos for everyone. So watch out. But don't waste an hour of America's funniest videos. And Lois and Clark investigate a love clip.
Don't think it's a good idea.
Not at this time, Chief. Disguised as a happy couple.
Please get off of me.
Lois and Clark, Sunday after funniest videos on ABC.
Anderson, Fort Lake, and Ripley Grand Island has completely gone mad, and they're not fooling around. They absolutely have to move out all 95s now to make room for the new 96s that are arriving daily. Foolishly low prices on brand new cars. Insane prices on in-stock trucks, 4x4s, and vans, plus rash savings on beautiful luxury cars. Anderson, Fort Lake, and Mercury have completely gone mad with all their in-stock 95s, and they're not fooling around. Anderson, Fort Lake, and Mercury, Grand Island.
The end is near for President's Furniture at Oxford. Orders have been given. Do whatever it takes to clear out the remaining inventory. The liquidator says the reasonable offer buys any remaining inventory. That's right. President's and Oxford are taking offers. Save up to 50% and even more. Everything is being sacrificed, and now is the time to save while selection remains good. A reasonable offer finds the furniture of your dreams at President's in Oxford. Open 7 days a week until sold out. That's President's Furniture and Appliance Company of Oxford.
As a rule, engines develop good torque only when you push hard on the accelerator. But even at idle speed, a Dodge Magnum V8 can pull not only this loaded Ram 1500, but this loaded 2500 and a loaded 3500 as well. 15 tons. That's because every Ram truck has to pull much more than its own weight, even at idle speed. That's our rule. Dodge Ram. The rules have changed.
You're watching the Nebraska Television Network.
Nebraska win over K-State. You'll see them against Colorado next week. Right now, let's join Game 1 of the World Series, the player introductions of the Atlanta Braves. Fred McGriff being introduced. Let's pick it up.
Free David Justice. Batting sixth in left field, number 10, Ryan Klesko. Batting seventh in the bullpen, catcher, number 11, Charlie O'Brien. Batting eighth at shortstop, number 2, Rafael Belliard. Batting ninth and warming up in the bullpen, the starting pitcher, number 31, Greg Maddox. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the presentation of the colors, which are being presented tonight by the Naval Air Station Atlanta Color Guard. Now to honor America, please remain standing for the presentation of our national anthem, which will be performed tonight by Atlantic recording artist and lead vocalist of Hootie and the Blowfish. Please welcome Mr. Darius Rucker.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight. Oh, the ramparts we walked were so gallantly strengthened, and the rockets red glare of our bursting in deep through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave? Oh, the land of the free and the Lord of the
We'll return with coverage of the 1995 World Series in Atlanta after this from our ABC stations.
Sunday. No need to crowd. There are plenty of new videos for everyone. So wash up, grab a bite, but don't miss a full hour of America's funniest home videos. And Lois and Clark investigate a love clinic.
I don't think it's a good idea.
Not at this time, Chief. Disguised as a happy couple.
Please get off of me.
But will the new age guru save their relationship? You gotta talk about a Dale Herbal and tell me about it. It's all new Lois and Clark after a full hour of America's funniest home videos Sunday here on ABC.
Hey, want to know the secret to convenience? It's the new automatic payment system from Interlink. Wherever you see the Interlink sign, you can use your network's ATM card to pay for your purchase. Just think, now you can shop for groceries, fill your car with gas, or buy lots of other stuff without having to carry cash or a checkbook. And the amount of your purchase will be automatically deducted from your checking account. So discover the secret to convenience wherever you see the Interlink sign.
What would you do with $3,000, $5,000, even $10,000 extra every month? That's what your very own home-based business can do for you in your spare time in the comfort of your own home. Get your share of the safe, simple, and exciting billion-dollar home business phenomenon. Write down the following capital investment systems, free money-making workshop information, and show up.
Get paper and pen ready now to write down the location and directions for the only free workshops this week only. Tuesday, 6 p.m. at Ramada Plaza Hotel. Take Interstate 80, exit 9th Street. Wednesday, 1 p.m. and 6 p.m. The Best Western Villager Butter Inn, Interstate 80, exit 27th Street. Write it down and show up. Bring your spouse and bring a friend, but get there early. Limited seating for these 3-hour workshops. This is the only way you can take advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to be your own boss.
You're watching the Nebraska Television Network.
For almost a century now, the splendor of autumn has provided the World Series its backdrop. The games themselves have been defined by the accomplishments of men played out before millions of passionate followers. And in return, the World Series has defined the men whose October heroics will be with us forever.
He jumped on me and I didn't know what was going on. I sort of blanked out because I didn't know it was a perfect game until after the game was over. They told me in the clubhouse. I never knew what a perfect game was. I knew set to go to Bill Mazeroski.
When towards home, I think about it, the big man, I saw the umpire give it the home run sign, and I was a little crazy. Probably one of the few times I ever showed my emotions in a baseball game.
Reggie Jackson becomes the second man in World Series history. And 3 home runs in the game.
I only get 2.
What can I have to be? Oh, Mr. October is something I'll cherish the rest of my life.
As a Dodger, Orel Hershiser was 1988's Mr. October, and now 7 years later, he takes the mound for the first World Series game played by the Cleveland Indians in 41 years. His counterpart will be Greg Maddux, the best pitcher of this decade. And his work with the Atlanta Braves lead to a first world title for the South. The Indians, the Braves, how will this October be defined? The weather could not be more perfect. Temperature in the low 60s. Clear skies, just a perfect setting. Atlanta host city for the 1996 Olympics and host city tonight for Game 1 of the World Series, the Cleveland Indians against the Atlanta Braves. I'm Al Michaels, and this is the way it should be. The two best teams in baseball meeting in the World Series. The Cleveland Indians ending 4 decades of frustration and futility by appearing in their first World Series since 1954. And the Atlanta Braves still seeking that elusive first World Championship since moving to the South, appearing now for the 3rd time in 5 years in the World Series. But can this team get over the top in 1995? And Tim McCarver, they lost to Minnesota in 7 and 91. They lost to Toronto in 6 and 92. How can they get over the top?
Well, it's really a different Atlanta ball club. As a matter of fact, the only 2 regulars that they had
Returning from those two World Series, Mark Lemke and David Justice, but the Braves have done a remarkable job at developing young players, good young players like Ryan Klesko, Chipper Jones, and Javi Lopez. And then they made trades for Marquise Grissom and Fred McGriff. But the big reason the Braves are a much more threatening team, or a lethal team, this time around is the addition of Mark Wohlers and a very competent stopper in the bullpen.
Well, the constant is Monty Cox, who was with the manager here for several seasons. He's had 2 different stints. As it turned out at Jim Palmer, let's talk about one of the key strategic moves in the series involving the designated hitter, the DH in effect in Cleveland, but not here in the National League Park in games 1, 2, 6, and 7. So what does Mike Hargrove do with Eddie Murray? He puts him in there because he's about offense. You talked about the great offense Cleveland has. 840 home runs, and led the American League with home runs. But the bottom line is Eddie with 3,000 hits this year, and if he hits another one, 21 home runs, he will be, along with Willie Mays and Hank Aaron, the only major leaguers with 3,000 hits and 500 lifetime home runs. So you got to get him in the lineup. The Cleveland Indians against the Atlanta Braves. Settle back and relax and enjoy Game 1 of the World Series. In fact, we come after this ABC News brief and a word from our ABC stations.
And ABC News brief. Now from New York, Talia Assurance.
Good evening. Inmates in 70 federal prisons were confined to their cells today after riots at facilities in 4 states over the past 2 days. Dozens of guards and prisoners were injured in the violence. And in New York City, security is tight at the United Nations as more than 150 world leaders begin gathering for ceremonies tomorrow, marking the UN's 50th anniversary. More news after Game 1 of the World Series.
Hey, guess what's back? Low 3.9 financing for 48 months or $750 cash back on Ford Escort, but only for a limited time. So check this out. Right now, get any Ford Escort tailored with the features you like. Then get low 3.9 financing or $750 cash back to top it off. Go ahead, do the math. It'll save you over $1,000 compared to the going rate. That's over $20 off your monthly payment. So what are you waiting for? Get your local Ford dealer now because this offer ends soon.
Welcome, Dave. Been a long time. Sure has, man. You got a spicy chicken sandwich. But here, try this. Not bad. Water? No, thanks. Now try Wendy's spicy chicken.
Wendy's spicy chicken sandwich is a whole breast fillet seasoned with Dave's own blend of pepper and spices. It's one very delicious, very spicy sandwich.
Please.
Try Wendy's spicy chicken sandwich and long live the king.
The end is near for President's Furniture at Oxford. Orders have been given. Do whatever it takes to clear out the remaining inventory. The liquidator says a reasonable offer buys any remaining inventory. That's right. President's and Oxford are taking offers. Save up to 50% and even more. Everything is being sacrificed, and now is the time to say, while selection remains good. A reasonable offer finds the furniture of your dreams at President's in Oxford. Open 7 days a week until sold out. That's President's Furniture and Appliance Company of Oxford.
Join the anniversary celebration at Park Place Pontiac in Lincoln. 16th anniversary savings, final 95 closeout prices, and great factory to dealer incentives. Make now the time to buy on newer used car, truck, or van. 95 transport, not 22,210, now 18,338. A 95 Grand Am, not 1580, it's 12,795. For a 95 Grand Prix sedan, don't pay 18,915, now only 15,995. 16th anniversary savings, final 95 closeout prices, and factory to dealer incentives. Only at Park Place Pontiac, 5020 on the north side of Oak Street, Lincoln.
You're watching the Nebraska Television Network.
Skyline of the Georgia State Capitol, and who better to throw out the ceremonial first pitch of the World Series than Cal Ripken, who provided the signature moment for the 1995 season.
Dodge Intrepid. This changes everything.
You're watching the Nebraska Television Network.
The Tom Osborne Show with National Coach of the Year Tom Osborne and voice of the Huskers, Ken Pavelka.
Nebraska will win the national championship. The Huskers beat Miami 24-17 and win the national title.
The Tom Osborne Show is being brought to you by the Pacific Realty Hi again, everybody, and welcome to the Tom Osborne Show. I'm with the coach, I'm Kent Pavelka. During the decade of the 90s, no team in the Big Eight Conference has played Nebraska any more competitively than Kansas State. And with both teams ranked in the nation's top 10 going into this one, Saturday's game between Nebraska and the Wildcats figured to be the Big Red's biggest test. Maybe it was, maybe it wasn't. You win 49-25, certainly been contrasting halves, Coach.
Well, yeah, we had them down pretty good at the half, and then went ahead 42-6. I think we probably made a little bit of a strategic error in that we began to pull off, and we, particularly on defense, substituted rather liberally. Started the fourth quarter, and then we got ourselves back in trouble, and ended up having to put our top units back in to make sure we didn't really get in trouble. And I hated to do that because once players cool off, to put them back in the game, and maybe got Amon Green hurt a little bit. So hopefully we'll be okay, but overall it was a great effort.
Huskers now 7-0 on the year, and coming up on the show, we'll be reviewing, of course, all the highlights of Nebraska and Kansas State. A little later on, we'll be joined by Nebraska stars Jason Peter and Tommie Frazier. Those things and a lot more today on the Tom Osborne Show.
It's well known that Cellular One offers remarkable clear service from coast to coast.
Father couldn't be here, so he's listening over the phone.
She sounds great, honey.
In fact, clearly could be why more people choose Cellular One.
There's more, honey. He's yours!
Cellular One, the nation's #1 cellular service, clear across America.
Cellular One, offering statewide local calls. We're across Nebraska.
Hi, I'm Rod Kush. You looking for the best price? Don't need to look any farther. It's right here. I personally guarantee it.
Get this beautiful swivel rocker on sale now for only $99. Plus, you can get this matching ottoman for free. We have man-sized recliners starting as low as $77 and glider rockers from as low as $119. And always 90 days savings cash with the proof credit. As you can see, I personally guarantee the best price anywhere. Rod Fisher's Furniture, 72nd and L, and in Lincoln at 27th and Superior.
Valentino's Pizza, anyone?
At Valentino's Grand Italian Buffet is their tradition of quality, service, and variety that keeps them #1 year after year.
Nebraska coach Tom Osborne believes that the sport of football is not about height. It's about performance and facts. Fact, the average college linebacker weighs around 212 pounds. Fact, the average play lasts 5 seconds. Fact, the average linebacker will hit at least 64 times in the game. Your team's strong side jerk rings. Get ready or get beat.
Homecoming 95, the backdrop for the ball game Saturday, Nebraska and Kansas State, a series that has been dominated. That's an understatement by Nebraska. 27 straight wins over the Cats. Coach, that's an amazing record.
Well, it's kind of a fortunate record, too, because nobody's really that dominant. But we've won a few close ones and consistently have played good football against Kansas State. Really a nice day to play. Very little wind and good temperature for football. And I think the fans were treated to a good game in most respects.
Is this as good a first half as you've played in a long time?
You see right there, golly,
Yeah, Mike Rucker.
Yeah, I think that they must have ruled that the ball didn't come out over the plane. And so first play here, we ran a stretch play, and Amon picked up 2-3 yards on the play. But they now an option play. This was third down, and Amon Green came up just a yard short. I really tempted to go for it here, but it's awful early in the game, awful deep on territory. So we punted it away, and on the first play here, Grant Wiscombe coming in from the weak side, pretty much untouched, and gets a sack on the quarterback Miller.
Grant had 2 of them, 9 for the team on the day.
Now, Miller really took a beating. He got a lot of pressure on there since Grant again, and Miller eventually left the ball game late in the third quarter. Their number 2 quarterback really came in and did a nice job for him. Now Miller again on a drop back pass from the shotgun. Throws the ball over the middle, a little bit behind the receiver, so it's incomplete.
That's a big play in the kicking.
Yeah, this was a big play here, and the first punt return for all the marbles in a long time. Mike Fullman does a nice job there. Some great block there. I think that was Mike Rucker who made that block. And you see Fullman in a lot of traffic. And here he makes a mistake and started to spread a little bit, and they flagged him. You never quite know what's going to get called in this business anymore. So all I can tell them is just run in the end zone and lay the ball down and run to the sideline as fast as you can to get off the field. And now it's off play, and they came back as we were penalized on the ensuing kickoff, so they didn't have as far to go.
It really helped them on this drive.
It really did. It just killed us. And there's a drop ball, good coverage by Tony Leland. Now Miller scrambles there and picked up one, and that was one of the Peter brothers earlier that made the stop.
They were under 50% thrown, and he was a 70% passer about coming in.
Well, even there, that's great coverage and an outstanding throw and an outstanding catch. Lockett made the play. Booker was on the coverage. Now, really good penetration defensively, and loss of two. Grant Liston on the tackle. You see another shot of that, I think. Yeah. They cracked our fire. The monster was firing at actually Tony Leland that they blocked. So we still had excellent defensive penetration, and they really had a hard time running the football. Now an option play, pretty well played, and really good pursuit backside. Again, Liston making tackle.
So you need one play here. It was third down, and they got the play.
And just a perfect throw. I mean, it's pretty good coverage, really. Booker let him get a step, but the throw couldn't have been any better. And they had great receivers. These same crew of receivers they had basically last year and the year before.
They don't score again until the third quarter.
Well, here a little draw play and no gain on that play, maybe gain one. Now Tommie Frazier rolls out, nice throw to Buster Johnson. Buster made a good play, gain of 12.
He throws well under pressure, doesn't he?
Well, he had to get right in his face here. He sure didn't have much time to think about what he was going to do. So nice catch, nice throw, and of course, the reason he got out there under pressure was he was trying to turn the corner. Now an option play that Tommie audibled and did a real nice job because that was a third down and 8.
This is a 75-yard drive here for you. That's a score.
This was a good job of he had another play called and stayed on his feet and picked up first down. And now it's another third down play. This is 3rd and 14.
You're going to get 19 here.
Yeah, throw a high back screen. And Amon Green just had a lot of room out there, and he was able to pick up first down. So we made some big third down plays in this ballgame, and that was really critical to keeping those drives alive. Here's a replay. You see Aaron Graham out in front, blocked by Brendan Holbein. But actually, we didn't get one or two blockers out there that we're supposed to have on most screening plays.
You were 7 for 13 for the third down plays.
Here's an option play. It's a real nice blocks out in front. Picks up 33 yards, and we'll see that again. You'll see the right tackle get off and block the linebacker, the fullback on the safety. And what they basically try to do is they try to keep the safety free and coming up playing the pitch man. But what happened there was we got the tackle off, blocked the linebacker, and then the fullback was free for the safety man. Now here's a play, just a veer play off tackle where we don't even block the tackle, just hand the ball off. Now option play, and this was 3rd down and 2, and Tommie improvised here, cut back, and picked up 6 and got first down.
You almost don't get your touchdown here. You got a fumble.
So that ball was fumbled right away, and we were really fortunate here, and that was kind of a devastating cut ball to either bounce through the end zone, which would have given them the ball in the 20 if they just recovered it. And somehow the handoff never was completed there. And really a nice job there. That was Johnny Bedrow who jumped in on the ball, and that was really an alert play by John. So John had a touchdown pass and also recovered a fumble for a touchdown. Had kind of a big day.
Yeah, and no turnovers. You go +2 on the day. After the first 15 minutes, 14-6 Huskers. Stay tuned. We've got all the action from the second quarter coming your way right after this.
Sterling Mattress Company and Nebraska Waterbed Mart have teamed up to bring you fantastic fall clearance savings on select wood frame and soft side waterbeds. Get the Northridge bookcase bed for just $379. Save $400 on the Heather Hill bookcase or the Kona soft side. Your choice only $399. Super single kids bed for just $188. Dozens more styles on sale. Our friendly staff is ready to help you choose the perfect new bed, arrange easy financing and professional installation. So save now during the annual fall clearance at the Bedroom Store, Nebraska Waterbed Mart, Grand Island.
This is Bill Meisenbaugh from Jeff Spady, Chrysler, Plymouth Dodge, Jeep Eagle, in Kearney, Nebraska. The sales department is finally in its new location, just south of the Holiday Inn. We are open and ready to serve you. Stop in and check out our huge selection of pre-owned and program cars. Now that we are finally here, we're ready to deal. So stop in at Jeff Spady, Chrysler, Plymouth Dodge, Jeep Eagle, just south of the Holiday Inn in Kearney.
Clinical depression is a common medical illness that affects all ages, races, and social and economic groups. It is our most common psychiatric illness.
The following is presented as a public service by the staff of Outstate Nebraska's premier health systems.
There are many misconceptions regarding this illness. That it is a sign of personal weakness, punishment, or even insanity. Clinical depression is an illness that can definitely be treated. At Richard H. Young Hospital, our professional staff is well versed in recognizing the signs of depression: nagging bodily aches and pains, sleep disturbances, anxiety, stress, fatigue, feelings of hopelessness, and more. Undetected and untreated, clinical depression can affect jobs, family life, friendships. Treatment is available and effective. Ask your physician or contact Good Samaritan Health System.
A message for your health from the staff of Good Samaritan Health Systems.
A lot of folks questioned whether Kansas State had been tested in their first 6 wins this season, and no question Nebraska would provide their first test of the season. Coach, you outscored 21-0 in the second quarter. Let me ask you again, is this as good a first half as you can remember when you consider offense and defense?
Well, it's certainly one of our better ones. We had one against Oklahoma State one time where they had a great team and we had them down, I think it was 42-0. And of course they came back and we had one against Colorado where they scored 49 points in the second quarter alone. But it was certainly a good first half. And I think Kansas State is a great football team.
They go 3 and out, all but 2 series in the first half.
It was a drop play and Amon Green cuts back and picked up a nice gain on that particular play.
The scramble, right?
Yeah, this wasn't a called play. So they just covered the receivers, and so he gained 15 on that play. We're going to see a replay of it.
He's got a good country, isn't he?
Well, he's certainly a good runner. He's very strong. And you see the safety man hit him and he's down that often, Tommie. Now it's the first down, and Tommie Frazier on the option here has strung it out far enough and left up, gained 10 more. And so we got a pretty good drive going here. Now, hand off to Brian Schuster on just that inside rear handoff. We don't block the tackle and gain 10.
A touchdown pass here.
Yeah, bootleg, and he's trying to get outside, but he couldn't get outside. Nice catch, and Shelton Jackson caught the ball, managed to get one foot down, and so that was a big play.
He's really coming on, isn't he?
Yeah, he's a very good player, and we think he's got a fine future. And it was an excellent job of catching the ball and great catch. And again, there was some pressure by Tommie.
So you're at 21-6. Kansas State gets the ball, and they are 3 and out once again.
The first play here, picked up 3 yards on a pitch play. That was Hickson who was carrying the ball, and Farley and Doug Coleman made the play. Now, go to running for a game of 5, Mike Miller and Terrell Farley. They're running more options than I've ever seen. They probably have more options today than I've seen in the last 10 years from Kansas State. And there was no gain there. Luther Hardin was in the ball game, made the tackle. See here, Luther pursuing, and Tony Galen was pressing the quarterback there.
The guys are coming on. Luther's got back-to-back great games. I mean, scores later.
Luther's a very good player now. Tommie Frazier, in this case, hits Damon Benning at the sideline. We had Damon coming out of the backfield, made a nice catch, and so here you see a replay. And that was a gain of 23.
This is your 3rd straight touchdown drive.
You know, considering the quality of their defense, we did a nice job here. Tommie audible this play. This was a base option, and Amon picked up about 12, and nice job of handling the option there. Now the inside there again, and gain of 5. Jeff McAvick
get as much out of the fullback as you expected.
Well, quite a bit. This is a shovel pass that we just changed up in recently. And that's a great effort there by Amon. It looked like he was dead in his tracks at about the 2-yard line. He managed to score, and it was really well executed. Our tight end got a block. The guard came around in the linebacker, and then Amon managed to break some tackles. He really did a tremendous job twice on that particular play to score. And of course, the last one we'll see in the fourth quarter.
This is an unbelievable play, Coach. Watch this.
Yeah, the ball was batted up in the air, and I couldn't see it very well from the sideline, but it looked like Luther Hardin came up with the ball.
Yeah. Chad Kelsey.
Chad Kelsey came in there, and that was the shovel pass that we just scored on.
Yeah.
And Chad just made a good reaction and picked it up to Luther, and that's about as easy a touchdown as you're ever going to get right there. So we scored twice on defense, once on the punt return and then once on that turnover right there.
So ahead 35-6, they get it back and eventually keep this drive alive on a fake punt.
Yeah, this was really kind of discouraging because it looked like we could probably put another one in the end zone and really have this game pretty well out of reach at the half. But they held the ball on us here for a while. And that was a short pass there. And gain of 6 is the play. This was a well-conceived play. You know, it's hard to pick up somebody sneaking out of the backfield on a punt. And they managed to pick up 18 yards on that play. Now the quarterback is scrambling. Excellent pursuit there. And a good job there by Michael Booker on the defense.
Here's Thomas with a sack. He got 2. You rush ends both got 2 in this one.
You know, Jared put a lot of pressure on the quarterback edge of the defense. And of course, the big guys up the middle really controlled the center of the line. They're just power rushing. Very serious play. And we were doing a lot of power rushing with the inside people to make sure that the quarterback had no scramble lanes. And there's another blitz. They hit the screen. And unfortunately, they get a first down here. This was a gain of 22 before Michael Booker finally made the tackle. And of course, now they're down deep, threatening to score here. Another screen pass. This is a nice play by John Hess. And he didn't play Phil Ellis at all in this ball game. Phil's getting better. I hope maybe he can play this next week.
Play that
play. And John Hess does a nice job. And John is a very knowledgeable player. He does a great job in the kicking game. He and Doug Coleman have played quite well in there. Now you see another great job there by Tommie.
Yeah.
And a loss of 11, which really just kind of took him out of the field goal possibility. Close to 4th down and 14 here. You see Jared just hitting from the blind side, and that was pretty much the end of the second quarter.
Yeah, at times you really had your way with the offensive line.
Yeah,
this ball game. Well, things are looking good, obviously, for the Big Red. Huskers head in the locker room at half. Maybe start 35-6, and when we come back, we're going to take you inside Husker Vision for the dedication ceremony of the home of the Tom Osborne Show. So stay with us.
Yes, Virginia, there is a Santa Claus. First year offers no service charge checking. Yes, you can write as many checks as you want. Yes, all it takes is a low $100 minimum balance. Yes, you can get a first year teller ATM card. Yes, you can even qualify for overdraft protection. And yes, we have no bananas. Every first year personal checking account comes with our satisfaction guarantee. You see, we're just a bunch of yes folks here at First Year. Say yes to no service charge checking. Offer yours today.
Amigos VIP Plus. Same card, same free food. We've just added free premiums. Every time you use your card, you accumulate valuable plus points. Redeem your points for exciting premiums like the Amigos Kids t-shirt, ski certificates, travel awards, or Amigo gear. So hurry in today, because the more you visit, the more points you receive. Amigos does all the work. You have all the fun.
Beef. Get what's for dinner at the University of Nebraska training table. Our student athletes understand that beef is a great source of protein and iron that helps them recover from hard bouts of training. Today, it's easier than ever to find a great variety of lean cuts of beef that everyone will enjoy at your dinner table.
Jerry Michael Cloutier is a Lincoln engagement over the past years has become Nebraska's leader in fine gentlemen's apparel. And we have earned that reputation by being in the forefront of fashion year after year. We take great pride in knowing that all of our clients receive that proper image they work so hard to achieve. And once they have become acquainted with Jerry Michaels, we make sure they stay with us for a lifetime. Our mission is simple. We provide Nebraska and the Midwest with the finest updated menswear in the industry. As Jerry Michaels told you, the way you look is our higher business.
On Saturday morning, prior to the Kansas State game, the production studio that we're in right now was formally dedicated as the Michael Grace Production Studio. Jeff Schmall has the story.
The newest facility here at Memorial Stadium is directly underneath the West Stands. Located on the concourse level is Nebraska's magnificent state-of-the-art Michael Grace Production Studio. This newly renovated area, which houses the Husker Vision offices, a full production studio, and control room, was made possible by a $715,000 donation from Lloyd and Catherine Wilson of Kozan. At the Wilsons' request, the studio is named after Michael Grace, who was a standout defensive end for the Huskers in 1964 and 65. Grace also served the NU Foundation as Director of Athletic Development from 1987 until his death in 1993 at age 49.
Mike was a very good friend of ours. I first got acquainted with him in Scottsdale. I don't know why he called on me. I don't know why he looked me up, but he did. And that was several years ago. And when we heard that it was to meet the studio and they were talking about a memorial to Mike, we went for it.
He was a joker, and had a terrific sense of humor, and so personable. And we had quite a few good times with Mike. And we had nice feelings for Mike.
The studio was built in the Great Plains Room, an area that had not been used in over 20 years, and the transformation has been remarkable. The Michael Grace Production Studio is utilized by the Husker Vision crew for a variety of tasks. The control room is the nerve center for Husker Vision game day operations, while the production studio is used for taping the Tom Osborne Show, the Tom Osborne Kickoff Show, and other Husker Vision productions.
We want to do everything in Nebraska in a first-class manner. And this facility is simply the best. There is no other school in the United States that has anything comparable to this. It's a wonderful thing. It gives us a lot of advantages. But I guess the thing I'm proudest of is the fact that it was an entire gift by some great Nebraskans like you.
Those of us who work here in Husker Vision get to enjoy this beautiful production studio every day. And this is a facility that will benefit the entire athletic department.
One thing we're going to be able to do for the first time that we've never been able to do before is have a show in the spring that features all sports, not just football. And it will each week take a look at a different sport that's going on, both in the winter and in the spring, and give those coaches and those athletes the opportunity to have some real visibility out there.
A private ceremony was held on Saturday to dedicate the Michael Grace Production Studio and to honor the Grace and Wilson families.
I know if Mike was here that he would want to say thank you.
We could never thank the Wilsons enough for what they've done, for what they've given us, and also just for having the vision to see that this could be something that was very valuable to the athletics department, valuable to our programs, and valuable to fans out there. And then to be so generous in coming after Michael Grace, it was just really generous, and we very much appreciate everything you've done.
I think the thing that touched me most about the Wilson's gift is the fact that they left it in memory of Mike Grace. That really shows how generous and how thoughtful and how giving they are. I haven't any idea why Mike was that. He started in Scottsdale, and he always popped his ears when he came out. If I say this studio is just what I was looking for.
Nebraska is today a different kind of
Tom Osborne Show. I'm Jeff Schmo.
Thanks, Jeff. Michael Grace, a wonderful man, a great personal friend of mine. I know yours too, but what a wonderful gift by the Wilsons.
Yeah, very, very kind of them. I got a chance to meet them personally, and they're just really nice people, and it really is a nice thing in memory of mine.
Absolutely. Our halftime activities wind down, and we'll take a break and come back to the highlights of the second half right after this.
Hi, I'm Rod Cush. If you're looking for the best price, don't need to look any farther. It's right here. I personally guarantee it. Get this beautiful swivel rocker on sale now for only $99. Plus, you can get this matching ottoman for free. We have man-sized recliners starting as low as $77 and glider rockers from as low as $119. And always 90 days same as cash with the proof rate. As you can see, I personally guarantee the best price anywhere. Rod Cush's Furniture, 72nd and L, and in Lincoln at 27th and Superior.
Super Target beef is now being served at the training table of the University of Nebraska Cornhuskers. The Cornhuskers love our sterling silver boneless top sirloin. And so will your family. Nebraska beef, just one of the great fresh foods you'll find at Super Target.
Valentino's Pizza, anyone?
I'm a little too busy to eat Valentino's pizza during the game, but afterwards I know where to go to get the best pizza around.
From the kickoff classic in August to the final whistle in Miami, this was the year of Nebraska football destiny, the year the dream came true. Now from the sports staff of the Omaha World Herald comes the definitive chronicle of the dream season, 120 pages packed with full-color photos, stats, features, and game-by-game coverage. The 1995 National Champions Book is the most comprehensive record of the Huskers' march to greatness. Nothing else comes close. Serious fans can find it at stores throughout the area or call the Omaha World Herald to order.
Last week, the Huskers black shirts took center stage, shutting out Missouri, and Saturday they drew rave reviews by shutting down the Wildcats. If they don't score in the third quarter and you get some more, you intimated that maybe they're really coming of age again this year. Last week's performance against Missouri and Kansas State.
Yeah, I hope so. A couple of games don't make a season, obviously, but we have played well lately, and there was a draw play. It's a loss of one. Grant Wishman on the tackle. And now Miller to Schwieger, and unfortunately, we went for an interception. It looked like Mike Minner. I had the interception, and he missed it, and so Schwieger picked up 30 yards on the play, and now a loss there. Farley comes through and sacks Miller for a loss of 12.
Here he comes again.
See the replay here. And we blitzed just enough to keep off balance, and they saw Farley wanted to do something and thought better of it. And so you know, it's a strange game anymore. They're a real hard hit by Michael Booker on Miller, and Miller kind of got up limping after that play. And that was kind of the beginning of the end for him.
It was second pick.
Yeah, it's a nice interception here by Booker. Got a good jump on the ball, and got good field position for us too. Here you see the throw, and I'm not really sure what happened to the receiver. I didn't see anybody in sight there, and so Booker was the beneficiary, certainly a bad mistake by Miller. So we take over the ball now, and yeah, we're on their side of the 50, and we got some nice blocks and on an option play. It was all the way down to the 10-yard line, and they called us for holding or something on that particular play, and so and then I believe that there were offsetting penalties, really. So
right.
The play was brought back, and so that was kind of a setback to us right there.
That was. And you throw a brand new play at it, Coach.
Well, this was a pass that
I don't know. That's not the one thinking about.
We overthrow the receiver, but he was held on the way out, and that was a penalty, of course, that we benefited from, which was a defensive holding. Now, Tommie Frazier going to Johnny Vedral. John got knocked down. I guess he was expecting the flag there, but he didn't get it. So we end up on 4th down here having to give the ball up. You know, good job there by Jason Peter. And Jason got good penetration and tackled the quarterback. He was also tackled himself. They did call that, unfortunately, so they were penalized on that particular play.
That's pretty impressive. He gets tackled and still makes the play.
Yeah, he kind of got drugged down, but now we sack him again there. A great rush there by our front people. We really began to dominate up front. Now, Tommie Frazier on a bootleg pattern. It's a tight end. Nice catch there by Mark Gilman. Mark got a little banged up on that play. Didn't play anymore. Now, another bootleg and throw back. And this time, John Vedral surprised as they're ever going to get. That was amazing. It obviously had to be a broken coverage. Actually, this isn't. I thought he lined up a fullback. He was a block. Yeah, we've done this several times in past years. I'm sure it wasn't anything they hadn't seen before. But Vedral was really wide open and gained 32 yards for the touchdown. And that put us up 42-6. And I think that was kind of the start of some of our problems because we began to relax a little bit here. Farley got a little shook up there, makes a nice sack on that play, and a loss of 10.
Anybody hurt to any degree in this game?
Well, I don't know. We'll just have to wait and see how bad Amon Green's ankle is and 2 or 3 other things. And now a pass almost intercepted by Doug Fullman. Nice play. If he could have brought that ball down, of course, it would have been really a great play.
He's come through nicely with Ellis on the shelf, hasn't he?
Yes, he really has. He's a very good player. He's really strong against the run, and of course in that play there, he did a nice job on the pass drop as well. And was a very experienced player and gets us lined up correctly almost all the time. Now we have a little play action play here, and it's Sheldon Jackson out in the flat for game 7. We'd taken Mark Gilman out of the game at that point because of the injury. Now Amon Green gets some running room. Makes a nice run for a game of 12, and that was pretty much in the third quarter. And we've got the game, what appears to be really well in hand at 42-6.
It's been a strange fourth quarter. Nebraska in control after 3, leading 42-6, as the coach said. When we come back, Nebraska puts the Cats away. Stay around, stick with us. The fourth quarter highlights are coming up next.
Amigos VIP Plus. Same card, same free food. We've just added free premiums. Every time you use your card, you accumulate valuable Plus points. Redeem your points for exciting premiums like the Amigos Kids T-shirt, ski certificates, travel awards, or Amigo gear. So hurry in today, because the more you visit, the more points you receive. Amigos does all the work. You have all the fun.
It's well known that Cellular One offers remarkably clear service from coast to coast.
Father couldn't be here, so he's listening over the phone.
She sounds great, honey.
In fact, clearly could be why more people choose Cellular One.
There's more over to Tommy. He's gone!
Cellular One, the nation's #1 cellular service, clear across America.
Cellular One, offering statewide local calling, clear across Nebraska.
Yes, Virginia, there is a Santa Claus. First year offers no service charge checking. Yes, you can write as many checks as you want. Yes, all it takes is a low $100 minimum balance. Yes, you can get a first year teller ATM card. Yes, you can even qualify for overdraft protection. And yes, we have no bananas. Every first year personal checking account comes with our satisfaction guarantee. You see, we're just a bunch of yes folks here at First Year. Say yes to no service charge checking. Offer yours today.
Beef. Get what for dinner at the University of Nebraska training table. Our student athletes understand that beef is a great source of protein and iron that helps them recover from hard bouts of training. Today, it's easier than ever to find a great variety of lean cuts of beef that everyone will enjoy at your dinner table.
welcome back to the show. For 3 periods, a network television audience around the country saw Nebraska take care of business, but in the fourth quarter, and the state able to make things a little more interesting against the reserves. Coach?
Well, yeah, as I said, we made it back up a little quick. We substituted our second defense in there early in the fourth quarter. And they're going to take off on a drive here now that it hurt us. We did see a late hit actually out of bounds, which hurt. And I think they had a holding penalty as well, so we're offsetting penalties on that play. And so as a result, they get the play over again. And now you see a pass here. And this guy Kavanaugh came in and really did a nice job at running. He's one of their receivers. He's a good player.
Got 10 balls.
Now we had pressure. Williger was there. We just ran by him a little bit. Didn't get Kavanaugh sacked, and so he hits running again for a gain of 18. Now a diving catch, and good play again for running. And so if running did all the receiving, gain of 17.
You play more zone with the crews in here than.
Well, I think we played quite a bit of zone. I think we might have mixed in a blitz there and there. Running caught the TD pass for 7 yards. And of course, that kind of revived them a little bit. And now we put our first offense back in here, and it looked like we had a good counter sweep going. And Damon Benning carried the ball, but he lost 2 yards on the play. So now Frazier hit Riley Washington, and Riley came up a yard short on the first down. I was really tempted to go for it, but with a lead like we had, we thought, well, we need to be doing something really dumb, and so we punted it away. But unfortunately, we still had those number 2s in there, and some of them did a nice job too. It wasn't all bad. Now they take the punt, and you see Jamal Williams there on the coverage, and a good job there by McFarland, but they kept the drive alive, and they did that a couple times with some big punts. Now an excellent throw under a lot of pressure, and a fine catch out on the sideline by I think that was Smith who caught the ball for a gain of 12. That was actually running for a gain of 22.
Yeah, they don't score on this offensively, but they will score off the block punt.
Mm-hmm. Now they got us down pretty deep, and this is a slant down. They caught the pass and scored on us, and of course that tightened it up a little bit. And we're out of the point now. We're an outside kicker. They put Matt Turman, and this is mostly a lot of our seconds in there. We've got a couple of 3 first-team offensive linemen, but we ended up playing the first offense line a little bit long. There's a play that Riley Washington was right on the sideline. It was a difficult catch, and now Bill LaFleur was in there, punt the ball, and he's a good punter. They blocked the punt, and so now all of a sudden it's 42 to 25, and there's still about 7-8 minutes left to go. And of course they're going to try an onside kick, so we put Frazier back in the ball game, and here Lamont Green hit some money around the side and just about picked up the first down, gain of 9.
Had to feel good that you did score once you put these guys back in.
Yeah, I don't think there's any question that we could move the ball in if we wanted to, and kind of a matter of here's a pass that looked like Holbein caught it, but he was out of bounds, and from where I was standing, it's kind of hard to see exactly what happened. It was a shovel pass, and Frazier gets the ball to Lamont Green, and Lamont shows remarkable balance there, and went on into the end zone and sprained his ankle a little bit there right at the end. And I'm just hoping that that's not a serious injury, because obviously he's playing very well right now. With a great individual play by Lamont.
And he's down so low, he's just hard to knock down.
Yeah, he has a good low running angle, and so we do put it in there and go ahead 49-25.
Well, K-State gets it back.
Again, good pressure, and that ball was simply thrown away. And it seemed like when we had our better people in there, which we do right now, we put them back in here too. And but a good pass here on the sideline, and that was to running for a gain of 17.
There's got a lot more pressure on him with the one tackle.
Yeah, they just didn't have much time to stand around. Now I think they got called for a personal foul there at one point. Kavanaugh rolling out, and here you see a replay of it. And saw number 63 come in late on Jared Tommie, and so that did penalize him. We get the ball back here. Matt Sherman's back in the ball game. Damon picks up a gain of about 4 there.
Yeah, they didn't quit playing defense either, did they?
No, they kept 3 top guys in there. Now James Sutton's on a carry for a gain of 3. And now Damon bending around the side there. They missed a block. A fullback just didn't see the linebacker. He came up short. Defensive coaches weren't very happy. They went for it on 4th down there. They wanted to get a few more guys in the ball game. And I knew at that point they couldn't beat us. But we did give them a couple extra shots. And there, Michael Rucker went to interception. Now, the guys mostly are second and thirds in there up front right now. Mike Rucker, and a good job by Mike Rucker on the sack. And that was a loss of 16. And here you see a replay of it. And it was an excellent job of freshman quarterback. And I would say that Kansas State's quarterbacks had a long day. And so Bill Snyder, I think, had I was a little concerned about that player, and he didn't seem to know. He thought he was going to be okay. And the guy obviously had some kind of a neck injury.
Yeah. 49-25. We're going to want to talk about Colorado after the break, but a couple other big games today. Oklahoma State beats Missouri, and Kansas 38-17.
Yeah, Kansas got to watch some of that, and they obviously played great football, particularly in the second half. They came back. And it seemed like Oklahoma's had a hard time holding the lead this year. They'll get out of front and kind of have their troubles, but Kansas has a good football team.
And of course, Oklahoma State, when they must be playing better maybe than they have.
Well, it looks like they've improved, and they've certainly gotten better.
Well, Nebraska wins at 49-25 and solidifies the nation's number 2 ranking. Up next for the Huskers, the highly anticipated meeting in Boulder with Colorado. But we're not done here. We've got more in store for you on today's show. And break. And next, we introduce you to Husker stars Tommie Frazier and J.C. Peters.
Super Target beef is now being served at the training table of the University of Nebraska Cornhuskers. The Cornhuskers love our sterling silver boneless top sirloin. And so will your family. Nebraska beef, just one of the great fresh foods you'll find at Super Target.
Hi, I'm Rod Cush. If you're looking for the best price, don't need to look any farther. It's right here. I personally guarantee it. Get this beautiful swivel rocker on sale now for only $99. Plus, you can get this matching ottoman for free. We have man-sized recliners starting as low as $77 and glider rockers from as low as $119. And always 90 days same as cash with proof credit. As you can see, I personally guarantee the best price anywhere. Rod Cush's Furniture, 72nd and L, and in Lincoln at 27th and Superior.
It's preseason, and every wide receiver has just one goal. The 4th and 4.3. Adidas 4.3 turf trainer. Get ready or get beat.
Valentino's Pizza, anyone?
At Valentino's Grand Italian Buffet is their tradition of quality, service, and variety that keeps them #1 year after year.
Back in February of '92, Nebraska scored one of its biggest wins ever by signing a blue-chip quarterback prospect out of Florida named Tommie Frazier. Since that time, that blue chip has turned into gold. A career that's been history in the making. Tommie joins us now on Saturday, getting into the number 5 position in total offense for the quarterback in Nebraska football history. Number 5, passed up Turner Gill and passing yardage. I know that you're a team player, first and foremost, but how do you feel about what you've done in your career here?
Well, I'm very pleased with the things I've done here in my career. The injury I had last year, I think I rebounded this year. With the hard work I put in all season to get everything up on the baseball.
Let me ask you this. Obviously, You got plans next year? I imagine pro football is among them. If that doesn't work out, what do you see yourself doing next year?
Hopefully I'll be on TV broadcast. That's something that I was looking to get into, and I'm working hard to build my dream.
And then you'd be sitting here.
I'll try.
Right, so my other talking about taking over the coaching job, and then he could be a one-man show. Yes, sir. I understand you already have the name. Both for something like that. You see that, Coach?
You did a good job. I'm a pretty talented guy. I remember when Kevin Steele and I took you back home from your recruiting visit, and we didn't know what was going on in your head. Were you thinking Nebraska at that time, or were you pretty confused? At that time, I was more confused than thinking Nebraska, but more when I sat down with my parents to talk to her over with Gameday, and that's pretty much what was recruiting it. This was the first one we found. I think the key to it was Kevin played cards with your mom. Well, that wasn't the key. They really had a good relationship.
If you won the card game, that was the key to it.
Yeah,
When it came down to it, was it Notre Dame and Nebraska? That was in the end.
Notre Dame, Nebraska.
Well, now I asked you if the football doesn't work out on the next level. I'm sure you're hoping it will. Do you see yourself as a quarterback in the NFL or not?
Well, I'd like to play quarterback in the NFL if that happens, but if not, then whatever they ask me to play, I'm glad to give 100%. If it works out, fine. If it doesn't, then I always have my degree to fall back on. Tommie's an outstanding athlete. Personally, I think he can play quarterback, but I've kind of given up on knowing what the NFL wants, and I know he's a good athlete. He certainly contribute to some football team somewhere.
Let me ask you this, maybe this is more a question to both of you guys. At this point, do you think this football team is as good as last year's national championship team? Tommie?
Well, Tommie, answer that.
And answer.
Well, that is part of things. I do remember the man. As far as overall, that's hard to say. You probably have to wait toward the end of the season or at the end of the season when you evaluate both teams and really get a true judgment on that.
He does sound like a coach.
Well, that's really true. It's so hard to tell until you play them all. And our defense seems to be getting better. I think that's an encouraging thing. They about the middle of the season last year, all of a sudden they became not just a good defense, but a great defense. And if they can continue to come on, then I think we're going to have an outstanding team.
Super. Nice to have you with us, and good luck with the rest of your senior year.
Thank you, Pat.
Great career. There's still more to come, obviously, on this week's show. When we come back, we'll be joined by one of the Black Shirts' best young stars, Jason Peter, will join us right after this.
As a rule, engines develop good torque only when you push hard on the accelerator. But even at idle speed, a Dodge Magnum V8 can pull not only this loaded Ram 1500, but this loaded 2500 and a loaded 3500 as well. 15 tons. That's because every Ram truck has to pull much more than its own weight, even at idle speed. That's our rule. Dodge Ram. The rules have changed.
Here at Wildcats for Men in downtown Grand Island and Kearney, we pride ourselves on offering the kind of service you deserve, beginning with fitting the garment of your choice from a wide selection in both stores, then taking the time and using the proper equipment needed to tailor your clothing. Here at Wildcats for Men in downtown Kearney and Grand Island, we know that if you don't look good, we don't either. Come see the difference service makes. Come see us at Wildcats.
What would you do with $3,000, $5,000, even $10,000 extra every month? That's what your very own home-based business can do for you in your spare time in the comfort of your own home. Get your share of the safe, simple, and exciting billion-dollar home business phenomenon. Write down the following capital investment systems, free money-making workshop information, and show up.
Get paper and pen ready now to write down the location and directions for the only free workshops this week only. Tuesday, 6 p.m. at Ramada Plaza Hotel. Take Interstate 80, exit 9th Street. Wednesday, 1 p.m. and 6 p.m. The Best Western Villager Motor Inn, Interstate 80, exit 27th Street. Write it down and show up. Bring your spouse and bring a friend, but get there early. Limited seating for these 3-hour workshops. This is the only way you can take advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to be your own boss.
Over the years, Nebraska's done a great job of recruiting out of the state of New Jersey, and two of the best players came out of the same household. Christian Peter anchored the defensive line the last couple of years, and Jason Peter now making a name for himself as a star on the rise in '95. Jason with us on tonight's show. This is your first year playing after the redshirt last year. Yeah. How do you feel about all this?
It's been good. Last year, it's tough for every redshirt. They don't get to play as much, but I just use it as, a year of learning. Terry Keneally showed me a lot last year, and Christian did also. So I just use it as a stepping stone.
You guys cracked me up and the coach on the feature they had on the show a couple of weeks ago. You and Christian are living together. It must be a wild household. Maybe no more wild than the practice sessions.
I think it's less wild than it used to be.
Well, he's a neat freak, right?
Yeah, he is.
And you're not?
I tend to slack off more so than Christian does, and
he set you straight.
I hear about it, yeah, but usually Christian, he doesn't give me a hard time because he doesn't want to get in any trouble himself with me. We really kind of goofed up on Jason. I know we got out of high school. He's a good player, but his dad was on a sure up, and we wanted him to walk on, so we went to Milford Academy. And we had to fight our heads off to see if what in the world was happening. And we thought they'd get in here, so...
was that because they found out about you were after him?
I think Christian began to do a name for himself, and then Jason was a good, really good player in high school and also at Milford. And so we've been a lot smarter than talking to college about that high school. They did give me another year of football, a little more experience. Yeah, it helped a lot from Milford. I basically knew all the time I was going to come here. I just wanted that.
You did that. Playing with your head there. Now, what about this all-star wrestling thing you guys have? They just played itself out in the field.
I don't know much. All right, I'll set it straight right now.
Okay.
All right, it's basically it's WWF style. And now Christian claims he's he holds the title, but when I first got here, Kevin Rainmakers tried matching up with me. It was a bad move on his part. They got him down hard. And Mike Grant tried, sneak attacking me in the weight room. Didn't work out for him either. Christian claims he has the title. He beat Kevin too. Excuse me. He says that he took a couple other guys down, but it's basically just a fake title, I think. Well, I think Christian's into it more than anybody else.
You guys are a lot of fun. You're a great player. Congratulations on your so far. Best of luck for the rest of your career. I'll be back and close out the show right after this.
Beef. It's what's for dinner at the University of Nebraska training table. Our student athletes understand that beef is a great source of protein and iron that helps them recover from hard bouts of training. Today, it's easier than ever to find a great variety of lean cuts of beef that everyone will enjoy at your dinner table. Beef. It's what's for dinner at the University of Nebraska. Brought to you by the Husker Beef Club.
Yes, Virginia, there is a Santa Claus. First year offers no service charge checking. Yes, you can write as many checks as you want. Yes, all it takes is a low $100 minimum balance. Yes, you can get a first-year teller ATM card. Yes, you can even qualify for overdraft protection. And yes, we have no bananas. Every first-year personal checking account comes with our satisfaction guarantee. You see, we're just a bunch of yes folks here at First Year. Say yes to no service charge checking. Call the us today.
It's well known that Cellular One offers remarkably clean service from coast to coast.
Father couldn't be here, so he's listening over the phone.
She sounds great, honey.
In fact, Clary could be right wherever you choose Cellular One.